Now we done came from the bottom, mad that we up, but I don't hear him talking. Started with knowledge inside of my noggin. We took a dream and then we started blogging. Put my city on the map now. I'ma say how it is and now I'm back down. On the road to 100K, we finna act out. We gon' show them that we not just in the background. We the main event, we the main show. We the one that people always gon' pay for. FYF, we the best, no debate though. Number one sports channel, every angle. I'ma show them all how we ride. That sports talk show, we not like them guys. We playing it safe while they feather the lines. We pushing the narrative all the time. Like who to go in the game is not MJ. Kobe Bryant top 10, not what we say. I keep Elijah one is very overrated. Keep it real if it ain't fact, we don't say it. Now it's stable, we won't be ignored. We number one, especially when coming to sports. FYF bringing the heat here, of course. Where everything backed up with actual source. Everything backed up with actual source.
Nah, that's just passion. We love the game. You already know what it is. FYF. You don't got tough skin. Might as well not even come on in. Talk to 'em. FYF, blow the whistle, man, we too official. Better check the film, we not one of them. The greatest to ever ball above the rim. They wasn't with me shooting in the gym. Cut the small conversation, debate on major levels. This the playoffs, baby, bring that pressure, we never settle. Cross and spin, getting it in, I wanna win. That teamwork got us headed to the ship again. Oh, LeBron better than MJ, cut it out. Half these fans in the stands don't know what they talking about. Half-court jumpers, crowd going wild. FYF ranked number one, you better say it loud. Intellectual talk, but fuck your feelings. Elijah 1-2 overrated, Kobe still a realist. Top 10 all time, now how they cut the line. Magic Johnson, Draymond Green, one in the same kind. Fuck your feelings, fast break, stop and pull a J. He got how many rings, nothing else to say. With the team, live streaming, play by play. It's the dream, full steam on the road to 100K. FYF, blow the whistle, man, we too official. Better check the film, we not one of them. The greatest to ever ball above the rim. They wasn't with me shooting in the gym. Cut the small conversation, debate on major levels. This the playoffs, baby, bring that pressure, we never settle. Cross and spin, getting it in, I wanna win. That teamwork got us headed to the ship again. Started small, then turned into big dogs. They treat me like the GM, I just make the call. No matter who my op is, I'ma stand tall. Then pull up to the game, fresh like I just left the mall. 100K, 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 check the score. We gon' bust the shot clock, fans running to the floor. All I hear is go this and go that. Man, your team suck, hang it up like a coat rack. I love the game, I admit it, I can't quit it. Step in front of me, man, your ankles gon' get the business. Been a legend like Moses Malone, way ahead of my time. This the greatest sports show ever, I just had to remind. FYF, FYF, blow the whistle, man, we too official. Better check the film, we not one of them. The greatest to ever ball above the rim. They wasn't with me shooting in the gym. Cut the small conversation, debate on major levels. This the playoffs, baby, bring that pressure, we never settle. Cross and spin, getting it in, I wanna win. That teamwork got us headed to the ship again.
FYF Sports, man. It's Lamont, man. We back. Man, oh, man. What's going on? NBA today. Well, y'all got Pacers or the Knicks? Y'all think the Pacers can go in there and steal another one? You said DreamersPro said I was spamming this chat the other day. I don't even watch his shows, man. I don't know why they like to blame me, man. What'd I do? Matt now says the FYF trolling continues. He's not trolling, man. These are just actual factuals. Yeah, you better hope the Knicks win tonight, man. Two-piece. Now the Knicks should win tonight, right? But like I said, the problem with the Pacers is when you open the door and give them confidence, you screw yourself for the whole series. You open that door and you gave them Pacers, they have confidence now. They walked into Madison Garden. They snatched the win out your mouth. They got the advantage in the series. Now it's over with. The Pacers thrive when they're playing ahead. And that's what I feared for this Knicks team. And this is not like the Pistons or anybody else, you know. It's not a depleted Boston team. I mean, this team, this Pacer team, they crazy enough. They actually believe they the best team in the East. But you got to give them credit. They playing like it too. So again, I don't know what I honestly don't. It's hard for me to even predict this game. You know, if I had to go with a prediction, I'm gonna go with the Pacers in another close battle. And I see the Pacers going up 2-0. To everybody in the chat, man. Man, look, we did this live stream, and tonight, y'all, make sure y'all tune in at 6. We got Go James Kingdom at 6. He's going to be doing a show. I just wanted to make sure I go live today to talk about this topic right here that just I knew, and I told you guys this would happen. Stephen A. Smith, obviously, and I'm going to play the clip. But Stephen A. Smith on First Take recently made some comments about LeBron James. The problem with his comments is that his comments was actually propping LeBron James up over other players. And this all comes after, remember, y'all, Stephen A. Smith went on a 2 to 3 month stretch where he was the face of all LeBron James haters because he was going toe to toe with LeBron James, right? He met him face to face, right? He was going from podcast to podcast to podcast, bashing him. And all of the LeBron James haters, man, were loud and proud Stephen A. Smith fan all of a sudden. And I was just sitting back. I even told some of y'all, I was like, when did everybody become these big, crazy Stephen A. Smith fans? When did his word become so credible in these basketball? I mean, I thought he was a shock jock. But all these LeBron James haters used him as the face. They was just using him as a face. And I'm saying the whole time, I said it's only a matter of time before Stephen A. Smith comes back down to earth after he gets over this little riff with LeBron James and he says something that's positive about LeBron James, and the LeBron James haters are going to throw him into the bag of he would clutch sports. That's what they're going to do. See, this is the problem with the LeBron James haters. You're not allowed to say LeBron did anything positive. He can't do nothing good. And there's two critical sins. You cannot say LeBron is better than Kobe, and you can't say LeBron is better than Jordan. Those are the two critical sins. And I don't know where this love for Kobe Bryant came from. I've been telling people for the longest, Kobe Bryant was hated. Fans did not like him. Y'all hated Kobe. Y'all disrespected Kobe. He was called a choker. He was called selfish. He was called all these things. DJ Q Mob said, "Is this live?" What the hell you think, man? What else is this going to be? But it's just crazy, man, how people all of a sudden, now that Kobe's passed, people are just using Kobe. They're just using him. I already did the research. I did a video for y'all. Before Kobe's death, there were no sites running around that had Kobe as a top 10 player all time. There was nobody ranked Kobe as a top 10 player. Maybe 9 or 10 at the highest. But when you go to these different sites, NBA.com and Sporting News, and everybody was ranking Kobe between 9 to 15. Then Kobe passes, and all of a sudden, it's a sin to have him outside the top 5. Danny Mac said that's a lie. Danny Mac, I did a whole show showing y'all all of the sources. All you got to do is go look. I showed y'all over 30 different websites that had Kobe ranked at 9 or lower. And then I showed you how after he passed, how all of those websites somehow did a reverse course and said, oh, he's in the top 5. The majority of them, not all of them. And it is weird because with Kobe and Jordan, just first they have to use the 6-0 to say Jordan is better than LeBron, which again, I don't mind it. If you want to ride on championships, I'm fine with that. Right. But a guy in Kobe, first of all, if being the number 1 guy and winning the championships is your standard, then how is Kobe even in there? For 3 of his championships, he was a sidekick. Jared says that's cap. It's Jared. It's already documented. Y'all act like I'm just saying this. Jared, I've done a whole video and I've documented this stuff. It's documented. It's documented that the majority of these mainstream publications changed their rankings after Kobe died. That's documented. What do you want me to do? You want me to go undocumented? You want me to go delete the video so nobody knows that they did these changes after Kobe died? That's what happened. It's not my fault. Y'all are fake Kobe fans. Most of y'all are fake Kobe fans. Most of y'all did not appreciate Kobe when he was here, and y'all pretend to appreciate him now, only to use him as a prop to try to put ahead of LeBron James. And it's sad. The saddest part about the people that try to throw Kobe in front of LeBron is that there is absolutely, again, no metric that you can use with logic that puts him ahead. But in this video right here, I'm about to play 2 different videos. Obviously, we're going to react to the DreamersPro video, but I want to play this clip from First Take. But I think Stephen A. Smith exposed something a little bit even more sinister than just the basketball stuff. And I feel like this is what a lot of people are ignoring. Like, because when I saw DreamersPro react, and obviously I didn't get through his whole video. I wanted to stop. I want to get through a lot of what he had to say with you guys. But there was one element of it. I said, man, ain't nobody talking about this element. There's an element to what he said. There's an element in that video where Stephen A. had his segment. He talked about something. And I'm like, how come ain't nobody talking about that? And the more I think about it, I believe that what Stephen A. exposed is something that's actually more widespread than we think. And I think it goes deeper than just David Falk. I think it goes deeper than that. And I think there are other people who also have these feelings and these sentiments. But let's get to this video with Stephen A. Smith. And as y'all know what we do, we're gonna stop it, we're gonna start it, we're gonna react to it. You know, we're gonna get to what they said, and we're gonna see if we can make logical sense of what they did. And we're gonna really address how they always do these exaggerations. They always exaggerate everything. Let's go ahead and let me put this up on the screen. And before we get started, y'all, man, look, I pinned it to the top of the chat. If you have a question that you want me to immediately address, just hit the super chat. It's going to take you over to FYF Sports Clips, where we're also simulcasting, going live as well. And you can hit that super chat if you want me to address any comments or concerns that you have, or you can also hit the PayPal. The link to the PayPal is going to be in the chat as well. Make sure you're not sending anything to the Cash App. We've shut down that Cash App. We're going to be starting up a new Cash App that's directly correlated with FYF Sports. That'll be coming here pretty soon. But if you do want to donate through the PayPal, that's going to be in the chat as we get through this as well. Let's get to this video real quick. I want y'all to hear what they had to say. We're probably not going to get through the entire 13 minutes of this. I want to play the first part of it where we can hear some of the exaggerations. Then we're going to go to about the 7-minute mark where Stephen A. Smith kind of exposes some things that I think are a little bit more deep and more sinister, but nobody's talking about it. Oh, hold on, let me make sure. Get the sound in there. My bad, y'all. Here we go.
Of all time, and went on to say this, quote, "I really like LeBron, but I think if Jordan had cherry-picked what teams he wanted to be on and had 2 other superstars, he would have won 15."
He was at a business conference, but obviously the cameras are rolling, microphones are on. I think it was an unnecessary shot at LeBron James. And I also think that it was a bit excessive because LeBron James is one of the top 2 or 3 players in the history of basketball. When people bring up top 5, top 10, now you are getting insulting. There are not 3 players, 4 players in NBA history better than LeBron James. That is a lie, okay? And David Falk knows that. Having said that, he ain't lying about the comparison to Jordan. If Jordan had picked to assemble a super team, you damn right he would have won about 10 titles, if not more. That's absolutely true. But that's not what Jordan did. And in the end, what LeBron is going to have to live with is the fact that you joined Miami for your first 2 titles. You went back to Cleveland, but there was Kyrie Irving and the team was compelled to acquire Kevin Love, which obviously helped you.
How stupid is it, y'all? When they say if Jordan had the opportunity to pick to create a super team, why would you need to create a super team when you already got the super team? You got a top 10 player in Scottie Pippen, a guy who's consistently top 10 in MVP voting in the 90s, a guy who's the best perimeter defender in the league, one of the best facilitators in the league. You got a guy in Dennis Rodman who's arguably the best rebounder in NBA history, one of the best defenders in NBA history. Why do they run around pretending as if this motherfucker didn't have something super? They act this is and when we talk about disrespecting players, when you got Steve Kerr, who was the league's best 3-point shooter, and you had Tony Kukoc, who was the 6th man of the year. When you have Phil Jackson, who was the best coach of the 90s, and y'all want to pretend like this man didn't have something super? Because we know you couldn't pair Jordan with any other scorers. They tried that early in his career when they put a 20-point per game all-star next to him and George Gervin, and they couldn't mesh. When you drafted elite scorers like Quentin Daly, and some of these guys, they couldn't play with Jordan. Jordan even said in his book, I can't play with other scorers. They steal my thunder. What makes us think, based on the research that's out there, that if you stick Jordan with any other pairing, all these guys that can score, it's going to lead to championships? Because whenever you stuck them with great scores, all the other great scores, it didn't work. You stuck him with a 31-year-old George Gervin, who was just an all-star the year before, averaging 20 points per game. George Gervin looked like a role player, a journeyman, couldn't do nothing. His production dropped from 20 a game to 16 points per game, trying to play next to Jordan. None of the scorers could play next to Jordan. Jordan had the best of what he needed. Why did they pretend like it wasn't super? Give me another team in the 90s that was a better team. If what Jordan had in the 90s wasn't super, give me a team that was better. This is not a GOAT debate, Dan Morton. This is just a logic debate. Y'all always want to try to reduce it down to the GOAT debate. Stephen A. Smith just said he got LeBron top 3. I'm not arguing that. I'm not arguing with him about LeBron being the GOAT. I'm not arguing that. I'm arguing the logic behind these silly hypotheticals that y'all put out there as if you allow Jordan to do this stuff with player mobility that LeBron's doing, and all of a sudden it's going to lead to 15 championships. It's not. The Lakers traded for Luka. The Lakers traded for AD. When LeBron James went back to Cleveland, he was playing with a young Kyrie Irving. He didn't know what the hell Kyrie Irving was. He was just still a young player that was good. When Kevin Love came over, Kevin Love was a perennial loser in Minnesota. He hadn't proven nothing or won nothing in the league. People just love to come up with these hypotheticals. It's stupid. If Jordan could put together his own team, he would have won. No, he wouldn't have won. If you put Jordan with anybody not named Scottie Pippen, he's losing. You know how we know that? Because Jordan's career was 15 years, and when you put Jordan with any other player not named Scottie Pippen, he was a loser. At the beginning of his career, without Scottie Pippen, he had a losing record in the NBA, continuously getting swept. At the end of his career, when he didn't have Scottie Pippen, and you put him with a young Jerry Stackhouse and a young Washington Wizards core, he looked like complete garbage. And all the young dudes wanted him up out of there. When he didn't have Scottie, what makes y'all believe this Jordan pairing would have worked with any other great player? It only would have worked with Scottie Pippen. Jordan's career proved that to us. But because y'all want to ignore, act like Jordan first 7 years in the league didn't happen. Come on, man.
And then when you went to Los Angeles, you obviously got Anthony Davis. And so people are going to look at that and judge him accordingly as opposed to somebody that stayed with one team.
Santa Claus, that's not assuming nothing. It happened. When Jordan didn't have Scottie Pippen, he was a loser. At the beginning and at the end. What did Jordan win before Scottie Pippen got there? Jordan needed a guy that can be an all-star, but who led with defense. There was only one player that could do that. Because if you play with Jordan, you would have to relegate your game to being the number 2 option offensively. Ewing didn't have the mentality to do that. Ewing would not have sat and been backdoor to no Jordan. Ewing wanted to be the lead dog. So much so that he shot the New York Knicks out of contention of winning anything. Hakeem was slapping people around. He would have punched the shit out of Michael Jordan if Jordan wouldn't have passed him the ball. That wouldn't have worked. You couldn't put Jordan with any elite scorer. That they already tried it in Chicago. They were drafting top 5 pick after top 5 pick, trying to put him next to Jordan, and none of it worked. They were drafting elite players. And see, now we got people like Dan Morgan. Now, first of all, now I want y'all to I'm going to play the video, but I want y'all to really encompass the stupidity of this comment. Dan Morgan says Scottie Pippen wasn't elite like Kevin Love. He says he's basically saying Kevin Love is better than Scottie Pippen. I don't even like the 90s, but there's no way, no how I would ever take a prime Kevin Love over a prime Scottie Pippen. Are you? What is wrong with y'all? What is wrong with y'all? But see, y'all have to y'all go to so many, y'all go to such desperate lengths just to you have to say some of the most insane stuff just to maintain and hold on to these illogical talking points. Kevin Love is now better than Scottie Pippen. What world are we living in? I don't even like the 90s. But there's no time frame. There's no setting. I don't care what I had on my team. If it came down to Kevin Love and Scottie Pippen, I'm taking Scottie Pippen 10 out of 10 times. We saw what Kevin Love did when he had to play a secondary role with LeBron. He waned. He cried. He faltered. He couldn't be himself. Pippen shined in the secondary role. Still top 10 in the MVP races. Still a top 10 player in the NBA. Still first team All-NBA. Still first team All-Defense. Kevin Love was not doing all that when he was relegated to a lesser role. Scottie Pippen knew how to be elite without having to score the ball. That's what Jordan needed. See, y'all just so hyper-focused on people that score the ball. Y'all just think that anybody that scores a few more points might be better. Jordan didn't think so.
Team built it, won there first, last, and always. And that's going to be, in some people's eyes anyway, a blemish. I have no problem with that if the comparison is against Jordan. I do have a problem with it if you then try to look at LeBron and try to act like he's barely scratching the top 10 or whatever. LeBron James, in my estimation, is one of the top 2 players in the history of basketball. And if you want to drop him to 3 because of Kareem Abdul-Jabbar's resume, which is impeccable and beats because he's won on every level, I get that part. But LeBron James, to me, is top 2 all time. I don't want to hear top 5, don't want to hear top 10.
Yeah, David Falk is one of the greatest agents of all time. Not only the deals he made with Michael Jordan, but some other business deals he's made that are really historic. He's kind of telling on himself a little bit here when he says probably top 10. He's telling on himself that he's not making an honest assessment. But we'll move past that. I do think it's an interesting thing to say what would happen if Jordan played in the modern era. Absolutely, especially like in 1998, if when the Bulls were exhausted as a franchise, when Pippen was done, when Phil Jackson was done, when the Bulls management was done spending money, if Jordan didn't want to retire, if he wanted to move on, he absolutely could have won more titles. I don't think it's arguable at all. But if we're going to have the discussion about time and place, let's have the full discussion, because you can't just you can't cherry pick it. What if Hakeem Olajuwon decided to go team up with Karl Malone and John Stockton? Like Kevin Durant went to the Warriors. What if after winning one title with Jordan at age 25, which is when Scottie Pippen, the same age as Kyrie Irving, what if Scottie Pippen wanted to trade to the New York Knicks? Because that's what happened with Kyrie Irving. Kyrie Irving at age 25, after one title, forced his way out of Cleveland. What if Jordan was playing against a team like LeBron did when he had to go up against the super team that was formed in Boston with Garnett and Ray Allen and Paul Pierce? Sure, Jordan, if he wanted to cherry pick, absolutely could have done so. No question he could have won more titles. No doubt about that. But you can't look at it without looking at what was else happening in the league, what was going on around LeBron. And obviously LeBron is going to pay a price for going to Miami. People will always feel a certain way about that. But again, if you want to look at the full 360 degrees, if you want to say Kareem is up there, that's totally fine. You can make your case for Kareem. I'm not going to fight that. Kareem forced a trade that ended up being on a super team in Los Angeles. So I'm fine. If you just want to denigrate LeBron, which is what David Falk wanted to do, go for it. He can do it. It's his prerogative, whatever. But don't throw that out without having a more fair way to look at it.
Well, Wendy, I'm not going to allow David Falk to do that. And I think David Falk was a brilliant agent. I think he's built a brilliant business. But to me, this one, that feels personal. That feels personal. So, it's interesting. Times reveal different opportunities for different players. And LeBron James was very fortunate with the time that he played in that Michael Jordan opened these doors, because Michael Jordan was a free agent twice in his career, right? These were longer term deals that these guys had back then. And then Michael decided to sign a series of 1-year deals, right? But also, when you look back on it, Michael Jordan had one of the greatest coaches of all time in Phil Jackson. He had a great front office that helped him in drafting Scottie Pippen and other players that helped him win championships. And, whenever somebody says terminology like cherry picking, that still doesn't get the job done. There was still a passing of the torch to happen between Dwayne Wade and LeBron James. LeBron James then did go back to Cleveland. I mean, Kyrie Irving hit one of the biggest shots And
let me get to these super chats, man. We got Tay Hunley. He became a member of the channel, man. Salute to Tay Hunley, who was over on FYF Sports Clips. I mean, he became a member of the channel. Salute. That is much appreciated. Thank you for becoming a member of FYF Sports. We have Leftover Takes, man. Leftover Takes with a super chat, $4.99. He says, MJ never won more than 40 games in the season before Pippen. MJ is the GOAT. But people got to stop pretending Pippen wasn't top 5 in his era. That is facts. He was top 5 in the 90s. And then we got Sean Talks always coming through to support the channel, man. He says, finally called a live show. And salute to Sean Talks, because Sean Talks, I always see your super chats that went through on the Streamlabs. And because Streamlabs is a different system and I couldn't put on the screen, I'm glad that we got the super chats up over here. We can get you because I definitely wanted to give you recognition, because I definitely see your super chat and come through on the Streamlabs. So much appreciated for Sean Talks coming through as well. And hopefully we can get you over here also on FYF Sports Debates, not just FYF Sports Clips, but make sure y'all also go over to FYF Sports Clips, where you can become a member and you can super chat as well. That link is pinned to the top of the chat. Let's get through what Jason Williams has to say, and then we're going to go over to Stephen A. Smith's true indictment and exposure of David Falk in this particular conversation that a lot of people are choosing to ignore, man.
You know, NBA basketball history for him to win a world championship. Then obviously going to LA, winning the game in a bubble. So like all of a sudden, you know, it just diminishes the leadership. It diminishes the adaptability. It diminishes the greatness overall when you just speak flippantly about a player that is one of the best to ever do it. It's fine if you have more allegiance towards Michael Jordan, but that just feels extremely personal to me, Stephen A. It doesn't feel objective at all.
Well, I'm not refuting what you say, and I'll elaborate on your point in a minute. But just for clarification purposes, would you tell our audience why you feel it's personal? Specify where would the personal come from? What do you think is personal? Why do you think rather David Falk will be personal in this particular evaluation? Why do you think he's doing it?
You can answer questions in a lot of different ways. Stephen A., you and I go to a lot of these. Right, I see it all the time at different sports conferences where it's like, okay, that's a set me up question, right? I know there are cameras everywhere. I know what conference I'm at. Like, Stephen A., I've seen you at play. You are brilliant at setting the kitchen table for what you want to talk about. So for me, that seems premeditated. That doesn't just pop off the head. Okay. It's like, okay, now I'm going to use this moment to say this specifically. To me, that is a personal premeditated mindset to have going into something where you could answer that question a lot of different ways, even if you did feel that way about LeBron James.
Okay. The reason why I was asking that question, you didn't go where I'm going to go, but I'm going to go here anyway, because I think I'm on with the perfect cast, meaning you and Wendy, to elaborate more extensively on what I'm about to bring up. I've butted heads with David Falk in the past, obviously, with some of the clients that he's represented that I've had to cover, mainly Allen Iverson, amongst others. And I've grown over the years. I grew to be very fond of David Falk. I think that he is an absolutely brilliant agent.
Yes.
One of the greatest in the history of all of sports. Agreed. Who is a brilliant man, a brilliant businessman, a brilliant representative who I think anybody should want fighting on their behalf, because David Falk is that dude. But I do suspect that when he said what he said, although I agree with him with comparisons directly to Jordan, but nothing else, I thought the rest was insulting to LeBron James. I do get the sense that because of Rich Paul's ascension, there's a lot of animus out there, because you have old guard agents, old school agents who did things a certain way, cultivated relationships, et cetera, that look at this guy, Rich Paul, and they identify obviously him with LeBron James for obvious reasons. And because of that, the critical eye intensifies. And sometimes it's not really about LeBron, it's about Rich, which I think is unfortunate. And listen, I'm a brother unapologetically. I got nothing but I root for African-American agents all the time, because we know there's an abundance of agents out there that are doing their thing, the Bartlesteins of the world and Wexlers and others who are absolutely fantastic. But I make sure to give love to Bill Duffy. I make sure to give love to Aaron and Eric Goodwin. All right. I make sure to give love to the Rich Pauls of the world, because I think it's important to see brothers in those positions being recognized for the great work that they do. And Rich Paul ain't somebody that's riding LeBron James' coattails. Rich Paul goes out there and puts in that work. He negotiates. He sits up there and he cultivates relationships. He has knowledge about the league and what's going on and what's in the best interest of his client. And I think that there's a lot of people who resent him as opposed to giving him the respect that he deserves. So I would say that in a roundabout way, some of the venom that comes in LeBron's direction, it's really aimed at Rich without people saying his name. That's my thought. What do you guys think?
And that's the point that I've been trying to get. And how do we know? How do we know that a lot of the vitriol and venom that gets thrown LeBron's way is just sheer jealousy of stemming from people who hate Rich Paul and the juggernaut agency that he's built in sports? Because when you think about Rich Paul, a lot of people just think NBA. Rich Paul has now become one of the biggest agents in football and baseball, and he's getting these guys straight out of college. He's getting them early, and he's getting them often. He has now become one, if not the premier, he's the best sports agent in the world. He's at the top of the pinnacle. And when you pass up a lot of the big dogs who've been doing this for a long time so quickly, you piss a lot of people off. And so what we've seen happen is, what do we hear people saying? Every time you say something good about LeBron James, what do they say? They say that you're working for Clutch. They always connect the success of Rich Paul and their jealousy of what Rich Paul has been able to do with LeBron James. Your Clutch media, you know, they always try to say somebody paid by Clutch. They always try to connect saying something positive about LeBron with Clutch Sports, which is a completely separate entity. It's a completely separate entity. Do you think the baseball players signed to Clutch Sports are thinking about LeBron James? Do you think the football and soccer players signed to Clutch Sports are running around thinking about LeBron James? Or are they looking at Clutch Sports as just one of the best agencies in the business right now? And they're not signing with some of, like just what Stephen A. Smith said, some of the old guard agents who become has-beens. Nobody is talking about David Falk being a premier agent right now. He got aged out. He got phased out. And when you talk about a little bit of the jealousy that Falk may potentially have, well, he's a sports agent. Of course, just like we all would expect Rich Paul to say things positive about LeBron James because he obviously represents LeBron James, of course I would expect David Falk to say things positive about Michael Jordan. I'm not shunning David Falk for saying anything positive about Michael Jordan. But as they said, when you go out of your way to throw disrespect at LeBron by saying, oh, he's probably top 10. Oh, where is this stemming from? And Stephen A. Smith, this is a guy who's had his battles with Falk over the years. When David Falk was Allen Iverson's agent and when Stephen A. Smith was going head to head and butting heads with Allen Iverson. He knows this man very well. And you have to think, with all these narratives about Clutch Sports and these ties to LeBron James and you being Clutch media, if you say something positive about LeBron, where do y'all think this is all stemming from? Where do you think this is trickling down from? From sports agents that probably hate Rich Paul. And what's the best way to attack Rich Paul? Is probably to attack his top client, LeBron James. And it's still not working. Y'all hear it every day. It's jealousy for Rich Paul. People act as if Rich Paul is supposed to walk around not boosting up his clients. He's an agent. No, and no one looks to Rich Paul as an aficionado for basketball information. When we hear Rich Paul talk about LeBron James, whether you're a LeBron fan, a Laker fan, or a basketball fan alike, I think we all kind of sit back and say, he's probably going to put a little extra on it to give LeBron a little bit of, because that's his client. I think we all can honestly say, no matter what fan you are, I think when Rich Paul talks, we all know he's probably going to put a little extra on it to make LeBron look a little bit better. Just like when David Falk talks, why do Jordan fans try to take what he says as the Bible? Why can't they just look at what David Falk says when he runs around saying Jordan would come into this era and average 50? The funny thing about Jordan fans is y'all idiots believe that. David Falk said Jordan would average 50 in this era, and y'all said, yeah, he would average 50. How stupid are y'all? David Falk says, yeah, LeBron, if he could do what, if Jordan could do what LeBron did, he'd have 15 championships. 15? What are you talking about? This is the difference between Jordan fans and LeBron fans. Like I say, the level of stupidity that Jordan fans are willing to go to parade and push narratives is wild. Y'all will believe anything from anybody as long as it aligns with hateful LeBron. That's it. Salute to Tyson with the super chat, man. He says, enjoying the content at work. Salute to Tyson, one of the OGs, always supporting the channel, always coming through, hopping on panels. Salute to FYF community. Much appreciated, Tyson, man. And salute to Tyson while he's at work, man. But these are facts, y'all. Real Lamar says, y'all really doing a live stream crying about Jordan fans? No, it's about basketball. It's about basketball. And this is really not even about basketball, because this is now about something much deeper, which I think a lot of people, remember what I said before, there are a lot of people not talking about this element. Rich Paul has taken a lot of clients from a lot of these other sports agencies. Do you think these agencies and these sports agencies are happy? Rich Paul has put a lot of agents out of business. Do you think they're happy about that? Do you think when you think they have the opportunity to leak something out there or put something out there that is false or negative about LeBron James, they're going to go ahead and slide it to a media member and make sure it gets pushed? Rich Paul's success as a sports agent, there are direct connections to how that's impacted how people talk about LeBron James. And David Falk, what Stephen A. Smith just said, just exposed it. And this is actually an avenue in this conversation that nobody has ever talked about. That's why I did a live stream about this. That's why I was glad. And see, the problem is, and I think a lot of the Kobe fans or the LeBron haters, what they thought was once Stephen A. Smith got into his little riff with LeBron James, that every time he opened his mouth, he was going to always say something hyper negative. They never thought, again, he would play both sides of the coin and actually say something to the positive. Remember, this is not about Steve. We know Stephen A. Smith has Jordan as the GOAT. Nobody's debating or arguing him for that. I can't argue your top three. That's subjective. That's your pick. But to put a player like LeBron James outside of your top 10, that's just you finding ways to hate. We're gonna take this over to what DreamersPro had to say. Let me get to this super chat real quick. We got M and M ATL always coming through the sports channel with the $10 super chat. He says the older players, agents, big mad they couldn't make money off the current players. That is facts. And when you look at who is at the top of the mountain, especially in the NBA, it's Clutch Sports. All right, we're gonna take y'all over to this DreamersPro video. So we can see DreamersPro, we can see his response. And so there are two elements that I want to break down in DreamersPro Pro's response. One, he completely deflects and starts crying about something that's not even really being discussed here. That's one. And two, he fails to discuss what I think is the most important element of the conversation, is what we just saw. That is the most important element. Is you have a former agent in David Falk who seemingly is jealous of Rich Paul, who arguably has had and is having more success than a David Falk. And we know at this stage he's made far, far more money. That's not even close. And just so y'all can see, I'm going to put it on the screen just so y'all can see the top agents in the NBA. I'm going to show you in such little time what Rich Paul has been able to do and why there is so much jealousy for Clutch Sports just across the globe. Let me show y'all this real quick. When you look at the top agents in the NBA, the top agent in the NBA is Rich Paul, right? He's the agent over $500 million in salaries, $628 million to be exact. He has 37 players, 4 All-Stars. Told y'all, Rich Paul has come out of nowhere to dominate the NBA. He's passed up Jeff Schwartz, a longtime agent. He's passed up Bill Duffy, a longtime agent. He's passed up Mark Bartelstein, a longtime agent. He's passed up Mike Lindman. He's passed up all these agents of the old guard. All these agents of the old guard are just dropping down this list, while Rich Paul has come seemingly out of nowhere to take the number one spot. This is just the NBA. We haven't even talked about football, baseball, all the college athletes with NIL deals under his mantle as well. This is just the NBA. And when you talk about the jealousy of some of these agents, when you have certain agents running around complaining, and remember, David Falk was complaining about what? He was complaining about if Jordan could move around from team to team, you're complaining and crying about player mobility. Well, who helps govern player mobility more so than the agents? This is how we know everything that he's crying about is directly tied to Rich Paul and just jealousy for Rich Paul and the success of Rich Paul. When you talk about David Falk, who was one of the forefront, who was one of the people at the forefront of the NBA? Do y'all remember this? When the NBA, for a short period of time, had implemented a rule that said to be an agent, you have to have a college degree. Who was at the forefront of that ruling? It was David Falk. Why would David Falk be at the forefront of that ruling, trying to implement a rule into the NBA that says to be an agent, you have to have a college degree? Maybe it's because the guy that's seemingly headed to the top don't have a college degree. It shows just jealousy. And then when the NBA saw that they would just receive a ton of backlash for implementing the rule to that degree, they ditched it as quick as it came. But who was at the forefront of that? Who was one of the leaders trying to push and propagate that? Why would David Falk try to do that? It just shows the jealousy, y'all. There's a lot of connections to his jealousy, man. But when we talk about the hate and the delusional hate, because when we talk about LeBron James's career, y'all, I'm like, there are a lot of things that LeBron has done in his career that are you're good to go to criticize those things. What I see is I just see people running. I mean, they're running under trash cans. They're doing everything they can to find anything to complain about anything, but they never had these same arguments for anyone else. Mark S has a stat padding career. So Mark S, if all you had to do was stat pad your way to billions of dollars, if you could stat pad your way to being a billionaire, how come you didn't stat pad your way to being a billionaire? If it's ultimate stat padding, how come you ain't training your son to be your ultimate stat padder and build generational wealth in your family? just by going into this so-called soft NBA and just stat pad if it's that easy? Why be the biggest losers you can find talk about stat padding? Why be the guys when they pick up a basketball, I mean, it looked like you picking up a 15-pound dumbbell trying to dribble it or something. Imram, the point is only bums talk about stat padding. There are no hoopers that talk about stat padding. There only bums talk about that. You know what good players like? Good players like their stats. I don't know a good player that don't like their stats. Only bums don't care about their stats. Only people that can't put that ball through the hoop crying about stat padding. Only them fat, lethargic people that can't jump up and grab a rebound cry about rebounds. Y'all just cry about stuff that y'all can't do. Stat padding. That's what I said. Like I told y'all yesterday, I could stick half y'all in a league with 13-year-olds and y'all couldn't even stat pad against little kids. Y'all be making it seem like stat pad, like that's what do you think happens when you nice at a sport? Stats accumulate. How do we know Jordan is a great scorer? Goddamn stats accumulated. How do we know Kobe's a great scorer, great player? The stats accumulated. How do we know Bill Russell's a great rebounder? Motherfucker grabbed 20 goddamn rebounds a game, accumulated the goddamn stats. What the hell y'all talking about stat padding? I told y'all couldn't stat pad, and I could put y'all in little kids' YMCA leagues. But y'all be acting like it's so easy to do. But y'all can't teach the game. Y'all can't teach y'all kids the game. And we're talking about a game that will literally pay you millions of dollars that y'all would say is so soft and so easy to do. Y'all can't do it. Your kids can't do it. Your mama and daddy couldn't get you to do it, or they could do it themselves. But y'all want to run around and say soft and this is stat pad, but y'all can't do a lick of none of it yourself. Give me a bona fide hooper talking about stat padding. And maybe I'll listen. I don't want to hear bums in the chat with absolutely zero basketball resume talking about stat padding. I don't know what else is supposed to happen when you're good at basketball. You see, look at people like Willie just crying. Can't never talk about the merit of what I'm trying to say. You just cry about the delivery. That's what a lot of y'all do. Y'all cry about the delivery. That's seemingly what happens every time I talk about something. I did my video on Jordan in 1988. When I go through the comments, what is everybody doing? Oh, you got to be a LeBron fan. You crying about the delivery. That not one person in the comments is actually talking about, damn, this motherfucker Jordan did get barbecued every single game in 1988. Damn, how did this motherfucker actually win the DPOY? This motherfucker was getting cooked every night. Y'all don't want to never talk about the actual content. Y'all just want to cry about it. Man. And this era is supposed to be the soft era. This is supposed to be the soft era. Y'all can't, we be bringing y'all on the panel. Y'all can't stay on topic. Y'all get to crying, whining, over talking, try to create helter skelter on the panel just to disrupt so we can't have a good conversation. Willie said, I stopped at 88. Willie, I could keep going like Willie. I'm going to tell you right now, Willie, if there's anybody else crazy enough to do it, I can. Because I'm going to tell you right now, Willie, I got another year that I could point out to you. 1996, where Jordan was first team All-NBA. He was getting cooked every game that year too. I mean, I can go down the line if you really want me to. I just use 1988 as an example because when you win the DPOY, you're supposed to be the best defensive player in the league. How are you the best defensive player in the league when John Long is dropping 20 points on your head in 12 minutes? How are you supposed to be the best defensive player in the league when Doc Rivers, a guy who averaged 11 points per game, gives you a 30-point triple-double? How is you the best defender in the league when Fat Lever drops a 34-point triple-double on your neck? Half these players y'all don't know, but because they was barbecuing Jordan, y'all gonna pretend that they was nice. Fat Lever, yeah, he was that dude. Yeah, Doc Rivers, man, he was nice. Yeah, John Long, I remember him. Yeah, World Be Free, he was hooping. Y'all just got to make up stuff just to maybe he just wasn't defending like that. Maybe it was just a media given award. We're going to get to Dreamers Pro response. All right, let's get this up here, y'all. And look, y'all. And look, I'm not going to be one of those people to tell you don't watch. Y'all need to go watch Dreamers Pro. Why do I tell y'all to go watch and check out and subscribe to Dreamers Pro? Because you need to be educated on stupidity, right? I don't tell you what the only way you can get a full understanding of the stupidity is if you actually watch and discern the stupidity. So I'm not going to be one of those people to say unsub and don't watch. Make sure y'all go check out Dreamers Pro. When you talk about quality of content, man, the man knows how to. He great production, you know, ad sponsors, all that. Man, we're not going to take that away from him. As a YouTuber, he knows what the hell he's doing. I just think as a basketball mind, he's fell into an agenda of I've found a niche of hate. That niche of hate has become fruitful. So we're going to attach ourselves to this niche as long as possible to ride this wave. And I don't, you know, I'm not going to hate him for it. If this is how you get your bag, get your bag. But when you go down this road of hate, it's going to take you down. It's going to take you down a path of a lot of illogical fallacies, a lot of lies. You're going to have to be deceitful. You're going to have flawed arguments that you don't believe. And how do we know this? Because we've already found old videos of Dreamers Pro where he says LeBron James is in his like top 3 or 4. We found old videos of Dreamers Pro when he was young, when he wasn't, you know, when he wasn't so caught up in this LeBron James hate. And he was saying it on camera, man. You know, his production level was a little bit lower. I mean, look, camera quality was low, but he was on camera. LeBron, man, he that dude, man. He's so good, man. You bigging him up. How did this happen, man? Where did this U-turn happen? Remember, we played the video on the channel. We played it for Dreamers Pro. Dreamers Pro has content on his own channel. So we know that what Dreamers Pro is doing is not sincere. It's not because he's done a lot of research and this is a conclusion he's come to. It's because he's found a way to monetize hate. And I can't knock that. Let's hear what Dreamers Pro has to say. And we just listened to the conversation with Stephen A. Smith. We know the direction that they went. We heard what they were talking about. We heard who they were talking about. Now, I want you to listen to the direction that he tries to take it and how he tries to spin it. I want y'all to check this out. Oh, my bad, y'all. Let me fix this. All right, hold on. All right, here we go. Audio's up.
Super agent David Falk. He was recently in New York, I think this week or last week, I believe this week. And he was attending the Sports Business Journal's conference. And they asked him a bunch of questions. One of the questions they asked him was, where do you rank LeBron James in the GOAT conversation? Matter of fact, for those of y'all who didn't see the live or didn't even hear his comments or read them, I'm going to pin it in the chat for you right now. That's some clutch points where I read it from yesterday. Let me read it for y'all now. It says, Michael Jordan's agent calls out LeBron for cherry picking NBA championships. Okay, shout out to everybody in the chat. Let's try to get these likes up. He says, Former Jordan agent David Falk took part in a.
Hold on, y'all. Can anybody help me understand what he's talking about? We got Prod by P. He says, yes, Lamont always double talks for engagement. What the hell are you talking about? Double talks? What is this? Like, what did it like? Why? When are y'all just gonna hit the link and explain this bullshit to me? Y'all say all these weird things in the chat, double talk, engagement. No, this is a basketball topic. I thought what Stephen A. Smith said, look, Stephen A. Smith brought up a very good point that I've never broached that. He talked about how David Falk potentially has a lot of jealousy pent up for the success of a Rich Paul. And therefore is always going to find ways to take shots at his top client, LeBron James. And then there are direct connections that correlate that. David Falk being at the forefront of the NBA, trying to compel the NBA to make it so that agents have to have college degrees. There's a direct connection there because Rich Paul doesn't have a college degree. David Falk advocated for that, right? There are other things that connect the dots. It's just an interesting conversation. What do you mean double talk? I just think y'all say a lot of things because y'all avoid having these conversations. And because when you come up here, I don't let you deflect and derail away from things that aren't even relevant. I force you to talk about the topic. And when y'all can't talk basketball, y'all start running around and whiffing around everywhere in the shadows. That's all. Don't get mad at me because I don't allow y'all to run around and whiffed away. Whiffed about and just do what you want on the panels. I don't let y'all. When Herb come up here, Herb was up here yesterday. He was whiffing about. He was just being loud and boisterous. He was just trying to be loud because once he gets backed into a corner, we know what Herm does. He's going to try to muck it up so you kick him off, and he don't have to really explain himself. That's just typical Herm. Salute to Herm. But when Herm is focused, calm, and he's confident in his take, Herm ain't going to do all that. He's going to lock in. He's just going to give his take, and he's going to be confident on his take. We're just talking about David Falk's, Mr. Winner's response to what he was asked, and why in his response did he choose to try to take subtle shots at LeBron James when the shots that he took make no basketball sense. That's what we're talking about here.
A Q&A session at Sports Business Journal conference in New York. And naturally, a question on the GOAT debate popped up from the crowd, per Rob Schaefer of Sports Business Journal. To no one's surprise, Falk listed Jordan as the GOAT. Before saying that Kareem Abdul-Jabbar and Kobe Bryant would round out his top three, before adding that James would probably be in his top 10. He then said, I really like LeBron, but I think if Jordan had cherry-picked what teams he wanted to be on and two other superstars, he would have won 15 championships. That's what he said yesterday. Now, shout out to everybody in the chat. Shout out to Andrew Romeo. Shout out to Greece in the building. Shout out to Manila. Let's get these likes up, guys. We're just getting into this. So yesterday when we did that live, I reacted to his comments. Just last night, I predicted on the show. I said that this is going to send shockwaves through the La Media. And the person I heard saying the La Media is too raw for TV. He's the first one I ever heard say that.
At DreamersPro, man, it did send shockwaves, man. Nobody was really talking about it. I mean, if you really think about it, the only people that did videos about this are the haters. Sports T, Man Down Sports, DreamersPro, Too Raw for TV. I mean, nobody else talked about this. Like, there's no shockwaves. There are no shockwaves, man. You know, it especially no shockwaves with the angle that he's about to go with it. There are no shockwaves. The one thing you have to give credit for LeBron, like at least LeBron fans, is they don't go seeking out Jordan fans, and they don't go seeking out new information. They don't go seeking out people that can align with their point. They have their opinion. They stand on it. They don't need validation from this person or this person. They just stand on his resume, and his resume is what they stand on for the most part. Now, there are some people that don't, but for the most part, they just stand on his resume. They don't stand on Jordan's resume. They need validation. So, for example, if you look at almost every video that Man Down Sports does, Stephon Marbury said this. Kenny Smith, he said this. Shaquille O'Neal, he said this. They just seek validation. They don't have any real basketball reasons. They don't know how to stand on their own take and just say, it is what it is. This is how I feel. This is the resume. This is what I think. I'm going to stand on it. They need validation. Just go look at their channels. Like literally, just go look at Man Down Sports' entire channel. Whenever he does a video. I mean, he literally just did one today. Look, I can pull it up right now. Watch this. Charles Barkley said this. Hold on. He just released a new one too. Michael Wilbon said this. So they just use, y'all, when you go down to Shaq's, everybody, they just need validation. They just want a whole bunch of people that might agree with what they say because they don't have the confidence to stand on how they think or feel about the game of basketball. Like the way I see basketball, do you really think I'm about to sit here and whiff around waiting on somebody to validate it? No. This is how I see the game. It is what it is. They running around. They need validation from Mike Wilbon, Skip Bayless. They tried to use Stephen A. Smith for validation. They just need validation. They don't have real basketball takes. This is why sometimes, even with Johnny, no matter what you think about him, you can sit down and actually talk basketball with him. You can't sit down and talk real basketball with DreamersPro. They need people to co-sign them for them to have confidence in their basketball takes.
Shout out to him. That they're going to try to have some pushback. And I said, if Rich Paul, who's the agent of LeBron, who's also a super agent, is able to go on show after show after show to tell people why he believes LeBron James is the GOAT, how is it then a problem that David Falk, who they asked the question, not like he actively goes on these shows, who they asked the question, where do you rank LeBron in the all-time standings?
Who had a problem with it? When we listened to Stephen A. Smith's video, y'all, did Stephen A. Smith, Wendy, or Jay Williams, did any of them have a problem with David Falk voicing this opinion, or did they just speak about what he said? No one said, David Falk, why are you talking about LeBron? All they basically said was, at least Wendy and Jay Will said, you didn't answer in good faith. They said your answer sounds like you got a personal vendetta. And Stephen A. Smith just put the stamp still in approval on it by saying, yeah, I think you do have a vendetta. You jealous because Rich Paul has eclipsed you, and he's doing in the NBA what you couldn't do. He can make more money than you because there is more player mobility and movement. And now he's going to go down in history as a far superior agent than a guy like a David Falk. That's why David Falk. All they did was allude to your comments. They're not. See, the thing is, in DreamersPro, and I hope people like to hit DreamersPro are listening. They are not complaining about DreamersPro voicing his opinion. They are just talking about what came out of his mouth. What came out of his mouth. And they did it with logic and reason. I want y'all to continue. Now, as we progress through this, watch how DreamersPro completely derails this to a topic that has nothing to do with what anybody discussed. Because that segment on ESPN was like 10 minutes. They spent 2-3 minutes, talking about the player mobility stuff, and they spent the last 7 minutes talking about the little bit of jealousy factor with Rich Paul. Watch where he tries to take it and completely derails it because he relies on Yao using him as the point of reference. He doesn't rely on Yao actually going back to the source to listen for yourself.
And the man gives his own opinion. His own opinion. And now all of a sudden, all hell broke loose. So what happened? I was going through my computer, and I came across, let me pull it up here, a clip, or not a clip, a full segment from ESPN First Take just today that I want to play for y'all. And during this segment, it has the following headline: unnecessary jab. Stephen A. Smith calls out Michael Jordan's former agent, hear this, for excessive GOAT comments. This is the title. I don't know if y'all can't see it. For excessive GOAT comment. Let's just address the title. Hey guys, let's try to get these likes up to 100 likes, guys. Just a second, y'all. Just a second. So let's address the title. Unnecessary jabs. Unnecessary jabs. Stephen A. Smith calls out Michael Jordan's former agent.
Hey, y'all. Can I give y'all a little bit of advice? Most titles are designed for search engine optimization. If you're smart. This is why when DreamersPro, if you look at some of his titles, he always used clickbait words, big words, shocking news. Bro, he just talking about the dude did a video talking about Paul Pierce walking to work. He said shocking news about Paul Pierce. No, Paul Pierce just walked to work. He lost a bet. You use clickbait to get people shocking news. Sometimes you'll literally see people in his chat saying, "What's shocking about this?" Bro, why like when you look at his channel, man. Like watch this, y'all. He's complaining about ESPN's title. Watch this. Yeah, devastating report. Watch this. He literally does the same thing. Look, he says right here. Stephen A. Smith attacks Michael Jordan's agent. No, he didn't attack him. He did not attack him. Why are you using clickbait words, DreamersPro? All right, we keep going through all his videos. Watch. He literally does the same thing that ESPN just did. Michael Wilbon unleashes on LeBron James. No, he didn't unleash on LeBron James. He made like a 2-minute statement that wasn't even really that crazy. Devastating ratings come out about the NBA. What? The NBA ratings are not devastating. There are no devastating ratings that came out. What are you talking about? Shocking article reveals ESPN plan to give Shannon Sharpe his own show. It's not shocking. It was just an article on Clutch Sports. It really wasn't that shocking, man. Anthony Edwards gets brutally exposed. No, he did not get brutally exposed, man. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Rob Parker exposes Skip Bayless. No. First of all, how can Rob Parker expose Skip Bayless? Those are the two most irrelevant sports minds right now. Skip fell off. He's irrelevant. And nobody watches Rob Parker. RG3 demands ESPN fire Ryan Clark. I never saw that. I don't believe that. Clickbait. Bombshell report reveals Michael Jordan. There have not been any bombshell reports on Michael Jordan. Have any of y'all seen any breaking news tickers come across the screen when you've been watching TV? Anything bombshell about Michael Jordan? I haven't seen anything bombshell about Michael Jordan. My ticker hasn't said anything about Michael Jordan when I watch ESPN. What are you talking about? He's crying about ESPN's title when we can literally, he does the same thing. All this, I'm just going down his list. Major update comes out about Michael Jordan's role at NBC. Yeah, it did come out about his role at NBC. Half y'all didn't believe the article. Do you know the guy that wrote the article? He's going to be on the show next week. So if y'all, for all the people that were crying about his credentials and who he was and where he wrote, well, he's going to be on the show next week. And you guys can ask him about his 20-year history with the Washington Tribune and how he knew Michael Jordan and a lot of these people behind the scenes. So when he comes on the show, y'all can ask him and stop crying to me. Right? That's all. So again, this idiot is talking about the title. He's not talking about the merit, the content, what they were actually saying. That's what he's doing. He's crying about his title when we can literally go to his videos and say Dreamers Pro. Why are you putting bombshell on a video about a dude tying his shoe? Why are you putting shocking on a video? You talking about these three dudes chewing bubble gum over here? We got Avarice Zero. He says this is a lot of energy from both Dreamers Pro and FYF for something that is a nothing burger. What? I mean, it got you here. I haven't seen you here in a minute, Avarice Zero. So whatever we did, salute to Dreamers Pro, salute to FYF. We got you back. You back watching. So that's all we needed. So whatever we did, it worked. It made you click. So I did my job. Let me get back to this video.
For excessive GOAT comments. Those comments are deemed by ESPN as excessive, but the question is why? The reason they view his comments as excessive is because it goes against every single narrative that they try to propagate on a daily basis. And God forbid anybody with any kind of influence goes out there and says something that doesn't align with their narratives. Now it's called as excessive. So I want to play what Steve.
So hold on. So first of all, he's saying that ESPN had a narrative. So just a couple months ago, Stephen A. Smith was on ESPN using ESPN's platform to basically tell LeBron James, I got a whole bunch of dirt on you. I know everything you did. I know stuff. I'm not putting it out there. I know X, Y, and Z. And he said, LeBron, I think why you mad at me is because I don't got you as the GOAT. You not the GOAT. You're not going to be as good as Michael Jordan. He used ESPN's platform to literally tell the world, denigrate LeBron, tear him down. So, but all of a sudden now, when Stephen A. Smith goes from using the ESPN platform, tearing down LeBron, going at him, telling him why he not the GOAT, telling him why he can't be the GOAT, doing all that stuff where y'all was, remember how Dreamers Pro says it, when Stephen A. Smith was on his little tantrum, what was he doing? They were literally, like I'm talking about in real life, slapping honey all over themselves, jumping up, doing videos. Stephen A., man, let's go. They was cheering him on. They was Stephen A. Smith fans to the fullest. He confirmed LeBron ain't the GOAT. He can't be the GOAT. You mad at me because I don't got you as the GOAT, and I got other dirt on you, and all this stuff. And if you would have swung on me, I would have fought back, man. I would have beat you up. They was with all of the bullshit. They was with all the bullshit. When ESPN was allowing Stephen A. Smith to throw out all the bullshit, right? But now all of a sudden ESPN has an agenda. When just a couple of months ago, ESPN was using it. They was just letting Stephen A. Smith ride. You ain't the GOAT. This is why you ain't good. Stephen A. Smith was every show. It was about LeBron and the square off and the face up. And what was they doing? Man down sports, Sports Tea, all of them with the honey packs. Remember what I said in my video? Remember when I did my video, and I'm gonna pull that video for you guys. Remember when I did that video, the AI video about DreamersPro? What did I say in my video about DreamersPro? Why he was gonna get deported? I'm gonna pull that video for y'all too to remind you. He got deported in the future because he got caught smuggling the honey packs. Some of y'all didn't see that video. I'm gonna have to remind y'all.
Stephen A. Smith said. I want y'all to hear the vitriol that Stephen A. Smith was speaking with. Let me play it for y'all. Hold on.
Speaking at Sports Business Journal's conference earlier this week, Michael Jordan's longtime agent, David Falk, said LeBron is probably in his top 10 players of all time, and went on to say this, quote, I really like LeBron, but I think if Jordan had cherry-picked what teams he wanted to be on and had two other superstars, he would have won 15 championships. Stephen A., your reaction.
He was at a business conference, but obviously the cameras are rolling, microphones are on. I think it was an unnecessary shot at LeBron James. And I also think that it was a bit excessive because LeBron James is one of the top 2 or 3 players in the history of basketball. When people bring up...
Hold on. Now, mind you, he said, I want y'all to listen to what he said. He said, I want y'all to listen to the vitriol that Stephen A. Smith has. This is what, so I want y'all to be listening, because what we listening for is we listening based on what he said. He said, I want y'all to listen to the vitriol. This might be one of the calmest times we ever hear Stephen A. Smith talk. He said he said this with vitriol. Y'all know what that vitriol means? That means he's going. Remember how Stephen A. Smith was going off on LeBron James on ESPN about the square off? That was vitriol. But he says that this is vitriol. Well, listen to this, man.
Top 5, top 10. Now you are getting insulting. There are not 3 players, 4 players in NBA history better than LeBron James. That is a lie. Okay. And David Falk knows that. Having said that, he ain't lying about the comparison to Jordan. If Jordan had picked to assemble a super team, you damn right he would have won about 10 titles, if not more. That's absolute.
So not only is he not saying it with vitriol, he's actually agreeing with David Falk to a certain degree. He ain't saying nothing with no vitriol. He didn't say nothing that was shocking. He didn't say nothing that was devastating or all these crazy words he liked to use. I want y'all to know, why is he doing this? There's a reason why he's doing this. I want y'all to keep listening.
True. But that's not what Jordan did. And in the end, what LeBron is going to have to live with is the fact that you joined Miami for your first.
Okay. I'm going to assume, shout out to the 300 people in the live. Let's try to get these likes up to 150 likes. I'm going to assume that Stephen A. Smith did his due diligence and understood that the 3 people he had ranked higher than LeBron is Michael Jordan, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, and Kobe Bryant. Those are the 3. I'm going to assume that he did his homework and that he's aware of that. Let's get into this thing of it being disrespectful. Hold
on. What did he just say? Hold on. Watch this.
3. I'm going to assume ranked higher than LeBron is Michael Jordan, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, and Kobe Bryant. Those are the 3. I'm going to assume that he did his homework and that he's aware of that. Let's get into this thing of it being disrespectful. Here's my issue. So,
they said, see, this comes from just bad comprehension. They didn't say that it was disrespectful that he wasn't in the top 3. They said it was disrespectful that David Falk said he was probably top 10. This is called comprehension skills, y'all. So when you say somebody is probably top 10, that means they are barely in the top 10 or possibly not even in the top 10. That's what they said was disrespectful. We got Charles Thomas says, Lamont, you're not getting on Clutch Spade-Bro. But why would I? Well, first of all, if Clutch Sports, a sports agency, that is an agency for news writers, athletes, baseball players, football players, basketball players, soccer players, hockey players, if they wanted to sign me, I'm definitely going to sign with them. They're a sports agency and they make people millions of dollars. But I don't think that's how they sign people. I don't think they scour through YouTube looking for videos about DreamersPro to determine who they're going to sign, Charles Thomas. I don't think that's how they made billions of dollars. You know, I don't think they signed the $628 million in NBA contracts that they have. I don't think they went through all of those guys' Twitter profiles and IG comments to make sure that they were always talking good about LeBron James before they signed him. Y'all throw out Clutch like it has anything to do with this conversation. The only element that this has to do with the conversation is that David Falk has a clear vendetta against Rich Paul and his success with Clutch Sports. And that's where his hate and disdain for LeBron James comes from. That's what they were talking about. But y'all like to be off topic. Y'all like to cry. Y'all like to deflect. And y'all like to talk about things that absolutely have zero relevance to the topic.
It is not disrespectful to rank LeBron ahead of Kobe, but it is disrespectful.
Nobody said, do you see how this is not a Kobe conversation. Now what we're doing is now he's inserting his own narrative in. We listened to almost the whole 13 minutes of Stephen A. Smith, Windhorse, and Jay Will on ESPN. They didn't even mention Kobe's name. We even listened to what David Falk had to say. He didn't even mention Kobe Bryant. Listen to how he injects a player that's not even in the conversation, that's really not even the topic, into this conversation, just to try to remember what I said at the beginning of this, y'all. They just use Kobe Bryant as a prop to throw at LeBron James. They don't really respect his legacy. They don't care about his career. They just inject them into conversations where it doesn't belong.
To rank Kobe ahead of LeBron, and the question then becomes why? Why is that the case? And what kills me is that Stephen A. Smith is talking like as if his opinion is the opinion. Like as if there are not millions and millions and millions and millions of people out there that rank Kobe ahead of LeBron. He's acting like as if it's a fringe opinion. The fringe opinion is saying that LeBron is on Michael Jordan. That's a manufactured opinion that was a fringe opinion that became popularized by people like Nick Wright, Shannon Sharp, Kendrick Perkins, Stephen A. Smith to a certain. They popularized.
All right. So he basically saying that anybody that thinks LeBron James is a top 10 player in NBA history is because Kendrick Perkins, Nick Wright, and Shannon Sharp told you so. Is that how we came to the conclusion, y'all? Am I tripping, or is that how we came up to the conclusion? Because Kendrick Perkins, Nick Wright, and Shannon Sharp told us. These are the basketball aficionados that we run to as if we need validation, right? For the people that believe LeBron James is a great player, and you don't even have to believe he's the GOAT. For the people that believe he's a great player, when I say great, top 10 player, for most people, top 5. We have to run around like people like DreamersPro and Man Down Sports. And we're running around seeking validation on our opinion by getting the cosign of Shannon Sharp, Nick Wright, and Kendrick Perkins. Those are the people that put the stamp seal of approval on LeBron James' career. That's what it is, right? This is what they really believe this, y'all. They really believe this. Mamba 24. So Mamba 24, as if your name isn't a dead giveaway, says, Lamont, you bugging. Why can't y'all just say the opinion that y'all want to say? Why do y'all always got to say some blanket statement that I don't know what the hell you mean? I'm a troll. What am I trolling? Am I playing slow? What am I playing slow about? Do I actually begin it? Why y'all say these blanket statements that don't mean nothing? What am I trolling? I want to know, how did he inject Kobe Bryant into this conversation when I didn't hear nobody talking about no Kobe Bryant? David Falk just said, I probably got LeBron James top 10. That was the disrespect that they were referring to. He didn't say he's in my top 10. He said probably top 10, alluding to he could possibly be out of my top 10. That is the disrespectful element. It has nothing to do with Kobe. And when y'all say he mentioned Kobe, we're just talking about when David Falk mentioned LeBron, he said LeBron is probably in my top 10. We're just going to use third grade listening skills. When they said that he was being disrespectful, that's what they were referring to, you guys. The probably top 10 part. Because most people with a brain believe LeBron is top 10. Where you have him in the top 10, that's completely up to you. But at this stage in LeBron's career, is it disrespectful to have him outside of your top 10 or to allude to having him outside of your top 10? Probably so. That's what we're talking about. Why do y'all fake Kobe fans try to inject Kobe in conversations that don't involve Kobe? And the only thing that happens is then you get this whole wave of people digging and tearing into Kobe's career, and then you have people making graphics like this. Because you're going to have people making graphics like this because y'all want to go dig and dig and dig, and then motherfuckers start doing shit like this. Head to head, LeBron James, 16-6 versus Kobe. He scored more points. He averaged more points. He averaged more rebounds. He averaged more assists. He averaged more steals. He averaged more blocks. He had a higher field goal percentage. He had a higher three-point field goal percentage. He had a higher effective field goal percentage. He had a higher box plus minus. He had a higher VORP. See, when y'all go around digging and prodding at these people and they start creating graphics like this, and then they start putting the information in front of your face. Kobe Bryant, 6-16 versus LeBron James. Then they start doing shit like this, putting up stuff like this. NBA regular season. Kobe never scored. He don't average more points than LeBron, rebounds, assists, steals, or blocks. He don't have more points. He don't have more rebounds, assists, steals, or blocks for a career. When you go to the playoffs, it's literally the same thing. Then they start running down shit like this. Then they start looking at the career. LeBron James, 4 MVPs, 4 finals MVPs. Then they start running down the accolades. And then y'all get mad. See, I can show you another video. Look, see, when y'all start digging and prodding around, messing with people, then these motherfuckers start making videos like this. Watch this.
Let me be crystal clear. There's not a single way to argue that Kobe Bryant was a better basketball player. Matt Barnes recently came out and said that strictly when it comes to basketball, Kobe Bryant's better than LeBron. But what's kind of funny is that when it strictly comes to basketball, there's literally no way to argue that Kobe's a better scorer. Then why does LeBron average more points on better points per game? Kobe was a better scorer. Young LeBron averages the same amount of efficiency than prime Kobe. Kobe's more clutch. LeBron is the most efficient, most playoff performer of his generation, whereas Kobe, he's the least efficient. And LeBron has 5 playoff buzzer beaters, the most all time, 2 more than any other player ever, whereas Kobe, he only has 1. Kobe was a better three-point shooter than LeBron. Well, LeBron has a better three-point percentage than Kobe. He takes more attempts per game. His best three-point shooting season is better than Kobe's, and when they were both in the league, LeBron was a better three-point shooter. Kobe always showed up. He never missed games like LeBron. Well, during their 13-year primes, LeBron averaged 94 games a year, whereas Kobe, he only averaged 89. Kobe never quit on his team. He never ran from the grind. Well, except when he requested a trade just 2 years after losing Shaq. Whereas LeBron stayed in Cleveland for 7 years without having a single All-NBA teammate. Oh, Kobe's better in the playoffs than LeBron. Well, in the playoffs, LeBron averaged more points, more rebounds, more assists, better field goal percentage, more efficient. Same thing in the NBA Finals. And in Game 7s, it's not even close. It's not even close. Kobe wins more. Then why does LeBron have a better win percentage in the playoffs and twice as many Finals MVPs? And not to mention, LeBron's been the best basketball player on literally every team he's been on. Whereas Kobe, that's not the case. So yeah, strictly when it comes to basketball, LeBron's better.
Well, y'all get around messing around with people. Y'all keep digging and prodding, messing around with people. The motherfuckers creating videos like this. And then now y'all have to run around and now y'all have to find a way to refute these facts. Y'all run around injecting Kobe into conversations he don't believe. How you going? Now, DreamersPro, what I want you to do is instead of responding to these fruitless articles and these subjective opinions, I want you to respond to old boy. Old boy just decimated your boy Kobe. I want you to respond to him. And I want you to try to hit him back with facts. Why don't you respond to somebody like that? See, these are the people that y'all get mad at. Because y'all get mad at people like that because they done came and threw a whole bunch of facts at you. See it? So y'all be running around getting mad at me. Get DreamersPro. You be targeting the wrong people. You targeting Stephen A. Smith, and they having a casual conversation about David Falk and his jealousy for Rich Paul. You trying to inject that and make it seem like they talking about Kobe. And then I told y'all, these be the videos that people start creating when y'all start injecting Kobe into these conversations where he don't belong. So I want you to go make a video about what old dude said on TikTok. My man just tore Kobe. He just tore Kobe whole resume down compared to LeBron James. Every argument that y'all can come up with, he just threw it in the whole garbage can. Why don't you go do a video about him? Because I think he said that with some vitriol, DreamersPro. Why don't you go do a video about him? I don't think DreamersPro want them TikTok problems. I honestly, DreamersPro, I think you scared of them young dudes on TikTok. That's what I think, DreamersPro. I think you scared to react to them. I think this is why you always react to these old heads and you just try to seek validation. But you don't go mess with some of them young dudes on TikTok. Them motherfuckers are how you going viral real quick, DreamersPro. You thought they was crazy on YouTube? Shit. It's a reason why I don't mess around on TikTok. Them motherfuckers are crazy over there. They is crazy on TikTok.
Why is this? Back in 2014-15, when nobody ranking LeBron James next to Michael Jordan, when were they? When do you think LeBron all of a sudden started getting ranked next to Michael? When do y'all think that occurred? Was it in 2011? Hell no, because he was sitting on 0 rings. Was it in 2012? Well, you would have to be a flaming idiot to say that LeBron James, who had 1 NBA championship, would be ranked ahead of Kobe Bryant or Michael Jordan, who had 6, or Magic Johnson, who had 5, or Tim Duncan, who had 5, or Shaq, who had 4. So it didn't happen in 2011. It didn't happen in 2012. 2013, he won his 2nd championship. You would still have to be a flagrant moron to say that you would rank him ahead of some of these players I just mentioned, like Duncan, like Kareem, like Kobe, like Shaq, like Magic Johnson. You would have to be a super bozo. So the question,
wouldn't you, by this logic, y'all, wouldn't you have to be a bozo then to rank Jordan over Kareem Abdul-Jabbar in 1989, 1990? Because that's when Jordan was labeled the GOAT. Jordan was labeled the GOAT well before he had 6 championships. Why don't you do a video addressing the bozos that labeled Jordan the GOAT well before he did anything that could be compared to a Kareem Abdul-Jabbar? And at the end of the day, even after he won his 6 championships, his resume still don't stack up to Kareem Abdul-Jabbar's. It still don't stack up. And had it not been for certain awards not existing, he would outclass Jordan in almost every individual accolade. He's been to more finals. He's won the same amount of finals. He has more MVPs. Add way more defensive teams. All these things. Why did y'all not have the same sentiment about Jordan? Jordan was labeled to go well before 6-0. So when y'all cry about the people who are able to put LeBron over Jordan, it's because you guys were able to put Jordan over Kareem without consideration for the championships. You guys, DreamersPro, you Jordan fans set the foundation for how to identify GOATs. Jordan fans are the ones that said Jordan was the GOAT well before Kareem, when he didn't even have a championship. They were making connotations of him being the GOAT in 88. By 89, 90, it was all over Sports Illustrated, and it was all over news publications. He hadn't done anything in the NBA. Y'all said he was the GOAT. So it's the Jordan fans that set the foundation for when and how you can identify and label GOATs. How do you conversely then get mad at LeBron fans who look at things outside of just championships to say that LeBron is the GOAT? That's exactly how Jordan became the GOAT. What are y'all talking about? This DreamersPro is so out of touch with basketball, y'all, that he thinks that the NBA world waited till Jordan got to 6-0, retired after the Washington Wizards, and then they started to evaluate his career and said, damn, I think he's the GOAT. No, you motherfuckers looked at how he jumped. Y'all looked at his shoe sales. Y'all looked at his popularity. Y'all looked at his athleticism and said, God damn, this is the GOAT. Y'all didn't give a damn about championships. That's why y'all bumped Kareem down. So while you say that people disrespect Kobe, why did y'all disrespect Kareem Abdul-Jabbar every day of the week times 10? And y'all didn't care. Y'all disrespected Bill Russell. That man has 11 championships. And what do all Jordan fans do? All Jordan fans do is tell us why those championships don't mean a damn thing. All they do is spend their whole time. When you say 11 championships, he was playing little white dudes. They was bums. Oh, so the championships don't count. They don't mean nothing. So with Bill Russell, it's about stats because Jordan can't beat him in the championship. With Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, it's about the finals MVPs. Y'all always find some small nuanced thing to wiggle your way out of talking real basketball.
Question then becomes, when did he get so high in the ranking? Was it 2014? Well, you can't be serious because they got blown off of the finals by a record margin. So when did this GOAT talk begin? In
DreamersPro, the GOAT talk began. Just go look at the video you did yourself about 8 years ago, DreamersPro. I'm about to pull the clip. I'm going to put it on the screen. DreamersPro, just go look at your video when you were saying LeBron James was in the GOAT conversation on your own channel, on your own videos. That's probably around the time when he started getting labeled the GOAT. When you started saying it, DreamersPro. Before you flipped and started to monetize LeBron James hate, and when you were actually making videos saying that LeBron James was in the GOAT conversation, when you actually were saying that LeBron James was better than Kobe himself, he had LeBron ranked over Kobe himself. I'm going to put a video up and show y'all. That's probably around the time, DreamersPro. This is how we know this is all fake. You cannot be saying this stuff when this man has videos of himself saying that LeBron is over Kobe. I'm about to put a video up.
These people's minds, the GOAT talk started, get this, in the year 2015 to 16. LeBron went from being ranked by...
What is he talking about, man? My Mitchell Patterson said, pull up the video. Y'all don't believe me, right? We played it on this channel once before. I'm about to pull it up for you. Hold on, watch this. Let me take this down. And you know what? And check this out. While I look for that video, I'm gonna give y'all a simple reminder. I'm gonna give y'all a simple reminder of what life is going to look like for people like DreamersPro here in a couple years. All right. I'm going to show y'all. Oh, hold on. I'm in the wrong section. Because I think he needs a subtle reminder, man. Some of these people are just off the rocker, man. We're gonna drop the link. I'm gonna bring some of y'all up here before because we not gonna be live too much longer. We know we got Go James Kingdom. He's gonna be his show Friday Night Exposure. He's gonna be on at 6. Make sure y'all stick around and stay tuned into that show as well. Let me get this clip, man. Because some people like this just exposing themselves, man. I think I found it here. Here, check this out, y'all. That's what's gonna happen, man. It's over with for him, man. It's over with for him. I'm gonna keep looking for that. I'm gonna drop the link, man. We're gonna get y'all up here to cook on this, man. Injecting Kobe Bryant in a conversation where he doesn't belong, using him as a prop, right? To try to find a new way to tear down LeBron James, right? Not using it in all sincerity, not saying he's better than LeBron because you are a true fan of the game, just throwing him around, using him as a prop, right? And then really just trying to find people to validate your talking point, not standing on a real basketball tape. All right, let me get this up here. Let me share this link. Get y'all on the cook. Salute to Young Africa. I see you in the chat, man. Let's get y'all up here to cook. And I saw him in the chat earlier, 2 Peas and a Bong podcast, man. Make sure y'all go check them out. I'll be putting that link in the chat so y'all can go sub up over there. If you want to pull up, man, we can cook on this topic. Link is in the chat, man. Let's get some of y'all to pull up, man. Like I say, man. DreamersPro, man, again. Got caught smuggling honey packs, man. Lofton. I didn't forget. I tried to keep it PG-13. And the outcome for people like Kwame Brown and Mookie Jones, actually, I already did a video on Mookie Jones. See, if you're an OG of the channel, would you have seen it though? Like I can show y'all the video that I did on Mookie. We got Mookie up out of here a long time ago. That wasn't even me, right? That was FYF Fred, right? I can show y'all that video too, man. We got Mingo Jester. We got Mahar. I'm gonna let Mingo Jester cook. And hold on, Mingo, you got to echo. Mingo, you got to echo. And then I'm gonna let him cook, man. I'm gonna show y'all what happened with Mookie. See, y'all thought Coach James Kingdom got him first. Now it was FYF Sports. Go ahead and cook, Mari.
Oh, you want me to go first?
Yeah, go ahead and cook.
All right, well, I'll start it off by saying this. DreamerPro is a freaking clown. Like, we already know what time it is. You know what really, annoyed me because I don't listen to his content anyway, because he already got destroyed by Legend of Winning anyway. But the thing is that the guy, I don't know if he went to special education or something, but the guy never comprehends, and he doesn't listen to the topic of what it actually was said, and then he always tries to regurgitate the same useless talking points that's already been rebuked and basically had been debunked a long time ago. And it's just like, you old heads, you guys need to start coming up with your own damn content and stop seeking for validation from people in mass media. Like, seriously, it drives me absolutely insane that they want to seek validation, and then when they go against when these same people on corporate media go against their agenda, then they want to start talking and say how they're calling sidelines and everything like that. I'm just tired of it, bro. I really am. This is one reason I don't watch ESPN, I don't watch Fox Sports, and I sure as hell do not watch any of those other channels because they continue to speak propaganda that doesn't make any level of sense. That's all I gotta say. So let somebody else cook.
We got Mingo Jester up here. Mingo, what's good, man?
Man, do I still got an echo or no?
Nah, that sounds a little bit better.
Man, what are we doing, Lamont? What is this screen really about?
What you mean?
Like, I heard,
hold on. I've been live for 2 hours, and you asked me, what are we talking about? What are you talking about?
That ain't what I mean. Man, that ain't what I mean by that. Shut the hell up and let me explain what I'm talking about. That ain't what I mean by that. What I'm saying is, what are we really trying to promote here? What are we really trying to say? Like, what you trying to say?
That's what I was asking DreamersPro. What are you really trying to promote? Because when I listened to the Stephen A conversation, they were not talking about Kobe. They were not throwing vitriol at Michael Jordan or even the GOAT debate. What they were doing was they were talking about how David Falk is intentionally trying to disrespect LeBron James by saying he's fringe top 10 or not in the top 10. And they also talked about where that hatred might stem from. And the bigger part of that conversation was, and Stephen A. Smith talked about how he has had past beefs with David Falk when he was the agent of Allen Iverson. So he does understand the dynamics of how David Falk operates. And he said he believes that this is just jealousy for Rich Paul, an agent who has surpassed what David Falk was able to do during his time when he was an NBA agent because of the player mobility. So when David Falk makes comments about player mobility, jealous about how LeBron is able to move around and create winning situations for himself, and Jordan was stuck in one place, even though Jordan chose to be with Chicago, and when Jordan could have had an opportunity to go elsewhere, he decided to retire. When Scottie Pippen and Phil Jackson weren't there, he didn't stay and grind it out. He said, I'm going to retire. I can't do this without Scottie and them boys. So when they allude to this stuff and they talk about how Jordan coulda or woulda, shoulda done these things, Jordan with his career proved that he wouldn't do those things and he couldn't do those things because when the going got tough, after his dad died, he quit. When the going got tough, when Scottie Pippen left and Phil Jackson left, he quit. He kept quitting when the going got tough. He never stuck it around, gutted it out, tried to build it up with other players or teams, or even tried to test his waters in free agency with other teams. All these things are fictitious, made-up lies about Michael Jordan. And how do we know this? Because Jordan's career played out. And this is what Jordan showed us. This is what Jordan showed us. And so when people make these exaggerations of Jordan could have won 15 championships if he could. No, he couldn't have. Jordan's career showed us he couldn't have done that. Jordan, when the going got tough, showed us that he would quit. Not just once, but twice. And so when we talk about these things, one, you misinterpret what Stephen A. Smith and those guys were even saying on the show. Two, you try to inject Kobe Bryant into it as if they are trying to denigrate Kobe Bryant, and they're not. They didn't even mention Kobe. This was about David Falk. And then two, you completely ignore the jealousy that he's throwing at Rich Paul because Rich Paul is just better as a sports agent than David Falk ever was. That's what we're talking about. All right, Mingo. Mingo ain't got nothing to say. We're just gonna go to Hollywood Herm. Herm, what's good?
Man, I don't know why you making this such a big deal. Now you cook a DreamersPro. I mean, he easy work, so I mean, he's nothing special about cooking DreamersPro, but at the same damn time, bro, Rich Paul has said a lot of things too as an agent about different things regarding basketball. What the hell is wrong with Jordan's former agent basically putting his input on things as well? Stephen A, other parts you didn't talk about was Stephen A. Stephen A, the same motherfucker. Sat there and basically was talking about they was enlightened about how Rich Paul try to get the media to start controlling basically start promoting LeBron the GOAT type of thing. So I mean, the agents go do that, bro. Especially they ride or die for their clients. It is what it is. I don't think it's a big deal with David Falk. Now with DreamersPro overreacting, yeah, cook his ass because I think that's just overreaction. I think it's a damn shame that he can go through these extreme lengths. But outside of that, there's nothing wrong with David Falk doing what he's doing. Rich Paul do it all the goddamn time.
Herm, I don't know if you were here earlier when we said I said that no one has a problem with David Falk expressing his opinion. I said what they were talking about was they weren't saying he can't have an opinion. They were talking about what he actually said. And what he actually said, and they were trying to delineate his words and what his true meaning was. So when he said LeBron James is probably top 10, they said that they felt what he said. They didn't say he couldn't have an opinion or he shouldn't be talking. They just said when you say that, you're trying to take a subtle shot at LeBron because, one, I don't think anybody, even if you hate LeBron, is going to have him outside your top 10. You might have him low towards the bottom half. But to allude to having them outside of your top 10, they said that is disrespectful.
I mean,
they carried the conversation on and said that potential disrespect stems from potentially his jealousy for Rich Paul as an agent. They were just saying that. They weren't saying he can't have an opinion or he can't talk. Okay. That's not what nobody said.
I'm going to give you an example then. Was it disrespectful when Dr. J said in his own top 10, he didn't have LeBron in his personal top 10? Was it disrespectful when Dr. J did?
I wouldn't say so because he came from a different era. So
but I'm saying he listed and he basically had LeBron on.
Well, the reason why it wasn't disrespectful. The reason why it wasn't disrespectful with Dr. J is because the one thing Dr. J actually did was he actually gave a criteria that put LeBron outside the top 10. And so whether I agree with his criteria or not, at least he had a criteria that, well, damn, okay, if that makes sense then. And so Dr. J's top 10 was formulated out of what? Mostly older guys that he grew up watching. And a criteria,
like I said, yeah.
And a criteria that was built around putting those older guys in his top 10. I can't knock him for his criteria. He told us LeBron was out of the top 10 and he told us why. David Falk didn't tell us why. He didn't give any criteria or reasoning. He left that up for the debate. And so what they're saying, what they're doing on ESPN is they're saying, since you want to leave it up to debate, we believe you're only doing it because of your jealousy for Rich Paul. Do you believe that there's jealousy for Rich Paul?
J on blast.
We're not talking about Dr. J. We're talking about David Falk.
But you
stay on topic.
But I'm giving you an example of a guy that did the same thing. So basically, what I'm saying,
it's not the same thing. Herb, stay on topic. Can we please, for one day, not reduce our brain cells to sheer stupidity by talking about Dr. J? Just because Dr. J did it, I told you what made it different when Dr. J did it. He gave context, he gave a criteria, and I can't knock a man's criteria. David Falk gave no criteria. He left it up for discussion. And Stephen A. Smith and a lot of people on the panel believe that it was personal. And Stephen A. Smith is talking about what? I believe that you are just jealous of Rich Paul, and your hate for LeBron stems from jealousy of Rich Paul. We are talking about that. We're not saying he can't do it. We're talking about why he did what he did and where it might have stemmed from. You bringing up Dr. J, I actually talked about it. I don't know if you forgot. We talked about it. Go watch the video. We're not talking about Dr. J and why he did what he did. He justified himself, whether we agree with his criteria or not. He gave criteria. I don't have to agree with your criteria, but if you give criteria, I'm gonna rock with it. Why are we talking about? Why do y'all refuse to engage in the actual conversation? We're talking about, is there jealousy for Rich Paul, and is some of the hate for LeBron James stemming from the success of a Rich Paul? That is what we're talking about. Can we stay on topic? We're not saying he cannot do it. He can do whatever he wants, and no one knocked him for doing it. No one said Rich Paul can't talk about it. You came up here talking about Rich Paul does it all the time. And the one thing I told you, everybody here, was nobody even considers Rich Paul an aficionado on these topics. The people run around talking about Rich Paul said LeBron is the GOAT. Let me do a video on it because that substantiates everything I've been saying. Ain't nobody up here in the debate use Rich Paul as a source. Can we lock in one time ever, please, and be on topic?
Well, you become a something that you hate, man. You becoming a sensitive ass nigga, bro.
Okay. Hold on. Hold on. I don't get emotionally charged. Herm ran. I just wanted to him an opportunity to stay on topic. We gave him a second opportunity to stay on topic. And what did he do? He ran his ass up out of here. I told y'all, when people have to actually use their brains and they cannot dance around topics, they run. Herm ran his ass up out of here, right? You could say it's sad, Herm. I'm just asking you to stay on topic. You running up here talking about Dr. J did this. I did a video on that already. Go watch the video. So we talked about that. Don't act like we didn't talk about it. Don't really. That's what I say. Y'all can't think past y'all shoelaces. Y'all just sometimes. I mean, y'all
it's all emotions, Lamont.
Y'all hate for LeBron got y'all retarded acting. We trying to
let
stay
me
on
ask you a
topic.
question though. Let me ask you a question though. Let me put it to the proper topic at hand here. What do you think that David Falk's reasoning is coming from? Do you think because of the fact that Rich Paul has been able to become more successful in a different way than what David Falk went through when he became a top agent, especially when David Falk was at the height of his powers and basically was pretty much the voice of the NBA players during the 98-99 lockout? That was a question for you, Lamont.
Hold on, say that again.
Okay, let me ask you again. Let me make sure I clarify this. So the question I have for you is that do you believe that David Falk's jealousy stems from the fact that Rich Paul was able to make his avenue much more effective and much more of an outreach type of approach than what David Falk did, especially at his time when he was the top agent during his period?
I just think it's jealousy that stems from just like the old heads seem to be jealous of the players of the day. The players today got more freedom. They make more money. They control the league instead of the league controlling them. A lot of the players from these old eras are broke, busted, and disgusted. A lot of them are working regular jobs at Menards and Home Goods and all types of stores and whatnot. They opportunity as far as being in the NBA and being able to amass riches, being able to put together legacies and careers, they couldn't do that. And so what I see is just like there's a lot of players who have obvious jealousy for players of the day because of player mobility. David Falk, who was an agent, right, who really couldn't make the moves. The contracts were much smaller. Contracts were longer. It was harder for him to make money. Really, the only player he probably made money off of were some of the Yankees that he was that he was the agent for, Michael Jordan, right? His ability to make money was stifled and hampered because there was no player mobility. And when a guy like Rich Paul can come in without a college degree, very little experience, he's learning on the fly. He walks in and becomes the top agent in the NBA because he's able to build relationships, network, and be a good people person. Unlike a guy like David Falk, well, he's now the top NBA agent in the league. He got to the top of the mantle much quicker than David Falk did. And when it's all said and done, nobody's going to be talking about what David Falk did as an agent. David Falk, nobody knows David Falk if he's not Jordan's agent. Rich Paul is now connected with NFL players, NBA players, right? He's connected with so many players, right? I mean, I didn't even know he was Allen Iverson's agent until Stephen A. Smith said it. He's not even so the thing is, David Falk is directly tied to Jordan's legacy. If Jordan's legacy dies, David Falk's legacy, whatever it is, dies with it because he didn't do enough as an NBA agent to build up a name and reputation for himself. And when Jordan retired, so did his career. Unlike Rich Paul, where Rich Paul has built up essentially a dynasty in regards to sports agencies. And if LeBron retires, Rich Paul will still be here for the next 20, 30 years as a top agent in the game. And his legacy is not contingent on LeBron sticking around. That's where the jealousy stems from. That's what I'm talking about. I don't think it's any. I think it's just human nature to be jealous to that degree. You look, you see a young black dude who didn't go to college like you did, right? And he's doing way better than you ever did just because he's able to network, right, and build off of what he was able to do with LeBron James.
And he knew somebody that knew somebody that knew somebody.
That's just called jealousy,
right?
Jealousy and hate. And so some of the and all they were alluding to on First Take was for you to make a comment like you did, saying LeBron James is probably outside of your top 10 or probably like you're alluding to him not even being a top 10 player. We can only assume that you're making because that's a crazy statement to make. And when you make a damning statement like that, well, we have to now try to dissect where is this hate coming from. And especially if you don't give a criteria that aligns with that. There's so many people that come up on these panels and say LeBron is this, LeBron is that. And then we ask them for the criteria. And we put that criteria in the chat GPT, just like we did with King Rowe's speech. And the LeBron James is number one based on your criteria, according to chat GPT. See, so we know that he doesn't have a logical basketball reason to put. He doesn't have a basketball reason or a logical reason to say LeBron is not top 10.
It's like you got in the chat that's basically spinning around my name. Bro, you don't know shit about basketball. Beat it. Anyway, the thing with DreamersPro I don't like about him is that DreamersPro, he just doesn't know basketball. That's simple as that. That's why I don't listen to his content. I don't care
Everybody
for
know
it
that.
at all. Actually, yeah, exactly. It's like, dude, this dude is a clown. He don't know basketball. He gets roasted every time. Every time. That's it.
Let me go to Twin Man real quick, and then I'm gonna go to Olo and then Plays by CJ. What's good, Twin Man?
What up? So I'm gonna attack this aspect of the conversation first, and then I'll give my broader take. This notion that if Jordan would have had the ability to pick his team, like Jordan couldn't force his way out of the Bulls if he wanted to, is insane to me. There was only certain players in the 90s that had the ability to force their way out, and those were the superstars of that era. That's why Charles Barkley was able to do it. So if Charles Barkley was able to force his way off of his team twice, why wouldn't Jordan be able to do it? Jordan didn't need to force his way off his team because they consistently put pieces around him from the moment he got in the league. Lamont, you already broke down how he couldn't have another scorer on the team because he wanted to take the overwhelming majority of the shots and he wanted to shine. So that's number one. This notion he'd have won 15 titles, he wouldn't have been able to do it because he wouldn't have been able to coincide with. So you put Jordan on Boston with Bird, guess what? Boston doesn't win because you have Bird saying this is my team and this is Jordan saying this is my team. And guess what? That internal conflict would have messed up the chemistry in Boston. Same thing in Detroit. Detroit was built on defense and playing team basketball. Jordan would have destroyed that as well. So if you put Jordan in this era of basketball and you put him on a contending team, guess what? His team doesn't win because today's teams, you have to play more team basketball. So this notion that if Jordan would have been able to team hop, he would have won is bullshit. We all know he needed a specific formula for him to win, and that formula revolves around two things: Scottie Pippen and Phil Jackson, period. He doesn't have those two things, he cannot win. Jordan's career says that. The second thing I need to talk about here is at least Stephen A. Smith was honest about something. If you have LeBron James outside of your top three, he doesn't respect it. Because at this point, you're just hating. You're not going to be able to name 6 or 7 or 8 or even 9 other players better than LeBron James outside of your delusion. So even though he had that tiff with LeBron James, at least he could keep it real and tell the truth. You see what I'm saying? I respect that. I understand Stephen A. He has some crazy takes sometimes, but I can respect when he can be honest, even when he comes at LeBron James over some of the things he's done over his career. I can sit here and say he has a point on that. At least he can be honest about this. DreamersPro is a Kobe retard. Let's just put that out there. Anybody who knows DreamersPro, he's a Kobe retard. And I'm so tired of this Kobe argument. I am known as the Kobe hater. No, I'm the Kobe truth teller, especially when it comes to actually talking about his career. If you're comparing him to people in the top 10, that's why he's not top 10. And if you're sitting here talking about Kobe Bryant as top 10 or even the GOAT, you don't know basketball. Something is wrong with you. Lamont, you already pointed it out. Kobe Bryant was literally top, maybe top 10, top 15 at most. I've always given Kobe his respect, and I put him at number 11. You can't be in the top 10 if you're not better than Kobe Bryant. To me, that's honor. That's an honor spot. You can't be better than Kobe Bryant. You can't be in the top 10. So I'm just tired of this at this point. It's absolutely hate for Rich Paul because at the end of the day, he came into the league, he took the league by storm, and guess what? He's the top agent, period. Period. And people are mad at it because they didn't have to do all the wheeling and dealing and bullshit to get their names out there. I'm gonna say it this way. His workhorse put him in position and he ran with it. So his name just isn't built off of LeBron James. Yes, it started that way, but now he's created his own dynasty, just like you said, Lamont. So this hate is insane. Let this man give this man his flowers. He sat here and he's built up something for himself. He's built up something for his kids. He has done something amazing, and he didn't have to go through all the bullshit these old heads went through. And instead of them praising him for that, he's trying to tear him down. This is nothing but hate and trying to tear down two legacies at this point. And I'm done.
I found the video, y'all.
Yeah, can I slide in right quick?
Hold on, let me play this real quick. Because I found it and I don't want to take it off my screen. I found the video, yeah. When we was playing the video of DreamersPro. DreamersPro was actually in the chat when we played it. And even when we played the video, DreamersPro says in the chat, he says, I'm exposed. He even said it in the chat. Y'all see it right there on the screen. But this is us when I forgot who found the video. Somebody found the video. Somebody sent me the link of the old DreamersPro when DreamersPro actually was a LeBron James fan, man. I want y'all here. Let me do this. I gotta add the sound back in. I want y'all to check this out. This is crazy. I didn't expect this turn of events, man, to happen today, man. This is crazy right here.
Fan, as someone that has been following the NBA for years, I have to concede that he is truly an unbelievable basketball player. What makes him so great? Okay, what are the things that separates him from people like, Tim Duncan, Kobe Bryant, Michael Jordan, whoever it is, Allen Iverson, Carmelo Anthony, Dwayne Wade? What
did DreamersPro just say, y'all? He said, what are the things that separates him from players like Tim Duncan, Kobe Bryant, yada, yada, yada? What are the things that he just said it himself? He said, what are the things, and mind you, this was years ago. He said, what are the things that separate LeBron James from people like Kobe Bryant? I'm going to run that back, y'all.
Lamont, DreamersPro knows.
Hold on one second. Let me play in the video still. Hold on one second.
Separates him from people like, Tim Duncan, Kobe Bryant, Michael Jordan, whoever it is, Allen Iverson, Carmelo Anthony, Dwayne Wade. What are the things that separate LeBron James from all these other players? And what are the things that allow him to succeed at such a high level and go to multiple NBA finals and win NBA championships and regular season MVPs and all these different things? So today I just want us to look at some of the facets of this game that make him so unique. So one of the things that really stand out about LeBron James is, of course, his passing ability. Now, the thing to understand is that LeBron James is about 6'8" tall. So he's very, very tall, which means that he can.
No, Pride by P. This is not about him saying anything positive about LeBron. He literally just had a meltdown on Stephen A. Smith because Stephen A. Smith said he has LeBron James at number 2 all time, which means it's over Kobe. He literally had a meltdown and started talking about Kobe Bryant because he feels that Kobe Bryant all of a sudden now is better than LeBron James. This is just an old video right here of DreamersPro explaining to the people how LeBron James has separated himself from players like Kobe Bryant. How can 8 years ago, how can LeBron separate himself from Kobe Bryant, but now all of a sudden today, you got Kobe Bryant ranked over LeBron. How does that work?
He's monetized hate. Just like you explained, bro.
Hold on, let
He's
me keep playing
monetized the hate.
I'm gonna keep playing it, man, because people think it's a joke.
See over defenses really, really well, and he's able to pick out players as they move in an offense and put them in positions to score. So that's the first thing. His height, his natural physical, physique already gives him an advantage that some players just don't have. The second thing is his IQ, because for whatever reason, he's really, really, really smart. He has a high basketball IQ, and he has a really good feel for the game. So he knows the type of plays that he has to create in situations. So he knows if he drives to a particular point on the basketball court, he's going to draw attention and then kick out. He's really, really good at passing out of the double team, passing in transition. This is, running the fast break and just coming to a complete stop and just really setting up players to make open buckets. It's something he's been doing ever since he got into the NBA. That's one of the things that really separated him from a lot of people that came into the NBA, because of his ability to set up his teammates. He has the same ability that Steve Nash, Magic Johnson, and other great point guards have, except he's 6'8". So that's what makes it really unique and really hard to defend against, because here's this really big dude coming down the floor and really setting up guys. Usually players at that size are the ones that are on the receiving end, and they're usually the finisher. So that's the first thing, his passing ability. The second thing is his athleticism. LeBron James is probably one of the most athletic.
Now look, y'all, I'm not gonna play the whole thing, but that is DreamersPro on about a 30-minute diatribe telling us why LeBron James is better than Kobe Bryant. He's telling us, remember at the beginning of his own video, he said LeBron has separated himself from people like Kobe Bryant.
That's who he is, bro.
How then has LeBron all of a sudden undid his career and retroactively take some? Did the NBA come take some accolades or championships away or something? And we reverse course on some of this stuff. This is DreamersPro in his own words saying that LeBron James surpassed Kobe. But then he wants to go get mad at people like Stephen A. Smith on ESPN saying that they're all disrespecting Kobe Bryant. How are they disrespecting Kobe Bryant when DreamersPro himself believes that LeBron passed Kobe Bryant? He just be thinking we don't want to go back and do research. He didn't think people would go dig up his old stuff. He probably forgot it was out there. But it's out there, man, y'all. We got plays by CJ. Plays by CJ.
Your favorite rival, Brandon Cass, is out there spinning, garbage again.
He's probably just talking about something that has nothing to do with the topic. I saw something he typed in the chat. He was talking about LeBron's coaches. This ain't a conversation about LeBron's coaches. He just, all Brandon Cat knows how to do is talk about stuff that has nothing to do with the topic. He talks about LeBron got his coaches fired. There has been no credible report that's came out and said he got anybody fired. You just want to assume that. And even if that is the case, who cares? Magic got his coach fired. It's a whole bunch of players that got their coaches fired. I don't give a damn. Get his ass up out of here. Why do I care? What does that got to do with anything? So some of these coaches is trash.
Okay. So as I've been listening to y'all talk, right, getting all y'all little stuff out and all of that. So you just said that DreamersPro said that LeBron was better than Kobe. And what separates himself from those guys. But mind you, Nick Wright also said that Kevin Durant was better than LeBron, but he didn't change it. So you're not
looking at Nick Wright as credible. Why do I care about Nick Wright?
It doesn't matter. He had to change his mind. He had to change.
Why do I care? But what is? But we're
and you look at DreamersPro.
Hold on. How about this? Just because someone else does it, don't mean it's okay. So what we'll do is just for you, Mingle Jester, tomorrow. We'll do a stream just for Nick Wright so we can address Nick Wright. But today we're addressing DreamersPro and the conversation that he had on ESPN, on his reaction to the ESPN conversation. Just because Nick Wright did something with Kevin Durant a long time ago, well, that's a different conversation, different topic. I don't know all the elements to that. I don't know if you're very factual and reporting it correctly. I got to go do my research on it. I'm talking about right now. Again, that's a different topic and a different person. We have the facts in front of us right now. DreamersPro is right now. He all of a sudden now has Kobe ranked over LeBron. Years ago, he had LeBron ranked over Kobe, and he told us why LeBron was ranked over Kobe. Now he's doing a reaction, getting mad at Stephen A. Smith because Stephen A. Smith has LeBron over Kobe, and he's trying to say that that's disrespect to Kobe. That's what we're talking about here, Mingle Jester.
I mean, I don't
care if Nick Wright did something similar. That's another video.
My thing is what Twin Man said was total BS. That's number one, because a lot of the same stuff that y'all, a lot of the same like criteria and stuff y'all use will put Kobe, and will in fact put Kobe over a lot of quote unquote guys y'all got in y'all top 10. Everybody done did it multiple times. Everybody done did it multiple times.
So what in my criteria? What in my criteria puts Kobe over LeBron? Just talk about my criteria.
In the end, you didn't make that statement. Twin Man did, so we can't use your criteria. Because Twin Man,
you don't know Twin Man's criteria.
Well, regardless of what his criteria is, a lot of the criteria that people use, in fact, put Kobe over a lot of the guys that y'all
like what? Like what?
Like when they went back and looked at like a lot of the like all NBA teams, all-star teams, and a lot of this stuff like accolades and stuff, Kobe got a lot of these accolades over these guys.
Oh, what does Kobe have more than LeBron other than championships?
Bro, we ain't talking. But yeah, I'm talking about top 10. I'm talking about Twin Man comments exactly, or what he said that Kobe is outside the top 10. And I was saying that a lot of the criteria that y'all use, in fact, put Kobe in the top 10.
But like what?
That's what I'm saying. I just start naming some of the stuff.
But what criteria puts him in the top 10 that we use?
I literally just start naming it. I literally just named some of the stuff.
You said accolades?
A lot of his accolades did. A lot of his seasons, when people talk about Kobe's seasons, like some of his best seasons put him over some of the guys y'all got in the top 10.
Twin Man has Kobe at 10.
I know. He got him at 11.
Okay, 11.
That's outside the top 10. Last time I checked.
Chill town.
Okay, so what's wrong with that? I got him at 11.
It ain't that wrong with it. I'm just saying what y'all do is cap. Is what I'm saying. It's cap. That's what I'm saying. If you're gonna use logic, it's cap. That's basically what I'm telling you.
Okay, but if it fits the criteria, then how's it cap? Everybody has their own criteria.
Okay, then. I tell you what. Go use your same criteria and put it up against a lot of these guys versus Kobe and you also in Lamont. You can't even talk. You also said you one of the ones that say Hakeem is overrated. So how you got him in your top 10?
Okay, so Mingo Jester, what's your criteria?
I don't understand y'all in this criteria mess.
You just brought up.
I know you haven't even explained your criteria, man. What is it?
What he's saying is y'all got Kobe fucked up.
Okay, hold on. What's your criteria, Mingo Jester? I'm gonna put it in the chat GPT. I'm gonna see what your top 10 is.
Am I right, Jester?
Okay, so, yeah, that's basically what I'm saying. You're right.
Yeah, y'all got Kobe fucked up.
Hold on one second, y'all. Hold on one second, y'all. Hold on. Mingo Jester, what's your criteria for figuring out who the GOAT is?
My criteria is accolades.
Accolades. Okay, let me write
accolades.
This down. Okay,
accolades.
Yep.
Stats. Cause me, I weigh everything. I weigh accolades.
Stats. Okay, I like that. Yeah.
I weigh it all. Everything that got to do with basketball, I weigh it.
Everything that
I don't leave out nothing. Just weigh everything got to do with basketball. Anything you can name about basketball, I put it in my criteria. I don't leave nothing out.
Nothing out. Okay, I'm putting that in. I don't leave nothing out. I don't
leave nothing out. Nothing. Everything that got to do with basketball.
Do you want me to hold on? Let me put this on the screen here. Do you want me to tell ChatGPT anything else to give it better context?
I mean, no. What more context you need?
Okay, so yeah, I put in here. I said Mingo Jester's NBA GOAT criteria is accolades, stats, winning. Everything that has something to do with basketball, I don't leave nothing out. That's your criteria.
Leave nothing out. Yes, I don't leave nothing out. Everything that got to do with basketball.
Okay, tell us Who is top 10 NBA players?
Nah, nigga, man. Just man.
Off this
look at Young Africa.
Okay, let's see. Hold on. Let's see what your criteria is, man. Let's see who your criteria is. All right, Mingle Jester. Oh.
There you go. It says LeBron James at number 1.
Okay, I ain't arguing that. I know some people got LeBron at
man. Come on, Mingle Jester. You gotta do better than this, man. Come on, man. You gotta do
Michael
better
Jordan.
than this.
But hey, also ChatGPT also said that Shaq was the leader of that 06.
Hold on. Hold on, y'all. Hold on 1 second, y'all. Let's go through his whole top 10. Let's go through the whole top 10. Based on
we know what it is.
Hold on. It's gonna give an explanation at the end. And so let me
ChatGPT be on that bullshit sometimes.
I know, hold on, let me read it. Let me just read it. It might be on bullshit. Let me read it. So at number 1, Mingle Jesters. It says Mingle Jesters top 10. It says all criteria considered, accolade stats winning plus everything. LeBron James at number 1, Jordan at number 2, Kareem at 3, Magic at 4, Duncan at 5, Shaq at 6, Steph Curry at 7.
Damn, Steph at 7, and then Kobe Bryant.
Kobe at 8. Why you got Kobe so low?
My only argument was Kobe in the top 10. That was my only argument. That literally was my argument.
Okay,
Kobe in the top 10.
9. That's my argument. And Keem at 10. And it said, yeah. So hold on.
I wasn't arguing the GOAT debate. My argument was Kobe is top 10. That's all I was saying. That's it.
Well, at least Kobe's in your top 10, so I mean that counts.
So Mingo Jester, is LeBron the GOAT? Is LeBron the GOAT?
That's all I wanted. That's all I wanted. That Kobe was top 10. That's what I was trying to tell y'all.
Is LeBron the GOAT?
When I came in, what did I say? I ain't say nothing about no GOAT or none of that. What did I say? Twin Man said Kobe is outside the top 10. That was my argument.
Quit moving the goalpost, Lamont. Quit moving the goalpost.
I ain't say nothing about nothing else. That was my argument.
Hey, Mingle Jester, my brother Mingle.
All I want.
Hey, listen. At least Kobe Bryant's in the top 10. I mean, he's in there. I mean, he is in the top 10. It's a good thing, I guess.
That's all I say. And that's all I say. That's all I was arguing.
That's cool.
Now, do you agree with LeBron being number 1 based on your criteria?
Lamont, stop being nasty.
Yeah, he is. You know how Lamont is. Lamont always doing.
Hold on. Did you said LeBron is the GOAT, Mingle Jester?
Lamont crazy. Hell no, I ain't say that.
That's what.
So you agree with Kobe being number 8 on there, but you don't agree with LeBron being number 1.
Man, I just know any. What I was saying was any criteria you use will have Kobe in the top 10. That's all my point was. That's what I was trying to say.
But you don't agree with the whole thing, though.
Any criteria that you use will have Kobe top 10. That's all I was saying.
But the funny thing about it was when we talk about the aspect of the show topic and what we were actually talking about. The problem is with Stephen A and them, none of them were even talking about Kobe. They were just talking about it's crazy that they said no matter how you warp your criteria, it's going to be hard to find a way to get LeBron outside of your top, 3 or 4 guys. That was the whole point of what they were saying. And even when Mingo Jester gave us some very vague criteria, right?
Yeah,
very vague criteria. It's going to be like, you would have to literally sit down. You literally have to sit down and literally look at LeBron James's career, identify his flaws or shortcomings, and formulate your criteria around his flaws and shortcomings just to come up with criteria that puts him outside of the top 10. But the only problem with that is when you formulate a criteria like that, it screws up your entire top 10.
No. My thing is, it ain't no possible. I'm not even a LeBron fan, and I don't think it's a possible argument to have LeBron outside the top 10. It's not even a logical argument to have LeBron outside the top 10.
I know you got him as the GOAT. Man. I don't have him as the GOAT. Hold on. Can I get to the super chat? Let me get to the super chat real quick, y'all.
So hold on.
Can I do the super chat, man? Let me do the super chat.
Go ahead. I'm gonna ask you a question after your super chat.
All right. We got Dennis Murray with a $10 super chat. Salute to Dennis Murray, always coming through to support the channel. He says only haters don't have LeBron top 5, and there isn't 5 basketball resumes that are better than his. So anybody that tries to knock him out the top 5 shows that they are not credible and only hating, man. Salute to Dennis Murray with the $10 super chat, man, coming through to support the channel and with a really good comment right there too, man. But go ahead,
Okay,
man.
okay, Lamont. So you trying to tell me that you also got Jordan as the GOAT? So you trying to tell me you disagree with Chat GPT too? You got Jordan as the GOAT as well. Understand?
No, I do.
Understand?
No, but
I understand.
But my criteria puts him as the GOAT.
Oh, your criteria puts him as the GOAT. Oh, okay.
I mean, look, I don't fight my criteria. My criteria, I simplify it and I don't overcomplicate it, and I simplify it down to when the one of the primary elements is Jordan dominated his era. Jordan dominated his era better than any other player. And when you talk about just sheer total domination over a 10-year stretch, where again Jordan was the viewership, Jordan was the most talented, Jordan had all the fans. Like literally, like the 90s can't function without Jordan. We saw that when Jordan retired. The entire area revolved around Jordan. Even when I challenge some of you guys and I say, tell me about the 90s without mentioning Michael Jordan, y'all get stuck. That's how dominant he was. You can't even talk about the 90s without mentioning. Like, you can talk about some portions of LeBron's era without mentioning LeBron, because you have the Kobe's, you have the Duncans, you have the Steph Currys, you have the Kawhi Leonards, and they have their own, they have their own segments of their career that kind of stand out and is not associated or attached to LeBron. The problem with the 90s is everything about the 90s is attached to Jordan. There's nothing that happened in the 90s that you can detach. Even Hakeem's championships are attached to Jordan because people feel that he wouldn't have those championships if Jordan didn't retire. Like everything in the 90s is attached to Jordan.
Nothing can
move or shake. That's how dominant he was.
Well, put your criteria in Chat GPT and see what they come up with.
All right, what do you want to put? The most dominant?
No. You got Jordan as a GOAT. You said based on your criteria. Put your criteria in, like you did me, and see who'll be number one.
So my criteria, FYF's criteria, is the most dominant of their decade. And so I have more elements, but I'll simplify it down to just this statement. Decade. Who or era. Who would my top 10 be? All right, let me hear. I'm gonna share my screen so y'all can see it. All right, here we go right here. All right, so when we go to most dominant, they got Bron at 1, Jordan at 2. Bill Russell, I have him in my top 5. And a lot of people criticize me too because I say that I have Jordan only at number 1 until LeBron retires, because I'm not going to put LeBron at number 1 like they did with Jordan over Kareem. So it has LeBron 1, which it will be when Bron retires, Jordan 2, Bill Russell 3, which I agree, Magic 4, I don't really agree there, but I have him in my top 10, Bird 5, Kareem 6, Steph 7, I have Steph in my top 10, Shaq 8, I have Shaq in my top 10, Wilt 9, I have Wilt in my top 10, and 10, Duncan. I have Duncan in my top 10. This literally is every player in my top 10. The order is a little mixed up in a few places, but this is every player in my top 10. And it also doesn't have Kobe in the top 10 because I don't have Kobe in the top 10. So again, my criteria supports Kobe not being in the top 10. Let's see who it has honorable mention, because I got Kobe at 11. Oh, look who is first in the honorable mention. Kobe Bryant. Hakeem Olajuwon. 2 players that I don't have in my top 10. And I've been very public about that. Mingo Jester. Criteria kind of aligns with my thoughts. Oh man, there we have it right there, y'all, man. Man, where did Mingo Jester go? That's crazy, man. Everybody, what? Hold on, let me drop the link, y'all. Let me get some more people up here to cook, man. I don't know where Mingo Jester went. He rage quit, man.
Everybody dipped, man.
He quit. Like I said.
Cut right quick.
Go ahead, please, DJ.
Yeah. First off, hey, Lamont, real talk. It be so many times that I be in the chat but because the conversation be flowing, I be like, damn, I got a deal, bro. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know, you know what I'm saying? I just be doing all this, be like, man, I ain't trying to carry out the conversation. But I be like, damn, it's conversation heating up. It's stirred, it's stirring. Let me go ahead, just dip out, silently. I got, kids and job, whatever, responsibility. So, you know what I'm saying? Glad to be up here, you know what I'm saying? But I kind of wanted to talk about, first off, when it comes to the sports agency with, Rich Paul, I had to do some research because I'm not gonna lie, like when you your own man, you just gotta look certain stuff up, you know what I'm saying, no matter who's saying it. So when you was telling me, or not telling just me, just telling the chat about the whole with the whole, college degree, situation with Falk, and not to say you were capping about it, of course that's that was real. But I was like, you know what? I just wanted to see if the other top tens, that list I believe you pulled from Hoops Hypes, I believe. I want to see, like, do they all have college degrees or is there anybody left out? And I noticed they all got college degrees. So I said, okay, real, okay. So Rich Paul is really the odd man out. Now, what you do to stop an anomaly is you got to look at that anomaly and you got to say, okay, what's something that we can strip away so this can possibly never happen again?
Yeah.
So you say, you know what? Because, going to college, that may not be everybody's stilo, but, Rich Paul found a way. So they's like, you know what? We can take away the education part and that should for sure get some people up out of there. Now, for people that say, oh, well, that wasn't no slight at Rich Paul. Well, what do you say when everybody else, is, and no slight at Rich Paul that, went to school, but Rich Paul, the most successful one, didn't go to school. He got the biggest name, and not just the biggest name, bigger names. Not, it ain't just LeBron, it's a plethora of other people. So how do you stop that? How you be like, damn, maybe I don't want another Rich Paul I got to deal with. Let me try to stack it against, you know what I'm saying? So that's why I feel like, at least with that criteria right there, yeah, it's a little, it's a little sly, right? And then, for criterias and top tens and things of that nature, it's never consistent. Hey, now I ain't gonna lie. I used to be a Dreamers Pro, like I ain't gonna say a fan, but I was a watcher, you know what I'm saying? Cause I like to scour through YouTube. I like to see, maybe what's popping out here. Maybe I can read up on a basketball story, something that I didn't know about. But I swear to God, it was like a 2 week straight. I'm like, man, all I'm getting is a bunch of LeBron hate. I ain't really getting too much else. I'm just getting a bunch of LeBron, like this shit sound like TMZ. So I'm like, man, cause when I like to scour the YouTube internet for, basketball videos, I like when people break down the X's and O's. Even if I don't agree, okay, well, tell me why you don't agree. Oh, I don't agree because this person, maybe, the shooting percentage is off. I don't like the way this person plays. Or, okay. I mean, I may not respect it, but well, I may not like it, but it's respectable. But when Dreamer Pro talks, I'm not really, it just like you said, it's a bunch of hearsay, they say, and then these sketchy articles. Man, I swear I went on the link Dreamers Pro put on one time, bro. I think my computer damn near got a virus. I said, bro, like, what is this? I'm like, this third ward. You know what I'm saying? So, and then, but you know what, Lamont? I'm so real as far as, I'm not gonna just sit and listen. I'm gonna just say, you know what? Let me decide for myself. So then, he got on a Ticket TV, I believe. I think Ticket TV brought him up. So I said, you know what? let me, because I ain't gonna lie, I think it was about maybe a year or a few months ago, when you had DreamersPro on with Gil's Arena. I think that was the first video that kind of, put me on to you. So I was like, you know what, this is a different platform. Let me see if he's gonna add anything to the conversation. And I'm talking about with Ticket TV. He didn't add nothing. It's just Ticket TV talking, and he's just co-signing. So I'm like, bruh, so you telling me your whole YouTube is based off of just narratives? You're not there's some people I can at least respect. They say, okay, I don't like LeBron game-wise, his game. I mean, because truthfully, let's be honest, there's nothing about his game, LeBron's game that is just like, yeah, I want to do that. Maybe besides, worth ethic and, the intangibles you really can't teach, like LeBron's IQ and, things of that nature. But as far as a shot, I don't know, maybe the way, you can say, the way he drives to the ball, okay, but there's nothing there. You like, yeah, I want, I want to be like that with LeBron. But when
playmaking, yeah.
No, oh yeah, for sure. Oh yeah, for sure. Oh yeah, for sure. Playmaking for sure. But I'm not gonna lie, like the only time, to be honest, besides physically, is the only thing you really hear about. Oh, he can be the next LeBron. Is really the physical attributes. When
For
you
sure,
see,
for sure.
yeah,
For sure.
like what I'm saying.
Young
Like for
hoopers
example,
ain't trying to score like LeBron. They trying to be like Curry, KD, Paul George, Kobe.
Right.
Skilled guys.
Like in high school, like, and I don't know how deep in the YouTube trenches, but I was a baller's life. I was a baller's life kid. So you remember any 6'10", a 6'10" quote unquote guard? It was like, oh, that's the next Kevin Durant.
Yeah.
An undersized guard. Oh, that's the next Curry. Besides playmaking rise, we were comparing Zion Williamson because the physical prowess.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? But I was saying all that to say, these dreamer pros type of dudes, specifically him, it's like you're not really adding nothing, you're not really adding too much to the conversation. You just doing a lot of he say, she say, and bruh, I swear to God, I was spamming in the chat of a DreamersPro chat, because I'm like, you know what, I'm gonna see if you know basketball. I'm just like, hey, can you explain to me what's like just a basic motion like in basketball, like very elementary? That's bruh, I don't even. Listen,
Can't do it.
I coach kids. Listen, I coach kids, bruh. And we going, so I'm like, okay, so when the one guard passes it to the three or the two, where's the one guard going? Is he screening? Like, and he spazzed out. He like, man, don't nobody care about the X's. And I'm like, okay, all right, okay. So you don't know what you're talking
He did that shit on FYF. Remember that month when Gil was up here, I believe? He said, I don't give a fuck about that shit.
Right. Just don't know what he's talking
You
about.
should be
So when people
disqualified
like
at that
you
point.
just can't talk. Yeah.
You should be disqualified at that point, in my opinion.
Man, oh man, that's DreamersPro for you. I mean, look, at the end of the day, like, I always give him his props because he, as far as being a content creator, he is elite at creating content. Like, as far as production quality, and I see why people go watch, and I see why he has a huge fan base. So I never tear down like his like that. I understand, like when people say they watch, I'm never gonna knock you because you watch DreamersPro. Like, he has a good channel. I get why people watch, but when you start breaking down some of the things that he says, that's why I said even when he was on the channel and I was talking to him directly, I said a lot of your talking points are more TMZ like. They're not really based out of like real basketball talk. So it's just like, I get the TMZ angle because it's narratives. It's gonna be super popular, and you can go a lot of different directions. You can create stuff, you can make up stuff, you can pretend to be mad. And I think with the TMZ narrative, I think that's why he can do his thumbnails like that. Everything is shocking, devastating, exposing, and it's just like you can go crazy. So I get it.
Ticket TV.
So what I'm saying is I get it. I get why he does it, but in the same breath, like, it's hard. It's going to be hard for you to really get into basketball talk because you can get exposed just like what he did. Because we just heard a video when he actually talked basketball it's hard to talk basketball and not give LeBron his credit. That's why in that old video, when he's actually talking basketball, he had LeBron over Kobe. He said it out of his own mouth. You can only put Kobe over LeBron if you choose not to talk basketball and you want to just talk narrative. That's the only way. That's just the only way.
Speaking of getting exposed, but hey, where did Jester go, man? Where Jester go, man?
Did you? Hey, Jester. When I put my criteria in the chat GPT, man, he got up out of here, man.
Packed him up very quickly.
Because let's remember what I told you with my criteria, and I'm gonna throw it up here one more time because we didn't really talk about that enough.
We're talking about pure dominance, yeah.
Yeah, but what I said was like, obviously there are other elements to my criteria, right? But I try to simplify it into just dominance over your era. And I've always said that the only reason why I don't have LeBron number one,
like I've been
saying, I don't.
No.
Yeah, I said I don't have. I said the only reason why I don't have LeBron number one is because I said I'm not going to do Jordan like they did Kareem. I said when Bron retires, he's going to be number one for me. So Jordan's just holding the position right now until Bron decides to retire. So according to just sheer dominance, they got Bron 1, Jordan 2, which I agree. Bill Russell 3. I think that might be my top 3 exactly. Now, I don't think I have Magic at 4. I think I had Wilt or Shaq at 4. I can't remember. Or Tim Duncan. But as far as my top 10, this is literally everybody in my top 10. I got Shaq. I got Wilt. I got Tim Duncan. I got Curry.
Go to Curry. What is it?
And then
Curry? What is his era of dominance for Curry?
Oh, for Curry? It says Curry. It says Curry is the late 2010s to the 2020s. It says changed the entire geometry of basketball. 4 rings, 6 finals, air impact. Every kid now shoots from half court because of him. And those are the things I talk about right there. I say, I mean, he changed the game. Like he literally changed how people play the game. When you talk about Kareem, that's some of the same things that I say right there. Shaq as well, most unstoppable force that ever played, right? Dominant from the 90s to the 2000s. I agree there. Wilt also. Tim Duncan, 2000s, dominant in his own way. And it says the people who just missed. Who do I have outside of my top 10 that people criticize me for all the time? Hakeem Olajuwon and Kobe Bryant. My criteria calls for them to not be in the top 10. That's why they're not in the top 10.
Hakeem,
you said what?
Not brief, man. Stop this, man.
Hakeem, yes, it was brief.
No, his prime was a decade straight of ridiculous.
Yeah, but I didn't say when your prime was. I'm talking about your dominance. When they're talking about Hakeem's dominance over the NBA only spanned for a year and a half, 2 years. Then Jordan came back, and that shit was over with.
Best player in the world, but he was still dominant.
And Hakeem wasn't even the clear-cut best player when Jordan was gone. Scottie Pippen was right neck and neck, and David Robinson was right neck and neck with him.
Stop this, Scottie Pippen.
Oh, definitely Robinson was neck and neck with him.
You don't believe that?
Hold on. You telling me in 94, Scottie Pippen? You telling me in 94? Hold on. Look, Sturdy, see, everybody's talking about prime. We're not talking about prime. This is your dominance. Every player that touches an NBA court has a prime, whether you play 1 year or 20 years. So Hakeem, yes, he had a prime, but he wasn't that dominant throughout his whole prime. When you look at all elements of dominance, first of all, there's multiple ways to change the game and be dominant. When you think about, did he change the game? No, he didn't change the game. Was he dominant within his own era with regards to winning? No, he didn't win like no Bill Russell. He didn't do that. That motherfucker was losing in the first round and all types of crazy shit. Did he have the most championships over a decade? Did he galvanize his team? No, they didn't have the most. Jordan had the most. When you look at all elements of dominance, when you look at all elements of dominance,
greatest defensive player of all time.
He's not the greatest defensive player of all time to me.
Arguably one of he ended the discussion, even if you don't agree.
So at the end of the day, he did not his dominant reign. Hakeem could have crept into this if Jordan never came back, and he would have had a longer reign of dominance in the West. But even if Jordan didn't come back, that motherfucker wasn't doing shit. Even when Jordan came back.
Jordan. We're talking about Hakeem and Curry.
No, I'm talking about Hakeem just being in my top 10. He doesn't meet the criteria of dominance.
Hey, Lamont, hold on. Who all you got over Hakeem?
Everybody
in this top 10. Hakeem ain't no top 10 player.
Man, come on, bro.
Bro, why do y'all glaze Hakeem? What the hell did Hakeem do other than a sorry dream shake?
What? First off, the football, the defense, all-time great. Well, what you mean? What didn't he do? What?
Damn, you got Hakeem fucked up, Lamar.
What'd he do? What'd he do? Okay,
One
hold
of
on.
the best defensive
Hold
players
on, watch
of all
this.
time.
I'm gonna allow the person from Africa to tell us about Hakeem because he probably gonna have more information than we can. Other than him starting his career off as a soccer player, tell us about Hakeem Olajuwon, young Africa.
That added to the footwork. Yes, it did.
Okay, hold on. Let me put you on. Can I put you on the big screen? Can I put you on the big screen?
Go ahead. Do all that. First off, you want to talk about dominance. This is the guy who came into the NBA as what? The what pick in the draft?
Facts.
And
Talk to the people, man.
Incomprehensible. I couldn't imagine Hakeem Olajuwon in 2025. But even in the 80s, when he came into the NBA, he was cooking straight out the gate.
He made the finals in his second year.
Can y'all not interfere?
MVP, finals MVPs, championships. He the greatest, to me, the greatest defender of all time. Especially if you want to talk about centers as defenders, the greatest defender of all time, even greater than Bill Russell, yes, and even in the minimal black and white tape that you got, Bill Russell, yes, leads the NBA all time in blocks. When we're talking about dominance, what do you mean? And if Curry leads the league in all time threes, well, that is dominant as well. And what is the impact on winning on that? I would say the defense and the 9 all defensive teams is an era of dominance. So, like, I don't understand what you mean when you talk about elite defense with elite offense, the footwork, the versatility. I don't understand how this isn't an all-time great player that is above and beyond.
Hold on. All you're doing is you're just telling me he was a good player.
No, not good.
The team's top 10 all time in blocks and steals.
Hold on. Okay, hold on. First of all, this is what we did, y'all. I put my criteria into ChatGPT. ChatGPT didn't put him in based on my criteria.
ChatGPT.
Hold on. ChatGPT agreed with me that Hakeem is not top 10 in dominance. So if you have any questions about why he's not in the top 10, please direct those questions at ChatGPT, not me.
So hold on. So your list is based off of ChatGPT?
No, I did my list before I even did this. All I did was what I like to do is I like to take people's criteria. Tell me your list, then tell me your criteria. Now we're going to put your criteria in the ChatGPT to see if it aligns properly. The great thing about my criteria is it almost exactly aligns with my top 10. The only thing is the order is a little bit different, but these are the exact same players I have in my top 10. And it also has Kobe at 11, and it also has Keem outside the top 10, which is what I said. So again, I want you to ask the AI because y'all think I have biases. I've done videos on Hakeem and Kobe. I'm biased, right? So let's ask ChatGPT. Since ChatGPT is not biased, should I ask it why Kobe and Hakeem are not in the top 10 here?
Hold on. How was he not dominant when in '94 he won a?
Don't ask me. Hold on. Let me put my screen back up.
Oh no, he was dominant.
Hold on.
If you know the run he went on.
Hold on. Let's ask them.
Hold on. He won with no other.
Hold on. Mike. Stop with your diatribe. I just need a question.
Okay, I got a question. Hold
on. Let me go with Mike's question first, and I'm coming to you.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I know you want Mike's question. Go ahead.
Hold on. Let me go to Mike's question. Mike, what is your question for ChatGPT? Since you're mad that ChatGPT don't have Kobe and Hakeem in the top 10.
No. I'm not talking. I'm talking about you, not ChatGPT.
Because I'm biased.
Hold on, because you're not giving real logic on why Hakeem wasn't dominant.
I already did. Hold on. If I didn't have real logic,
dream shake. That's all you said.
If I didn't have real logic, then why did ChatGPT agree with me,
bro? Why do you keep saying, bro? What is your logic? Stop saying.
Hold on. I have videos on my logic. Go watch them. I'm not about to regurgitate all my. I've done 2-3 hour videos on my logic. Go watch. Don't tell me to go
I don't got time to watch 4 hour videos.
Then get data and go watch. Come back when you watch. Or you can ask ChatGPT. We can get it done very quickly.
Made the finals in the second year.
It's so simple, Lamont. Just
Young Africa. Can you come with your question? Because obviously Mike's scared to engage with the AI. What's your question?
I do have a question. I just want to say, could you
break down how you came to the conclusion that Steph Curry is more dominant than Hakeem Olajuwon.
Why
I just want to break it down.
Steph is more dominant than Hakeem, correct?
Yeah.
This is crazy.
Young Africa asked, Young Africa from Africa does not think you are correct.
Exactly.
Please break down. Okay, hold on. Let me hold on. Because Hakeem what? Because Hakeem what?
Because Hakeem is a more dominant player than Curry. Yeah.
Is more dominant because he said so. Okay, so please address him. Please address him and roast him if he's wrong.
I just want to know the logic, man, because we already know it's wrong.
Since
we just need to understand.
Talking trash.
Curry changed the game.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Right. So Young Africa talking trash. Let's properly cook. Let's cook properly.
Oh.
He says Hakeem is more dominant than Steph Curry. Just because he said so. Nah, he says we're not about to let 90s nostalgia override fact-based dominance. Let's break it down, then roast gently because homie needs a basketball history lesson with evidence.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so it says, why Steph Curry was more dominant than Hakeem. Number one, error control. Steph Curry, 2015 to 2022, every NBA team was forced to change how they played because of Steph. Stretch bigs became a requirement. Traditional centers, a liability. Hakeem dominated a 2-year window, just like I said, 94 to 95 after MJ retired.
Man, this is cap.
That's cap. Because and this is one point that ChatGPT and
Africa. Let me just read it first.
We know.
Hold on. All I'm saying is, if you disagree, you can ask it a question later. But you cannot say, you got to hear the full context before you disagree. It feels like, again, ChatGPT feels, not me, that Hakeem was only dominant for a 2-year window, 94 to 95 after MJ retired. Amazing run, but nobody rewrote the blueprint of the league because of him. Advantage, Steph. When you go to team impact and success, Steph Curry, 6 finals in 8 years, 4 rings, 2 MVPs, 1 unanimous, revolutionized offense league-wide. Hakeem, 3 finals appearances, 2 and 1, 1 MVP, carried weak teams, yes, but never sustained team dominance. Advantage, Steph. One was leading a dynasty. The other had a moment in the absence of Jordan, just like I said. Statistical influence, Steph. All-time leader in threes. Most spacing gravity in NBA history. Highest offensive rating during his dynasty peak. Hakeem, elite defender, all-time blocks leader. Advanced post stats, great, but team efficiency was never elite. Not top 10 in his prime. He says he never had a top 10 offense in his prime without Clyde or extra help. Advantage.
Oh, without Clyde. Yeah, extra help. Yeah.
Advantage, Steph. Defensive impact matters. Steph. But if 30 teams start drafting and scheming just to deal with you, that's dominance. Steph earned league-wide. Number 4, cultural and global impact. Steph, every high school gym in the world has kids launching threes from 30 feet. He changed how kids, coaches, and GMs think. Hakeem. What did Hakeem do? He paved the way for a few South Sudan international bigs.
Yeah. You added some other shit.
Highly respected worldwide, but didn't change any behavior. Advantage, Steph. Hakeem inspired, Steph created a global play style. Longevity and influence. Hakeem had an amazing 1993 to 95 stretch, but before that, underrated but not unstoppable. So they agree he was underrated, but he was not unstoppable, which is why he was getting blitzed and blasted in the first round year after year. Steph has been an MVP caliber, all NBA level player from 2013 to 2024 and still going. Advantage Steph. One gave us a moment, the other gave us a decade. Now, let's get to you, Young Africa. Young Africa, my boy. You really gonna crown Hakeem king off 2 years of dominance while Steph has been bodying systems, franchises, and defensive schemes for a whole generation? That's like saying DMX had a better rap career than Drake because he dropped 2 albums in 1998. Steph.
Wait, hold on. Why do you keep saying only 2 years of dominance?
That's a fact.
Hold on.
Hold on. Let me.
Mike, I gave you an opportunity to ask Chat any question, and you don't want to ask it any questions.
Bro, why do you keep saying, bro, Chat GPT?
I'm not saying it. Okay, so do you want me to? If you have a question, I'll let you ask a question next. Right now, I got to give Young Africa his answer. This is from Chat GPT. So it says, final word. Steph, era-defining, league-warping, dynasty leader. Hakeem, historic, elite peak, respected footwork god. But if we're talking dominance over an era, Steph's shadow covers more years, more teams, and more change than Hakeem ever did. Tell Young Africa to come back when he's ready to debate without just saying, because I said so. That's not analysis. That's just barbershop. They got you up out of here, Young Africa. Mike, you got any questions?
Nah, but hold on. You keep saying only 2 years.
I didn't say it. No. Chat GPT said that.
And you said you agreed with it.
Okay, so hold on. Mike says,
bro,
you are lying.
Yep.
Okay.
Hold on. So
hold on. I'm at you
from 1985 to 1996.
Hold on. Let's get your question. So Mike says you are lying. Hakeem's dominance, right, was from what?
1985 to 1996.
The 1996. You got anything else you want me to add to this?
Hold on. So how is he not dominant when he averaged? This is in the playoffs.
How is he not
28
dominant?
points, 11 rebounds, almost 4 blocks a game.
Okay, we have the stats. What
how
questions do you want to ask?
Dominant?
Okay, so how is he not dominant when he was also?
And that was in the playoffs.
Also putting up
made the finals in the second year.
Numbers.
In 94, won the chip with no other all-star, all-NBA.
Hey, I can only, bro, I'm trying to type it in.
Stop doing this, man. Some nasty work, man. Nasty work.
Okay. He says, how is he not dominant when he was putting up good numbers in the playoffs?
No, he all-time numbers in the playoffs.
Okay. All right, all-time numbers in the playoffs. Got to the finals is second year. Finals is second year. What else, Mike?
What I said? I don't remember what I said, but bro, you using AI.
Okay, hold on, Mike. I know because it's not biased. Yeah, y'all gonna always say I'm biased. And ChatGPT can recall information more accurately than you. So if you're capping about something from 1985, it's gonna call you out for being a liar. All right, please tell me if he's right about the dominance or roast his ass. Worse than you did Africa. All right. Now this is ChatGPT talking to you, all right? It says you claim Hakeem was dominant from 85 to 1996. That's 11 years of supposed straight dominance. Let's see if that's facts. 85 to 1992.
Man, this is cat, bro.
Hold on, Mike. Mike is asking you a question, Mike. It says from 85 to 1992. It said, where's the dominance? 0 MVPs, 0 titles, 0 finals appearances, only 2 All-NBA first teams in 8 years, knocked out in the first round 6 times of those 8 years. And in 1992, the Rockets missed the playoffs entirely. So, Mike,
have a finals.
His teams wasn't nearly as good as Curry's.
How is that dominant?
Hold on. If
He
the
did
team
have
would
a
have had
finals
the
appearance in
2015 and
86, so that's
16
cap.
Warriors and KD and all them, he would have been winning doing the same thing Steph was doing.
Okay, so it's actually a question. So let's correct it. He has 0. It says right here, 0 MVPs, 0 titles. He actually had one final. Hold on. For one finals MVP appearance, he had 2 All-NBA first teams in 8 years, knocked out of the first round 6 times in 8 of those seasons. And in 1992, they missed the playoffs entirely. This asking you a question, Mike. How is that dominant?
Drop the link, Lamont, for people in the chat.
Bro. Well, hold on.
Mike.
His teams wasn't, as a player, he was dominant, but his teams wasn't good enough to compete at a high level.
Okay, so who was on his team?
Go look in between them years. I don't remember.
He
the
said
roster.
it's hooping hard with no consequences.
So hold on. So
Go look at the
so hold on. You're telling me
Rockets. What was their roster?
Hold on. You're telling me, but you should know this. If you're willing to say that the team was trash, you should know the roster. How you telling us the team was trash, but you don't know the roster? That's another lie. Let's go to the next section. It says,
Yo, Lamont, drop the link, bro.
I just dropped the link.
Oh, okay.
It says, now let's cook actual dominance. It says he was dominant from 1993 to 95, 1994 MVP, back-to-back finals MVPs, outplayed Ewing, Robinson, and Shaq. That's a 2-year stretch, unstoppable. But calling a 2-year run an 11-year era is like calling your whole life a vacation because you went to Cancun in 2014. So it says right here, so it says fun fact for you, Mike. It says fun facts that expose Mike's cap. It says the Rockets were below 500 4 times during Hakeem's so-called dominant run. 1987, 1988, 1992, where they were below 500 during the season, and then 1993. It says Steph Curry never had sub 500 seasons when healthy. It says Hakeem didn't make his first All-NBA team. He said he didn't make first All-NBA team from 88 to 92. So they're saying from 1988 to 1992, he wasn't even looked at as a top 5 player in the league.
What? Steph Curry. How many first team All-NBA Steph Curry got? Stop this nonsense, man.
But we're talking about during his dominant stretch. And they Steph Curry during his stretch of dominance, when it started, lasted a long time. He amassed a ton of accolades. He amassed a ton of team success. When did Hakeem's dominance start? In y'all eyes?
When did he start dominating straight out the gate?
It started in 85.
Straight out the gate.
No, he was a good player straight out the gate. But if we're talking about top 10 players all time, that player should be able to avoid getting knocked out the first round 6 times in 8 years. In your prime.
Tough.
In your prime.
I'm running
and you got Ralph Sampson.
I'm running with Ralph Sampson. Yeah, okay.
Okay, now you want to denigrate his teammates and you don't even know the team.
No. I'm not denigrating his teammates, but that's all. Just Ralph Sampson. Like we got Ralph.
So at the end of the day, y'all can't say his team was trash because you don't know the team. Because you don't know enough about that area.
Which team? Well, hold on. Which year, Lamont?
I don't know, man. Yeah, hold on. The people saying his team was trash should know the team.
Yeah, I'm asking them what year.
Yeah,
what year are they talking about? I heard one dude say 89, the Mike guy.
All right. What was the 89 to 92 roster?
Okay,
Like,
so the
80. Hold on. First of all, hold on. Let's just stop right here. If you don't, first of all, we can start naming off names. You won't know none of these players anyway.
They ain't gonna know who Sleepy Floyd is?
No.
Or Otis Thorpe?
Hold on. Sleepy Floyd was a hooper. Sleepy Floyd
guys like what Curry had.
Hold on. You saying Sleepy Floyd wasn't a hooper?
He wasn't KD.
What about Otis Thorpe?
Klay Thompson.
What about Otis Thorpe?
Otis Thorpe was an all-star.
Man,
Mike Woodson.
Man, they didn't have nearly as good of a team as Golden State, bro.
No, bro. See, bro, you don't even know these guys.
Yeah,
so they was as good as KD and Klay Thompson?
God damn, Lamont.
You talking about like 3 years of Steph Curry career.
Why y'all let Lamont do this dumb shit, bro? It took me goddamn 30 minutes to get on this bitch.
Oh, fix your mic.
Fix your mic, Ace 30.
Your mic. He gonna come up here yelling. Fix your goddamn mic.
Man, they lost game 1 in New York. They mad over there, man.
This man sound like he in the Goat Mike backyard with his microphone. Got all the echo and shit, man. Goddamn. Come here with a broken ass mic, man, trying to yell and stuff.
I mean, based on Lamont's criteria, you can't get mad if they got Curry's dominance.
It's based off a lie.
Over Akeem. That's crazy. Based on his criteria.
He just lied, bro. Like, bro, y'all gotta stop letting Lamont do this bullshit, bro. First of all, for those who don't know, Hakeem got 6 on-base first team during that stretch nigga was talking about. 6, more than Curry.
I'm just going off what ChatGPT said.
I know. I also got ChatGPT too, and they're not 100% accurate, even with the web search.
Yeah, well, then you need that zero finals appearance.
You need to address ChatGPT, not me, because
no. I'm just saying the facts. No. I'm not doing this because I already proved my point yesterday with ChatGPT.
Okay, look, hold on. First of all, your mic loud as hell. You're just yelling. One. I have Hakeem outside of the top 10 for reasons outside of his resume. I've talked about whole videos of this. If ChatGPT was wrong, then you need to address ChatGPT.
Well, tell ChatGPT it's factual that he has more on-base first teams than Steph Curry.
Okay. Now, does he have it during a decade?
Yes, exactly. He has all first teams came. Hold
on. Listen to the question. The dominance criteria was based on your stretch of dominance over the course of, for example, either a decade or, for example, a championship dynastic type of run. When did let's just identify this so we can have a starting point, Sturdy. When did Hakeem Olajuwon's Hall of Fame level of dominance start to you? What year?
I'm not doing these buzzwords, Hall of Fame dominance, all this shit, bro. His prime.
Hold on. The only reason why we need buzzwords is because we're not trying to identify a good player or a great player. We need buzzwords because these are the players that go into our top 10. These players are going into the top 10 of NBA history. So we have to specify if dominance is part of the criteria. We have to narrow that dominance down to an elite stretch of dominance that's second to none. That your stretch of dominance for this period of time is unmatched by there's only few players in NBA history who can match your stretch of dominance for this period of time. So give me the stretch of time that Hakeem Olajuwon played where hold on. This is for Sturdy. Hold on. So I'm just asking y'all when did his stretch of dominance, as far as what puts him into the top 10 of all time, when did it start and when did it end? Give me the years.
What puts him in the conversation of all time is primarily what he did from 86 to 97. I just gave you a time span.
So from 86 to 97, does he have a better resume than Steph Curry?
What, Steph Curry's whole career? Or are we doing the same duration of years?
Hold on. It's not my fault that Steph Curry's still playing and he's still adding on to this.
Hakeem still play more years in the league, Lamont.
Hold on. From 86 to 97, which you said is Hakeem Olajuwon's run of dominance. What was his resume? And compare that to Steph Curry's.
Steph Curry's run of dominance was not his whole career.
Steph Curry's run of dominance started when?
It started at 15.
And from 2015 to now, what is his resume compared to Hakeem's? Is it better?
Now? What do you mean now?
Because he's still playing. He's still a top 10 player.
He's not dominating. What are you talking about?
Are you?
You don't look at Steph Curry this year. He thought he was dominating.
Hold on. First of all, when it talks about Steph Curry's dominance, they talk about Steph Curry's dominance. It's not always embedded in just winning. Steph Curry's dominance can be embedded in just being the best shooter in the league. Steph Curry is still the best shooter in the league. It started in 2015. If you want to say it started in 2015, and still today in 2025, he's the best shooter in the league. He's a top 10 player in the league. So
that's a decade.
So why did you?
Hold on. There's no why. What I'm saying is, when we're talking about a king, if you say his dominance started in 86 and it ended in 1996, during that 10-year window, even if you go from 2015 and you say for Steph Curry it stopped in 2025, who has the better resume during their 10-year window, Steph or Hakeem?
It's literally Hakeem because he got more awards, more production. Facts.
How does Hakeem have more awards than Steph?
More during that duration, more All NBAs, more All Stars, more All Defensive teams. Any more questions?
So, no, give me the numbers. Give me the numbers. Who has more
MVPs? More Finals MVPs and a DPOY.
Who has?
Curry has one more MVP.
Okay, so let's go here. Who has more? Let's go through all the accolades. Who has more MVPs?
I just said it. Curry has one more MVP.
Who has more Finals MVPs?
Hakeem.
Who has more All-Stars?
Hakeem.
How?
What do you mean how? Once again, Lamar, you keep thinking.
When did Steph Curry miss the All-Star?
Steph Curry got hurt one of those years. You forgot?
Hold on.
When he broke his hand.
Hold on.
You forgot?
Hakeem got 12 All-Stars.
How many championships did he have during that time?
Oh, you talking about for individual or a team?
Bro, all of this encompassing your dominance.
Team dominance win championships, Lamont, not individual players.
Hold on. First of all, what did I say about dominance? And what have I always said about the top 10? I said the top 10 is not fair. Why is it not fair? Because some players are afforded to win championships because they are just on better teams. I said that's the part of the top 10 that's always going to be unfair.
Make that back.
And there's no way to shake it. There's no way around it. There's nothing you can do about it. It's just going to be unfair. Jordan getting drafted to the Bulls and getting put in a great situation is sheer luck. James Worthy getting drafted to the Lakers instead of Dominique Wilkins. That's unfortunate for Dominique, but James Worthy is always going to go down. That's why he was in the first NBA top 50 and Dominique was left off because of the championships. It's unfortunate, but it happens. Steph Curry, you got to think about it. The championships started and ended with him. He wasn't winning them just because he had great players. He was the reason why they were winning them. Because when they lost Kevin Durant, when they lost Kevin Durant, they still won one. And before Kevin Durant, they won one. He was the reason why they were winning them.
No, that's a lie. Well,
they kept winning. Hold on. So you telling me? So hold on. Are you telling me that Steph Curry and the two championships that he won without KD, they didn't win them because of him?
They won it because they had the best team in the league, Lamont. Teams win championships.
Hold on.
I'm not doing this with you, bro.
2022. Then why you up here if you're not trying to do it? What I'm saying is, first of all, you have to come with the premise of just honesty. It's unfortunate that Steph Curry it's unfortunate for Hakeem that he couldn't be in a better situation than Steph Curry. That's not my fault. That's Hakeem's fault. Maybe if he wasn't running around, slapping his teammates, beating his teammates up, being a bad teammate, quitting on his team, getting suspended by the league, maybe he could have had better teammates. I don't know all the dynamics around that, but he didn't have good teammates, even though in some years, and he underachieved in a lot of years, right? How do we know he underachieved? Just go look at the reports from the Houston Rockets when they were getting eliminated in the first round in his prime. So at the end of the day, this is part of his legacy. Y'all can't run and blame his team just because they failed when you don't even know the dynamics of that team or even how they failed.
I didn't say nothing about his team. I didn't say nothing about teammates.
When the reports were going around that it wasn't the team that was bad, it was Hakeem, the one that was choking and failing. Those were what the reports were saying. But because we are so far removed from that era, y'all can put out a narrative that was just he was on a bad team when you don't even know who his team was or how.
I didn't say nothing about. Hold on, bro. Don't fall for that. I didn't say nothing about his team.
Hold on. So simplify it, Sturdy. You're yelling and talking about things. Dominance can be anything. When you talk about Hakeem Olajuwon being more dominant, it's a very subjective take, but you could be dominant when there's multiple elements to dominance, right? It's not just about who scored more points here. We're talking about a stretch of time. Who changed the game? Who had a bigger impact on how the game is played? It's still Steph. There's still more elements to dominance where Steph checks the box. We talk about how the game is played. Who changed the defensive approach? Who changed what players get drafted? And you completely nullify position. Now it's a must-have. You got to have bigs that are stretch bigs. Now traditional bigs are completely irrelevant in today's game if you can't go out and defend the three-point line because of players like Steph Curry. So when you talk about dominance, if you want to say what did Hakeem revolutionize in the game?
What at his position? Who did what he did?
No.
Don't fall for that.
Hold on.
Don't fall for that.
Why do you keep saying don't fall for that?
Because that's a narrow ass.
Hold on. What did Hakeem revolutionize when it came to the center position that Kareem Abdul-Jabbar hadn't already done?
That's a narrow ass question, Lamont.
That's for young Africa. And it's not a narrow question. It's a very
it is.
question. What did Hakeem do? Just because you think it's narrow, that's because you can't think.
No, you pivot from the original question. You officially.
Okay, so hold on. That's why it's for Africa. Shut the hell up and let Africa answer the question.
Yeah, you know what it is.
What did Hakeem do? I know it, but just because you talk loud and just because you want Hakeem to be in the top 10, don't mean he was more dominant.
No, obviously, it's facts as I got up here.
Hakeem doesn't have a 10-year stretch of winning. He wasn't winning for 10 years. He wasn't the best player for 10 years. He wasn't. What was he the best at? It was even arguable that he was the best defender for 10 years with the likes of Scottie Pippen.
Steph didn't win 10 straight years. That was
We're not talking
the best
about
player.
winning. We're not talking about winning, idiot. Are you stupid? It's not just
You just brought winning. You just brought.
It's about. Hold on. I think he just wants to try to sound right, and he's trying to bundle dominance into just what he wants Hakeem to be good at. So I said dominance can be
like you just did with Curry.
First of all, no, dominance is wide ranging, right? If you personally want to feel Hakeem was better than Steph over a 10-year period, good luck trying to find that if you're trying to be honest. If you truly feel that way, go ahead. Truly, go. You can have it. I don't feel that way. And there's a whole bunch of other. I believe that Hakeem Olajuwon, his stretch of dominance was 93 to 95. Why? He was the best player in the league. He had the biggest impact during that time frame. They were winning. There was a lot of things he did during that time frame. Outside of that, outside of those 2 years where he won the championship, nobody was really looking at Hakeem other than just being a really good player. He was not feared in the West, right? They were not an unstoppable juggernaut that you had to worry about when you faced. They were not a team you worried about if you faced them in the first round. Hakeem was a good player, but you didn't have to really worry about him beating you in the playoffs. Steph Curry is not like that. Steph Curry, even this year as a 7th seed, was giving people hellified problems, and it took Steph Curry getting injured himself, right, for the Warriors to get ousted out the playoffs. Otherwise, they probably would have been moving on. This was never the case with Hakeem. This was never the case with Hakeem.
I'm waiting for I can actually answer your question.
I just want to know. We go year by year. Other than stats, what did his greatness lie in?
To his greatness for that decade I just gave was his two-way dominance, Lamont. He was, even by his peers and coaches, considered the best defensive player of that time. He was, and considered by his peers and coaches, one of the most skilled bigs of that time. So you have a guy who is one of the most versatile centers in the league, one of the most impactful defenders in the league. And
well, what do you mean when you say peers and coaches?
I'm trying to finish. I'm trying to finish.
What are you talking about? These are super. Okay, so what I'm saying is, I don't care about peers and coaches. You don't need validation. I'm talking about from your brain. When we talk about Hakeem Olajuwon, we talk about his 10-year stretch of supposed dominance in the league. When we talk about dominance, when we talk about how did he change the game during his 10-year window, talk about that. Because we know how Steph changed the game. So we talk about all the elements of dominance. Let's just talk about the first. How did Hakeem Olajuwon change the game?
From one, well, Lamar, I'm not once again. How Hakeem was dominant was his two-way ability.
ChatGPT broke dominance into 5 categories. So what we're going to do is we're going to go through each category of dominance, and I want you to tell me how Hakeem was more superior in those elements of dominance than Steph.
Oh, limit my answer. Okay, let's do this.
Let's start with changing the game. How did Hakeem Olajuwon change? I'm giving you because what we're doing is we're breaking dominance down into multiple facets, so you don't try to corner it into what you want it to be.
Like you for Steph Curry.
What we did was we broke dominance down into multiple facets, and Steph just checked more boxes. So let's start with the first box. When we talk about changing the game, how did Hakeem Olajuwon change the game more than Steph? That's just the first one. Tell me how he changed the game more than Steph, and we'll go to the next one after you explain it.
He changed the game by being the greatest international player of all time. That inspired a bunch of.
How did he change the game more than Steph?
I'm trying to finish. Now it's more than Steph. Which one is it, Lamont?
Because we're comparing him to Steph. Of course,
like you said, dominance is not the same thing for everybody. So let me explain fucking dominance.
Okay, so when we get to the other elements, maybe Hakeem is better.
Lamont, you gonna let me answer the question?
No, hold on. This first element. How did Hakeem change the game more so than Steph? because we're comparing those two. If you just got to give it to Steph, give Steph that one, and we'll move to the next one. Maybe Hakeem can win that one. But in regards to changing the game, this is it's a subjective opinion. Have actual subjective opinion and quit avoiding answering the question.
Every time I try to answer the question, you cut me off, bro.
How did Hakeem change the game more than Steph?
Once again, Lamont, the more part is not about a more. It's a matter of what the fuck he changed the game. He changed the game by being the greatest international player of all time. That inspired a litany of international players to join the league right after him. In addition to that, elevating the post scorer in the league. To this day, Lamont, there's been generational players to come to him about his footwork on the post, come to him about how he managed to operate that system. And that's a couple ways how he changed the game, Lamont.
Okay, who changed the game more, Steph or Hakeem? Who had a bigger impact on the game, Steph or Hakeem?
If I'm an international player, if I'm an international player, I'm looking at Hakeem.
Can you just answer the question?
If I'm a kid, I'm looking at Curry.
So hold on. So you saying? So I'm just saying, we're talking about NBA basketball. Who changed the game more, Steph or Hakeem? Just pick one.
Oh, okay, cool. Since Chappie T lied and you lied, I'm gonna say Hakeem.
Who impact? I mean, if you want to
this is
lie,
a subjective answer, right? Subjective answer, right? Hakeem.
So you say
subjective.
Okay, so you say Hakeem. So remember what I told y'all earlier, y'all. When people are standing on an illogical point, they have to co-sign illogical points just to keep it there. So he says Hakeem had a bigger impact on the NBA than Steph. Okay, next one. Who had more championships?
That was not your question. That was not your question, Lamont. You keep changing your question.
Who had more championships, Hakeem or Steph?
The Warriors have more championships than the Rockets.
Doesn't matter. It's unfortunate.
I just answered your question. So
Steph.
The Warriors have more championships than the Rockets.
So Steph.
The Warriors have more championships than the Rockets.
Okay. Who has more MVPs?
Steph Curry has one more regular season MVP. Hakeem has one more Finals MVP.
No. Who has more MVPs?
I just gave you an answer for both, Lamont. Those are both MVPs, right?
Those are both
MVPs, right? Those are both MVPs, right?
There's one answer.
I just gave you the answer for both.
There's no both. There's just one answer. There's
two types of MVPs, Lamont, that people associate. Finals and regular.
Did I say Finals MVP?
You didn't say it wasn't Finals MVP. You said MVP. How am I supposed to know what MVP you're talking about?
Did y'all see the stupidity we got to go to?
You didn't say regular season or finals.
Hold on.
You did it. So I gave you both.
Hey, Olo, if I ask you this year, if I ask you who won the MVP last year, are you going to tell me the Finals MVP, Jaylen Brown?
This obviously the regular season MVP.
You see the stupidity we got to
say that shit. No, it's not stupid because you didn't answer. No, once again, Mark.
If somebody asks you who's the MVP of this year, you're going to say Shay. You're not going to say.
Solo. Did I not answer his question? Yes or no? It's a yes or no question, bro. Did I not answer this man's question?
You see the desperation we
got. But you just
giving him this man's question.
You just giving him the runaround to my son. Which MVP when he just asked?
No, did I not answer this man's question? Yes or no?
I'm just give him the answer. Don't give him the runaround. Just give him the answer.
Nothing against. Now listen, cool. I'm gonna answer your question again. Steph Curry has one more regular season MVP than Hakeem. Hakeem has one more Finals MVP than Steph Curry. What's the next question?
I haven't even asked you Finals MVPs yet.
I'm still waiting for the other questions, Mark.
Okay, so the third element was statistical influence. It says statistical influence. Who had the bigger statistical influence?
Okay.
How?
Okay. Because based on one, just like Steph, they both are all-time leaders in a major statistical category that people stand out. Steph Curry for threes, Hakeem for blocks. But unlike Steph, Hakeem also retired top 10 in 3 other statistical categories that people favor. Those are steals, blocks, and points. But continue, Lamont.
All right.
Okay.
All right, hold on. I'm just going through the other elements. All right, hold on. It says right here, error control.
It's 30.
Well, when you ask the question, you just say error control.
Okay, so no air. So who had the better error control? So it basically says Steph from 2015 to 2022. It says every NBA team was forced to change how they played. Stretch bigs became a requirement. Traditional centers a liability. It says Hakeem. It says his error control was a 2-year window of 94 to 95. It says after MJ retired, amazing run, but nobody rewrote the blueprint of the league because of him. So with regards to error control, what was Hakeem's error control? What years do you feel he dictated everything in the NBA?
The closest thing is 94, maybe. I don't think Curry did. I think both of you guys only got 1 year, quote unquote, and they dictated everything in the league.
Well, it says right here, it gives Steph Curry a window of 2015 to 2022, and it gives Hakeem a window of 94 to 95.
Yeah, I think Hakeem dominated in 94. He could quote unquote controlled everything in 94, and Steph in 2016, the regular season.
Hold on. So you say Steph only had a 1 year window of domination?
No, that's not what I said. You said control the NBA. I don't know what the fuck that means.
No, it says so. The error control is your window of domination. So when you talk about your window of domination, like how long were you at your peak powers? When your peak powers encompasses everything you were able to do, the winning, your statistical impact, your cultural influence, all of that.
So, but that's another thing too. Peak is all right. Steph Curry's peak is 2016 to 2019. That's 3 years. Hakeem's peak like 93 to 90.
No, this is not peak. This is error control.
You just said peak.
Your window of dominance. Or maybe I'll word it like that.
I think both these guys were dominant for a decade. I think Steph Curry was dominant from 2015 to 2014. And I think Hakeem was dominant from his sophomore year to about 96. You could argue 97. I think they both got nearly a decade of dominance.
Okay, so with Hakeem, it penalizes Hakeem, it says right here, because of the first round exits. Is that something you penalize him for, or does it not matter to you?
No, when I evaluate individual players, I look at what they do individually, not what the team do as a whole. Because anyone knows.
So like, is your top 10? So let me ask you, Sturdy. Is your top 10 the most talented players in NBA history?
No.
But does your top 10 encompass winning at all? Because you can't avoid winning.
My top 10 encompasses your contributions to winning, not how many championships your team has. There's a difference.
Sturdy, something's going on with your mic, Sturdy. Something's going on with your mic, Sturdy. That sound crazy.
No, I said I look at individual players' contributions to winning, not just how many championships your team has.
And so do you hold it? Do the things that Hakeem Olajuwon did to negate winning, you don't hold that against him? Or do you not know?
No, I do know. I honestly, nigga, I was here with you. I was watching those games too. Yes, nigga, I know his weaknesses. Just same thing I know Steph Curry's weaknesses.
I didn't say nothing about his weaknesses.
You talking about the things that happened that prevented his team from winning more?
I'm saying the things that prevented him from being more dominant. So, like, obviously, as an individual player, just like Ewing was a great individual player, that there were things that they did individually that prevented their teams from being dominant. Because part of this dominance is about your ability to impact how your team wins and thrives.
No, for Hakeem, he was a selfish player in the early part of his career. He didn't trust the lesser talented teammates on his team.
But you said he was not. But was he dominant during those years?
Can I finish answering the question? Yes, he was. But for Steph Curry,
statistically,
I'm about to finish. For Steph Curry, his injuries, particularly in the postseason, is what hindered some of his dominance.
Wasn't that before his dominance started?
No, he was. What you talking about? He got injured in 2022? He got injured. He was 2021. He also got hurt multiple times in the playoffs, Lamont. And during 2022, he got hurt right before the season, right before the first coaching start. That's why he came off the bench during the first game.
Hold on. So you're penalizing Steph for getting hurt, but you don't penalize Hakeem for his
I'm
playoff
answering
exits.
your question.
No. I'm just hold on. So in one sense, you're penalizing Steph for 1 year that he couldn't control or getting hurt, but you don't penalize Hakeem for his role in all the first round exits.
At all. I did not say that at all. And
But you just said
that was not your question.
No, I'm just looking at some of the things that you are trying to consider as criteria versus other things you're not. So you're using Steph's injury against him, but you're not using Hakeem's resume of losing against him.
That's not what I'm doing. I'm answering your question. What are the things?
I didn't ask a question.
Yes, you did.
Okay, hold on. Let me just. I'm gonna type it into ChatGPT. So, if you had to summarize Hakeem being more dominant than his Steph up into 5 sentences, what would they be?
Hakeem was more productive. Hakeem's two-way impact as a player, as well as his overall production as a versatile player, made him more dominant Steph Curry. Hakeem's ability, especially as a defender.
Hold on. I gotta type it in. I gotta type it in. Hold on. When you say he was more when you say two-way dominant in impact, how do we judge the impact? Do we judge it off winning?
Impact is the way I judge impact is your contributions towards winning. What are the good things that you do? No, I'm trying to simplify it. What are the good things that you do?
You're not simplifying. What I'm saying is, you cannot introduce analytics into this. If you're going to introduce, what I'm saying is this: when you say his defensive impact, the only way we can gauge that defensive impact, especially in a whole bunch of years where he got exited out the first round, is by looking at the results
or watching the games. That could be a thing too.
You didn't watch games. You didn't watch no games from Hakeem in 86 and 87.
All right, Lamont.
What game did you watch of Hakeem in 86 and 87?
We're going to get back.
Or 88?
We're going to get back on topic? Or we
No.
get back on topic? Yes or no?
Okay, so I get that you're using defensive impact, but you're saying defensive impact in a blanket way. And you're not giving us nothing to gauge the impact with.
Summarize it in 5 sentences. What the
Listen
hell?
to what I'm saying. But for me to give a clear definition of ChatGPT, you cannot just say defensive impact without saying what that defense impacted or led to. Because you cannot say defensive impact, but they lost in the first round or they didn't make the playoffs. What impact did it have?
So
there's no impact. If your team don't make for example, when Jordan scored 37 points per game, but the team was shit, there was no team really felt the impact. They saw he was a good player, but nobody feared them. Nobody feared the Bulls when Jordan was averaging all those points.
Because the Bulls wasn't as good as a team. They feared him.
Who feared him? Nobody feared him. Magic said that. He was so bad that Magic even came out and said there's no way he can win a championship playing like that. And it was true.
No. Magic saying that is not the same thing as saying I'm not a. Well, first of all, Magic was afraid of because that's Magic. And
okay, so when Jordan averaged 37 points per game, what did it impact?
I mean, what did it, bro? He was highly impactful. Why you keep limiting to team results, Lamont?
Because his best year was arguably 88 when the points had more of an impact towards winning. Like when his points started to translate into actual tangible results, that's why most people say 88 was probably his best year in the NBA, because that was the first time everything that he was doing, we saw the impact. Before then, there was no impact. And this is with Scottie Pippen coming off the bench with very marginal roster changes. He still had Charles Oakley and Brad Sellers and these guys. But because he was able to change some things up, his numbers started having more of an impact towards winning. Now we can start talking about his impact. Hey, but if you're going to give me Hakeem's defensive impact, it has to impact something. It cannot just be impact on the Clippers in a regular season game. What did it impact?
Do you want me to mention
it? If Steph Curry made all these threes, but he has no championships, no MVPs, and he has nothing that it impacted, would he be in anybody's top? Would he be in anybody's top 10? Because we're talking top 10.
I don't have him on top 10.
So, for example, hold on. Let me ask you this, Olo, because you're biased in this. If we remove all of Steph Curry's winning, the 73-9, the championships, right?
Yeah.
Could he even come close to cracking anybody's top 10?
Hell no.
Because the winning is because the threes, the impact of the threes, it led the impact of it all, the impact of him being the greatest shooter of all time, it led to a lot of winning. That's the impact of it all. You cannot so all I'm saying is this: don't say defensive impact in years where it had no impact. Because the years where it had the biggest impact was 94 and 95. Outside of 94,
winning is definitely a part of impact, Lamont.
So
Yeah,
you're telling me the Rockets only a top 10 defense those 2 years?
I don't.
Hold on. It doesn't equate to winning. Doesn't really.
I'm asking you.
What years? I don't know what years they were a top 10 defense. You don't either.
No, I know a few. I know a few, but I know it's definitely more than 2.
Okay. Let's find out.
Wait, hey Lamont. So based off of what you're saying, so you're saying a big part of it is winning and your overall impact, right? Plus accolades, right?
All he's doing is limiting it towards the thing that favors Steph Curry. Because the other thing that
no, I'm not because
that's what you're saying.
First of all, but the problem with this is my criteria wasn't designed to put Steph in the top 10. My criteria was about dominance, right? So my criteria is it helps players like a Bill Russell, whose greatness isn't embedded just in stats. Their dominance doesn't always show up in stats that most traditional fans love and adore, like points per game. Hold on one second, Mike. So what I'm saying is, when you talk about sheer dominance, the reason why you can be a dominant in a multiple faceted ways is because when you look at a guy like Bill Russell, whose dominance is ignored, people look at his field goal percentage, they look at his points per game and say, oh, he can't be that good. It's gotten so bad now where people say Bill Russell's not even a top 10 player of all time. Because they ignore all the other things that he did that impacted the game that led to him being dominant, right? So again, when you just go off sheer dominance and you break dominance down into multiple criteria, what you do is you just make it more fair for players across different eras. And what you do is you don't box people into having to be good at certain statistical categories to be dominant. There's multiple ways to be dominant. Multiple ways to be dominant. So hold on.
Yeah, I was trying to explain it.
So when you talk about Hakeem's defensive impact, what did it impact? When we're talking about not just being a good player, being a top 10 all-time great player.
Hold on, give me a minute.
Because the only reason why I say that is because there's been a lot of great defenders who have helped their team be top 10 in the NBA. That don't mean you get the right to be top 10 all-time in NBA history. When you are top 10 all-time in NBA history, you are looked at defensively like a Tim Duncan. You are looked at defensively like a Bill Russell, where your defense translated into significant winning or team success.
Yeah.
You can't. Nobody's saying Hakeem is. Nobody is saying
Duncan is a great example, by the way.
Nobody is saying Hakeem is a bad player. Hakeem is a great player. But if we're talking about cracking the top 10 all time, you cannot just tell me he had defensive impact. You better tell me how that defense impacted something. Impact. Listen to what I'm saying. What we're saying is two-way impact means you're talking about his defense as well. We all know his offense was good. But even when you go to offensive impact, the same question arises. And I think one of the things that hurts Hakeem is the team aspect. As much as unfair as it might be, that still hurts him.
Yeah, bro. How many times are you going to say Steph Curry's on a better team? Like, how many times are you going to say that?
Most players in the top 10 were on better teams. It's unfair.
Lamont,
there is no player in the top 10 that played on bad teams and just gets a pass because they were on a bad team. If you were on a bad team, that's just unfortunate.
You tell that to LeBron fans.
Bill Russell played on great teams. That's why he's there. Wilt Chamberlain played on great teams. That's why he's there. Larry Bird played on great teams. Magic Johnson, great teams. Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, great teams. Shaquille O'Neal, great teams with Kobe. We cannot penalize most of the top 10 just got lucky and played. If Shaq gets drafted to the Clippers, we might not be talking about Shaq. Unfortunately, if Shaq would have got drafted to the LA Clippers and they used the Stanley Roberts replacement, we might not be talking about Shaq, unfortunately. The unfortunate reality is that the top 10 players just a lot of times it just comes down to being in the right place at the right time, and it's just unfortunate for the guys like the Grant Hills and the Tracy McGrady's and some of the players that just got put in shitty situations for a long time. Not my problem.
Yeah, I'm not arguing fairness, Lamont. I'm not arguing fairness. You're trying to pigeonhole this to team success, which is team success, and one MVP. I get it. I'm trying to name the other things that
what I'm saying is when you're talking about the top 10 of all time, the unfortunate reality of the top 10 of all time is the things that you do great. When you're talking about the top 10 of all time, that shit needs to translate into significant winning, because we're talking about such a secluded amount of class of people. What is my criteria? Now, if you want to water down your criteria to open the door for a whole bunch of bums, go ahead.
Yeah, my argument has never been to debunk your criteria, Lamont.
No, water your. I mean, I've always said this about the NBA Hall of Fame. The NBA Hall of Fame is so watered down that anybody can get in. If you want to water your shit down so anybody can have a case to be in the top 10, water your shit down. But just because I want to be more thorough, and I've always said I hate having to include winning, because I've never been big on winning is the end all be all to somebody's resume. The unfortunate reality is that when you talk about the top 10 of all time, for me to pretend as if winning don't matter, that would make me a complete buffoon and idiot and hypocritical. It does matter when you're talking about the top 10, because it's such a small class of people. And for me to just say Hakeem's losing don't matter, right? And his losing was at a significant degree, right? And on top of the losing, Wilt has 2 championships, but what did Wilt do on top of the championships? He was otherworldly good as far as changing the era, changing the game, statistical impact. He did so many things. Hakeem was not that great to overcome all of the losing.
You acknowledge it. I
acknowledged it. I acknowledge it. I just think you're watering it down to open the door for him to be in.
No, I'm not. All I'm doing, like you said earlier, dominance is not cookie cutter.
Anybody can name off what a player does well. I'm asking you to do something more difficult and tell me, how does it enter him into the top 10 of all time?
I've been trying to say that shit for the last 30 minutes.
And the unfortunate reality of being in the top 10 is if the things you did great, if they do not translate into significant winning or significant team success, then that shit goes in the garbage can. And I think a lot of people put Hakeem in their top 10 because I feel like a lot of people put Hakeem in the top 10 because he did it in the 90s, and that's the so-called golden age. And people fell in love with the 90s and any player and anything that was done in the 90s. That's why.
No, that's not the case. Majority of people have Hakeem top 10 because of what he did. For 10 straight years, he was a great scorer, a great rebounder, and arguably the league's best defender. That is his dominance, his two-way impact. And once again, for the 1,000th time, we understand the Warriors won more than Houston. We get it. But
that's the separator. That's the separator.
Here's what we disagree.
The winning is the separator.
I'm trying to finish. Here's what we disagree.
It's an unfortunate reality of it.
No. Here's what we disagree. You want to extinguish everything Hakeem dominance brought to the table because his team was not as successful as the Warriors.
No, what I'm saying is this. I think you need to just listen to what I'm saying. When you get down to the top 10 players of all time in NBA history, listen to what I'm saying. You have to become more and more petty. And so the closer you get to the top 10, the more and more petty you have to be with the more finite things, the things that typically don't necessarily matter. So when we get closer to that upper echelon of players, it's going to become harder and harder for me to ignore the losing. And if this is all happening during your supposed 10-year stretch of dominance, this is happening during this 10-year stretch of dominance, the losing, the lack of impact.
Well, it's not.
What do you want me to do with
that? I don't know
that?
why you keep saying that. I don't know why you keep saying that. Number one, there's not a lack of impact. Number one. Number two, most importantly, Lamont, this idea that he was losing more so than that's the same thing for Curry. Curry didn't win 10 straight chips.
Based on your
he lost more than he won. Like again,
based on your logic, then Ewing has a top 10 case, and so does David Robinson.
My logic is this, Lamont.
If we remove winning, if we remove winning, and we remove winning and talk about two-way impact, then how is David Robinson not top 10?
Is this simple, Lamont?
No, hold on. Tell me.
Answer the question, bro.
Tell me. Hold on. Just go to David Robinson. If we remove winning,
why the fuck do I talk about an inferior play?
Hold on. What's the separator between David Robinson in his prime versus Hakeem in his prime?
The separator between those guys.
If you're talking about where we rank them all time, it's going to come down to
Hakeem's just a better player.
No, because that's arguable.
He's clearly a better player.
No, that's not. That's arguable because
that's not.
That's arguable. That is arguable. Looking at the numbers, that's arguable.
I think it'll be. Hold on, Lamar. Hold on. Hold on, A-Star. I think it'll be the impact on winning.
It's the impact on winning through the decade. And so thank you, because if you look at the numbers, statistically dominant, right? When you talk about David Robinson, when the scoring title, the 70 points, arguably the best defensive player. He has a case to be the best defensive player, right? Offensively, he was great, so he was a two-way dominance.
He was not
all
great
the same.
What happened when he matched up versus Hakeem in the playoffs?
All the same things. All the same things. Hold on, listen to what I'm saying, Sturdy. All the same things that you were saying generalistically about Hakeem, I can say the same things about David Robinson. But the reason why David Robinson will struggle to crack anybody's top 10 is because of the winning. The impact towards winning.
You can't, Lamont. You cannot say David Robinson had a decade plus of two-way impact. You know why, Lamont? Because nigga got hurt. He got hurt.
What about Karl Malone?
What are you talking about?
What about Karl Malone?
Karl Malone what?
It's two-way impact. Okay, so Karl Malone, you could, if we remove the winning, how does he not have a case to be in the top 10?
Why do you keep saying removing winning? Because I'm not removing winning. I'm trying to tell you the team success do not make up the gap from the other shit that got above Curry. That's what I keep trying to say.
I'm saying that when you if you say that it's close, let's say we remove winning and it's close between Steph and Hakeem. The separator is the winning. The winning separates it to me.
Lamont,
the impact towards winning.
Lamont, once again, I'm not saying take away winning. But if you take away winning, this shit's not close between Curry and Hakeem. It's not. Not nowhere near close. Wow, what you gonna say? What you gonna say, Lamont? What? You
just because
take away winning.
No, I don't want to. How do I want to take away winning and I incorporate it? I have to incorporate it. This is the top 10. Hold on. Look, I don't even want to keep doing this. What I'm saying is this. It's the top 10 of all time. Do I want to be petty about winning? No. Do I have to include it? Do I have to consider it? Yes. Is it something that I can just ignore? No. And if we're talking about the top 50 and we're talking about 49 and 50, okay, I get it. When we're talking about the top 10 of all time, the separator starts to become winning. And winning can be in all forms. So when I say winning, I'm not even just talking about championships. Winning can be consistent deep runs in the playoffs, getting to the finals a ton. Winning can be the regular season dominance. Winning can be you can show winning in a multitude of ways. So when I say winning, I'm not like a Jordan fan saying it has to be the championships. So winning you can just display it in a multitude of ways.
So why you say only 2
So
years?
what I'm saying, listen to what I'm saying. So when you look at Hakeem, you don't see winning in a multitude of ways.
But it's a fact, Lamont. He got deep in the playoffs more than just 2 times. So why you keep saying only 2 years? I'm trying to figure you out, Lamont. I'm really trying to figure it out because
he went deep in
that high successful winning.
He went deep in the playoffs 3 times. Now, how many times did Steph go deep in the playoffs? And also look at the regular season success. Who was more successful in the regular season with regards to being a winner? Steph. Who was more successful in the playoffs?
The Warriors.
Consistently. Steph doesn't matter. It's part of Steph's legacy. It's part of winning. It's unfair. It's not fair. Look, I understand that it's not fair.
It is what it is.
It is. Well, what I'm saying is the winning is the separator. And unfortunately for Hakeem, you can blame it on the GM that you don't know, and you can blame it on all the players that you can't name on those rosters. But at the end of the day, the winning has to be being a winner has to be the separator for your top 10 if it's close. And if you don't think that is close, if you don't think Steph, you've already said that you think that you've already said that Hakeem Olajuwon, you think he's had more of a generational impact on the game than Steph Curry, which I think is just a lie. But you can rock with that if you want to roll with that. I don't care.
Yeah,
I get you. I mean, I didn't say that. I just read what ChatGPT said.
No, I'm saying
again. I'm just saying. If somebody walks up to you and asks you who has had a more generational impact on the NBA, Hakeem Olajuwon or Steph Curry, I think the most obvious answer is Steph Curry. And for anybody just
Steph Curry for marketability.
No, it's bro. That's part of it.
Now we doing marketability now. Oh, okay.
That's part.
Now we doing
marketability. Oh, so when we talk about Jordan's impact on the NBA, the marketability is part of it. That's just the cultural impact. When you talk about Allen Iverson and his cultural impact,
that nigga marketability, bro. Like,
oh my god, man. Like when we why do we like? It's just part of it. Like you can't pick and choose what you like and what you don't like. I don't like the marketing element of it, but it's part of it.
Lamont, once again, Lamont, this subjective value, right? In terms of criteria, you're doing the same thing. You're evaluating the team success more than everything else.
No, I didn't.
Everything else.
No, I didn't. I said when it comes down to Hakeem and Steph, I feel like if you remove winning, it's close. And really, I don't even think it's close because I think Steph's ability to shoot the three had much more of an impact on everything in the NBA than anything Hakeem ever did. So if we say it's close, once you incorporate the results, the winning, the regular season, the playoff runs, that's the separator. And then, so now what we have to do from that point is give excuses as to why Hakeem didn't have a lot of deep playoff runs, which nobody can give excuses because none of y'all watched. So none of us know if he joked.
I didn't give a single excuse.
So no, but what you're doing is you're saying we just can't incorporate winning to that degree. I'm saying
I never said that
it has to. I believe they're all looked at equally. I believe that what you did great. If you said the word, you said the key word, which is impact. Impact means what is it impacting? And you can't. And so when we say, is it impacting winning? Because that's ultimately what you're trying to do when you're in the top 10. To crack that top 10, that element of winning has to be there. Just like when I asked Olo, if you remove all of Steph's championships, we're not talking about this motherfucker being in the top 10.
Nowhere near.
So at the end of the day, we know winning matters because none of these motherfuckers we talking about are gonna be in the top 10 discussion if you ain't won to a significant degree.
You're pigeon-toning the argument.
This is not pigeon-toning. Everything has to lead to something. What you do great has to, what you said, Sturdy, impact something. And that something at the end, it needs to impact, if you're trying to crack the top 10, is it needs to impact significant winning. So when we look at what LeBron has done throughout his career, everything that he's done has had a significant impact on winning. From his time with the Cavs to Miami to the Lakers. Shaquille O'Neal, soon as he got to Orlando, everything that he started to do had a significant impact towards winning, on top of being the most dominant force in the NBA. It had an impact. Did they win it all in Orlando? No. But did it immediately have an impact towards winning that we could all see? Yes. And was it sustained? Yes, because he did it in Orlando and he kept doing it in the Lakers. Even though he got lucky in getting a teammate by the name of Kobe Bryant to help sustain that. And then he got lucky again to sustain it a little bit longer, playing with D Wade. A little bit of luck there too, but it was sustained. When you talk about Tim Duncan getting drafted to the Spurs by sheer luck, or David Robinson getting hurt, and that sustained dominance that he had, run after run after run. Did they win it every year? Did they ever get to go back to back? No, but it was sustained winning over a long period of time because everything that he did equated and had an impact towards something. If you have these big gaps in your career where your impact is not felt, how can I call it dominance?
Well, once again, Lamont, he, as an individual player, was providing elite two-way dominance for a decade. Once again,
Okay.
Lamont, you keep bringing it to the
I don't deny that. I don't deny that.
This,
no, what I'm saying is when you're talking about the top 10, getting to the team aspect is unavoidable.
Yeah, but
you
the
cannot.
team aspect's not the majority. It's not the majority. of the
argument. I said they are all equally weighed. The only reason why you're
we all know that's cap.
The only reason why you're saying with Hakeem, the only reason why you can say you feel like it's not equally weighed is because Steph has just done so much winning.
No, we know it's cap. Lamont, look at the rest of the guys in the top 10.
It's not cap.
And your criteria is not weighed the same. It's not.
Hold
How's
on.
it weighed the same?
My top 10 is Jordan, Bron, and Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. I got Jordan. Dudes. Okay, so but when I apply dominance, even when I go to Bill Russell at 4, Bill Russell's dominance is not embedded. His dominant impact, which ultimately led to a lot of winning, it stemmed from something. When Jordan's impact over his stretch in the 90s, cultural impact, statistical impact, right? All of that led to something that I give him credit for. Same with Shaquille O'Neal. You looked at the most dominant force in NBA history. He didn't just do it for 1 year or 2 years, but he sustained that over a long course of time and then did it across multiple teams. So it wasn't just a fluke on one team in one system. He did it with Orlando, with the Lakers, and with Miami. So he sustained it. So we can put Shaq in that conversation. There's multiple ways you can get to dominance, but all of that dominance, if you're going to be in the top 10, that dominance needs to have an impact towards one thing. And that one thing, unfortunately, is winning. And I cannot ignore the winning. That's
not true. That's not true, Lamar. We all know that's true.
Well, who do I ignore winning with in my top 10?
No, I'm saying no. I'm saying
in my top 10, who do I ignore winning with?
What I'm saying is, Lamar, it's not true from a standpoint of this. One is definitely not equal because everyone don't have the equal amount of they don't have an equal amount of the categories are in, from production, longevity, impact, championships. Nobody in top 10 has an equal amount of that. That's why
I didn't say that. I said everybody's dominance can be different. Bill Russell's dominance is different from Shaq's dominance, but Bill Russell's dominance and his impact led to what? A lot of what? Winning. When you look at Shaquille O'Neal, his dominance looked a lot different from Bill Russell. But his dominance, when we talk about his dominance as an individual player and that impact ultimately led to what? When we look at Jordan's dominance looked a lot different from Bill Russell, Wilt Chamberlain's, and Kareem Abdul-Jabbar's. But ultimately, his dominance ultimately had an impact towards what? So when we talk about these things, the one thing at the end, when we're talking about the top 10, is everything that you did great needs to have, and I've always said it's one of the most unfair aspects of the top 10 is that winning becomes an essential of the criteria. You cannot ignore it. And it's unfair that certain players got put in shitty situations and couldn't win. You ain't cracking the top 10.
That's why
you ain't cracking the top 10.
I'm not ignoring it. All I'm simply saying, it don't.
Okay.
Curry did not surpass him in everything else.
And to me, he does. I guarantee you, if you give me your top 10, it's going to be a whole bunch of winners.
Let him do that, Lamont. Let him do it.
Give me your top 10. Give me your top 10 because I want to see some of these. I want to see some of these anomalies that just had bad teams that couldn't win. What's your top 10, Sturdy? What's your top 10?
I never dismissed it. I'm not intending that, bro. I've never dismissed winning. You never heard me say that ever.
Okay. All I'm saying, Sturdy, is I can't value it the way you want me to pretend as if winning isn't a huge deal. The problem with winning, the problem with winning in the top 10 is it's a huge deal. Now, where I feel people misvalue winning is that they only say that winning is winning the championship. I feel like you can be looked at as a winner by getting to the finals a ton. Look at a guy like Jerry West. I feel like you can be a winner, shit ton of deep playoff runs. I mean, look at Wilt. But at the end of the day, I'm not going to judge you I'm not limiting your winning. I'm not going to limit your winning to You have to win a championship. If you go to 10 finals, that's a lot of fucking winning. That shit is translating. That shit is being impactful. But if you sitting here telling me, Hakeem Olajuwon, in his dominant years, these are the years that you labeled as his dominant years, and is not having a significant impact towards winning, not making the playoffs, and getting bounced out in the first round, how can you tell me it's having top 10 level impact?
Because of things I just said, Lamont. His two-way ability, his defensive prowess, and especially what he did on defensive. Man, all majority of the time of that stretch, I said, floor raised his team, made his team better. In the 90s, it's just that simple, bro. If you were on the best shot blockers of all time, you was going to floor raise your team defensively. You and I both know that in the 90s. It's just facts.
I didn't say he didn't floor raise his team.
All
of these players floor raise their teams.
I'm answering your question, bro.
Every player in the top 20, every player in the top 20 floor raised their team.
But that's exactly what I'm saying, Lamont. Every time I answer a question specifically about Hakeem, you generalize it to everybody do it.
Okay, because
everybody
we're not talking
don't have a top.
Because we're not. We are not talking about just being good at something. We are talking about the 10 best players in NBA history. When you get to the 10 best players in NBA history, it takes more than just being good and floor raising your teammates. That shit needs to translate into something that all of the others couldn't do. So when we talk about Hakeem and all of this stuff that you said he was able to do, did his greatness translate it into anything? Did it translate into anything that is top 10 like over a guy like Steph or over a guy like Shaq, over a guy like Duncan, over a guy like Wilt, over a guy like LeBron, over a guy like Jordan? No, it did not.
And all those guys said Curry, no, but Curry definitely Curry, 1,000%.
Okay.
You know how many times you try to limit the team success, Lamont? Is your contribution?
You cannot unlink it. You can't unlink it. You can't unlink the team.
Once again. No, I'm not. Once again, his team was in multiple categories.
Huh?
Hold on.
What did he say?
He says his team was in multiple categories or some bullshit.
Man,
but I mean, Lamont, if you want to use if he wanted to use semantics, he could have said like David Robinson missed the playoffs twice and Hakeem only missed the playoffs once out of the 10-year. As far as the 10-year from like 86 to 96, Hakeem missed the playoff once, and from 90 to 2000, David Robinson missed the playoffs twice. But as far as a full career standpoint, Hakeem lost in the first round like 5 times. And Robinson lost like twice, 2 or 3 times. But they both had similar.
Yeah, the problem with Hakeem, remember the window that he gave us, right? He gave us a window of 86 to 96. Okay. We're not going to count the years when Hakeem started to fall off and went to Toronto, did all that goofy stuff.
Oh, no, I was talking about like from 85.
If I told you he lost in this gap of so-called dominance, if I told you he lost in the first round 6 times.
Like 4 times, yeah.
No. He lost. So he lost in 87. He lost in the first round. In 88, he lost in the first round.
Right.
89, he lost in the first round.
Yeah.
90, lost in the first round.
Yep.
91, got swept in the first round. Remember, all of these are all gentlemen's sweep. In 87, lost in the first round 3-1. 88, remember, this is during his 10-year reign of dominance. In 88, lost in the first round, 3-1. 89, lost in the first round, 3-1. 90, lost in the first round, 3-1. 91, lost in the first round.
Next year, he missed the playoffs.
Next year, he missed the playoffs. So you're talking about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 years, 6 years of your so-called dominant 10-year reign or decade where what you are great at ain't translating into nothing. You're individually hellified great player. But when we talk about having a top 10 resume,
about, bro.
when we talk
individual player,
listen to what. No, we're not. That's what you're talking about.
How
What
we
I'm talking
about players,
because
bro? What are you talking about?
listen, stop, sorry. Listen to what I'm saying. When we talk about the top 10 of all time, the unfortunate reality is that what you do great, it must translate into something that we can define as significant winning, whether it's regular. For example, when they lost in the first round, to the Lakers in 1991, well, that means you had a shitty regular season, because why are you playing the Lakers in the first round? So that means your shit wasn't translating in the regular season, which thus led to you being a low seed in the playoffs, having to play the Lakers in the first round, and then you get swept in the first round. So, like, again, when you can't, the best thing about the playoffs is that the higher your seed is, the easier is your path to go deeper in the playoffs. So it's telling me right now that you're having regular season woes. What you're doing great isn't translating into winning. Now, what have I always said, and I keep saying it over and over, is it fair that we have to penalize guys in the top 10 because they may or may have not had teams around them that weren't as great? That's the unfair element of the top 10. And I have yet to see anybody create a top 10 where they say winning doesn't matter at all. I've yet to see anybody do that because to every but all I'm doing, Sturdy, is explaining my logic behind where the dominance needs to lead. For me, for you, it may not need to be, but for me, the unfair element of the top 10 is that dominance has to somewhere translate to me into some form of what I would call winning. And I've already brought in the definition of what winning could be. So I'm not one of those people that just are stuck on championships. I will look at you getting to the conference finals or the NBA finals and consider that winning. I will look at you having a 55, 60 win regular season, being the number 1, 2, 3 seed, something like that, and really getting into the playoffs doing something, right? I understand that not every team can win it every year. So, but at the end of the day, for you to fall short in all elements of winning so many times, and if you want me to just ignore it, and this is my top 10, well, I'm not doing too much ignoring in my top 10. I got to look at it.
You can oversimplify a bunch of events if you want. That's fine. No one trying to convince you of the change of criteria. That was months ago. I already knew how you felt about a king. But what we're not going to do, we're not going to lie. We're not going to do. Why
are you making it about a king? It's not about a king.
What? We was talking about a king for like last hour. What are you talking about?
What I'm saying is, what you make it seem like I formulated this top 10 so that Hakeem is out. I formulated this top 10. No, I formulated this top 10 so it could be fair for players of any generation. Because what changes from era to era? What dominance looks like. Dominance in the 60s looked different from dominance in the 70s. Dominance in the 70s looked different from dominance in the 80s. So what happened with a lot of people's top 10 is they started confining dominance to what era of basketball they thought was most dominant. So if the 90s was the most dominant, they're going to say everybody and everything in the 90s was all this. This is why we hear a lot of people slight past eras. Oh, they wasn't playing no good comp and all this, that, and the other. For me, you can't control that. If you dominated in your era, I need to find a way to give you fair credit for that in my top 10. And it removes biases towards any particular stat category. It removes biases towards any particular type of play. It allows you to still be all-time great as long as it translates. Because the one thing that hasn't changed from era to era, the one thing that has not changed from era to era is winning. And that's really all that matters, no matter how you get to it.
You ever notice?
That's all that matters.
You ever notice? That's one of the reasons. That's one of the reasons why Hakeem is considered the second best and second most dominant player of the 90s. That's one of the reasons. That's also one of the reasons. There's nothing to Lamar. Like, that's what I'm saying. We all know it's not fair, but I'm taking it for what it is. You're trying to give majority of the credit, which most people do, in a team sport, which you obviously know, to one player. When reality, you and I both know that teams get deep in the playoffs, teams get good records, and teams win championships. How we measure players, how players separate themselves, no matter what era, even across eras, is their contribution to that success. That's simple. And in Cam's case, he did it from he was a versatile two-way center. Everybody, the reason why a lot of people have him in the top 10, including myself, everybody in the top 10 can't say they had a 10 or more a decade run of being an elite two-way player. Only 2 or 3 players can say that.
How much? Hold on. This is a good question.
I was almost finished.
How much credit do you give Akeem for the 2 championships?
What do you mean? How much credit?
Okay, first and we can do Olo. Me and you both know if Akeem don't get them 2 championships, and for example, let's say David Robinson gets them, Akeem ain't getting looked at as the second best player in the 90s. It's going to be David Robinson. What I'm saying is, how much do you value the 2 championships that Akeem won? How much extra credit does he get for those 2 championships?
Me personally, I don't boost no player for the team winning. I mean team winning championship. I just look at how you contribute. So for Akeem's case, Akeem is one of the few players that have one of the greatest individual playoff runs of '94. Period.
Right. So without 94, is he and 95, is he still being held as an all-time top 10?
Okay, hold on. So hold on. Let's do this. Let's do this. Hold on. No, Sturdy. Check this out. If they lose in the first round in 94 and 95, is he still top 10? Is he still top 10? No, because winning doesn't matter as much.
It's once again, it's your contribution towards winning. So
okay, let's say he does the same thing, same numbers. Hold on, let's say his contribution is exactly the same, but they lose in the first round in 94 and 95. Is he still top 10 all time?
He can't, bruh.
I think that's a yes or no question.
30.
That's not once again. These bro.
That's a very easy question. No, you did not answer that question.
Yes, I did. You didn't like the answer.
No, 30. If they lose in 94, 95 and lose in the first round like he had been doing every year before, but he has the same, but he has the hold on.
Shit, bro.
But he has the same production that he did. Let's say his numbers are all the same in 94, 95, but they lose in the first round both years. Is he still top 10 all time?
Bruh. In my opinion, yes, Lamar. Because I know why. Once again.
Hey, Hakeem might be the GOAT.
Yo, can I finish my fucking statement, bro? For the last fucking time, bro. No matter how fuck you feel or anyone feels, team, that's why they call team record. Team championship. It's never one fucking player. And so, just like you, I can say a dumbass hypothetical too. If Steph Curry kept getting hurt like he always been doing in the playoffs, would he still be in the top 10?
No.
Because it's a dumbass
because he wouldn't have the winning. He wouldn't have this because hold on. Hold on, Sturdy, listen. Because this is what happened. This is what happens if Steph Curry is injured. The one thing that can't happen is the offensive output, the statistical output. The MVPs can't happen. All of the things that lead up to the winning, none of that can happen. And you know what also that can't happen if you're hurt? The winning can't happen. So, yes, of course, if you're hurt, none of that can happen. You throw it out the window. But hold on, Sturdy, because what I'm asking you, Sturdy, is this. Because what I'm saying, because if you say that losing in the first round in 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, missing the playoffs in 92, right? Remember, hold on, Sturdy, I want you to listen to this. None of that matters because his impact and production was all the same. So if we hypothetically surmise, since the winningest team and the winning don't matter, so if the winningest team, okay, so if the winningest team, okay, I got you, Sturdy. If the winningest team, you said that, if they lose in the first round in 94, 95 instead of winning the championship, you still say that Akeem is going to be top 10 all time with 0 championships.
Lamont, yes, bro. Because when I rank players, bro. I'm not ranking
because teams. How many players in your top 10 right now have 0 championship? How many players in your top 10 right now have 0 championships? How many players right now in your top 10 have 0 championships?
I rank players based on what they did, bro.
Then rank them. Then how many players in your top 10 have 0 championships?
Lamont, the reason I know this shit because my top 10, everybody in my top 10, their team won a championship. But when I excluded championships, I had the same fucking top 10. The same fucking top 10.
You are lying like a motherfucker.
The same, because once again, Lamont, it is what it is, bro. You keep
Man,
trying to
lying.
Lamont, you keep lying
Bro,
and trying to conflate individual with a team accomplishment.
Bro,
not, that's not no opinion.
Sturdy, you got to stop lying, bro. Sturdy. I hate the. Look, and Olo, and y'all know this. I hate the 6-0 logic just as much as most, but I cannot pretend as if that shit don't matter. You want to sit here? Hold on. For example, watch this. Olo. Olo. Let's go to another player. Olo.
Why you keep doing that shit, bro? That's the lie.
Olo, if we take Dirk's championship away,
fuck this shit, bro.
Do we look at Dirk the same?
Hell no.
Like
if he doesn't win in 2011, we're not. Dirk is not in any top 20 conversation.
You're not in the top 20 conversation now.
Huh?
He's not.
Fuck no.
He's not.
Do y'all know the history of the game? All right, bro.
He's not even in the conversation. Ace 30. He's not even in the Ace 30. Ace 30. He's not even in the conversation.
I know the history of the game, bro. No,
he's not even in the conversation though. I didn't say top 20.
For you,
he
is, bro.
Hakeem Olajuwon is top 10, even without the 2 championships, man. That's how great he was. That's just new to me right there. That is brand new to me.
I never said this shit is already recorded. I ain't said none of the things that you keep saying. I never said
you did say that. You literally said that.
When it don't matter. I never said when it don't matter.
No. Ace 30. The reason
send you $50 now if you can prove I said when it don't matter.
Okay, Ace 30, I got you. Ace 30. When he asked you Ace 30, watch this. When he asked you the question without 94 and 95, would you still have him top 10? You said yes. You basically made it look like winning doesn't matter.
Once again,
because without 93, without 94 and 95, all you got is first round exits and a couple of second round exits and one conference finals exit.
So I do not, for no player, no matter how successful the team is, I don't oversimplify their fucking career based off their team, what the fuck they can do. That's stupid. That's retarded. And most importantly, that's not that's not the case for every nigga in the top 10. No matter what, they always emphasize your performance. Why the fuck you think they was calling niggas Jesus? Why you think they was calling Jordan Jesus? Despite getting his ass, despite the Bulls getting their ass kicked in the first round, why was they calling him Jordan Jesus?
Olo.
The same reason why he wouldn't even be in the GOAT conversation if he didn't win those championships.
You still didn't answer the question.
No, hold on. Olo, it's like this. This the reason why winning has to matter.
Oh, I can answer your question. No, I can answer my question. Okay.
No,
I'll answer. Ask the question. Hold on, Lamont. Ask the question again. Ace 30.
Hold on. No, what I'm saying is this. The reason why we know winning matters is this. So if we go to a player,
winning don't matter.
Hold on, Sturdy. Nobody said that. What are you talking about? Nobody said that. All I'm saying something to Olo right now. All I'm saying is this. The reason why I know winning matters is because, for example, and the reason why the dominance criteria to me is king. If we go to, for example, a player like Bill Russell, if we remove all 11 of his championships, how could we define his greatness without it translating into significant winning? Because people already right now have a hard time understanding how great Bill Russell was with the championships. Like, we literally have to pull up clips of coaches and things of that nature just to talk about how great he was, because he didn't have the pretty scoring numbers or the field goal percentages, the traditional things that we like to see in modern basketball. He didn't have those things. But the one thing that he did great was what he did great was recognized by his peers. His peers voted him the MVP 5 times, even though he didn't have the illustrious scoring numbers or the beautiful numbers somewhere, outside of the rebounding, which the rebounding even in that time frame wasn't that great, because a lot of the bigs were grabbing 18, 19, 20 rebounds. So how do we define his greatness without the winning? The thing is, Bill Russell's greatness is defined. His impact was felt in the results. That's what John Condola said of the Los Angeles Lakers. He says, we don't fear the Boston Celtics when they don't have Bill Russell. He didn't care about his production. It was the impact towards winning that he had. Everything that Bill Russell did impacted winning, even with all the other Hall of Famers on that team. All the other Hall of Famers, it was Bill Russell who was the one that was a 5-time MVP. He was the one that impacted winning. It just looked a little different than what we see in the modern era of basketball. So as we progress into these other eras of basketball, impact towards winning starts to look a little different, right? Magic's impact towards winning. It was new. It was flashy, right? But it worked, and it led to a lot of winning. We give him credit. Same with Larry Bird in the 80s. Even the same with Isaiah Thomas a little bit with the Pistons. And he might be getting less credit, but he still gets top 20 consideration, probably top 15 consideration. All of these players that we talk about are great. It's because that greatness ultimately translated into winning. One of the reasons why a guy like Tracy McGrady is going to struggle to crack a lot of these lists is because it didn't translate into the winning. We even have the same gripe. Yeah, and I give you injuries too, but injuries can also impact that as well. But we have the same gripe with a guy like James Harden, right? And, the saving grace for Kawhi Leonard was the championship in Toronto and what he was able to do in San Antonio. But without that winning, that's still stamp sealing of approval into the top 10 because it has to equate to something. That is the separator from the top 10 and everybody else. They stand out above the rest because what they did had a second level impact towards winning. It against all odds, being able to overcome bad teams and things of that nature. When we look at what LeBron James did his first 7 years in Cleveland, he didn't need a winning championship to prove that he was a winner. Everything that he did those first 7 years was an impact towards winning because as soon as he got there, the team got better. Now the team's in the playoffs. Now they're in the NBA Finals. He didn't have to win a championship.
That's similar to a king.
So the reason why we knew, but it wasn't sustained. When we talk about the top 10, you have to sustain it. Hakeem never sustained it after 86. After 86, they fell off into the garbage can. And they fell off in the garbage can. They fell off into the garbage can. Was it the best players? It don't matter.
Oh, now it don't matter. Okay.
Because why? So how do you fall off for 6 years? Are you telling me that they did nothing to that roster for 6 years?
He didn't fall off.
Okay, so where was his impact towards winning?
I keep answering that question, bro. And you keep going to like the going first. I keep answering that question the same exact way, bro. The same exact way.
You don't lose in the playoffs 5 years in a row and miss the playoffs for a 6th year. But you sitting there telling me you got a hellified impact towards winning? It's just everybody else's fault?
I didn't say that.
But when he wins the championship, those are but when he wins 2 championships, those 2 championships, he gets all the credit and it puts him in the top 10.
I never said that. I said the Rockets won, right? I said
because as much as you try to lie, me and Olo both, everybody in the world knows that Hakeem would not be in your top 10 if he did not win those 2 championships.
That's not a fact, or
that is a factual.
That's not a
30,
fact.
30. You don't have to lie to kick it, man.
You know what the fact is? You
don't have to lie to kick it.
You've been lying multiple times.
Hold on, watch this. We can poll the chat. Anybody in the chat? Did y'all have Hakeem Olajuwon? Anybody in the chat? Hit the link if you have Hakeem Olajuwon in your top 10, but he don't have the 2 championships from 94, 95.
You keep pitching once again, Lamont. You keep pitching on to team success, bro.
You've
been talking about the teams than these players, bro.
But you don't even know the teams. I just know they weren't winning.
That's why I keep saying, bro. Even the other side. That's an oversimplification.
Thank you. Hey, for example. Hey, black man, fair.
For example.
Exact point. If that's facts, you need to win for it to matter.
That nigga, bro. If you want to talk, he come on the panel. That's simple.
Thank you. If you don't win, you ain't cracking the top 10. Hey, we need to turn that into a bar, man. We got to get some bars for that,
bro.
Man.
Lamont, you pigeonholed me.
Hey.
My whole question. So my question to you was, why were they calling Jordan Black fucking Jesus, even though the Bulls were getting ass kicked the first 3 years of his career? Why?
Jordan.
I asked Solo.
When did they call him Black Jesus? What does this have to do with Jordan?
I asked Solo.
They was calling him Black Jesus because of his skill set during those series against Boston.
He's telling us. Oh, so Sturdy's saying if Jordan was 0-6 in the NBA Finals, he could still be the GOAT.
I didn't say that at all. I didn't say that at all.
So, why are you asking me about?
Why I am saying it's a fact. Even when we talk about these players, we always emphasize on their individual contribution. We don't just water it down to team success. When you talk about Magic, part of the main things you talk about Magic as an individual player, one of the greatest passers, if not the greatest passer of all time. You even give a moment at rookie 45, 10 and 6 in the fucking finals. Individual moment, individual contribution is never just overly simplified to fucking team success. That's not that for any player.
But the point is, Ace 30. The point is that with Jordan being called Black Jesus, with Magic Johnson being arguably the greatest passer ever, if they don't win anything, they're not put in no top 10 of anything.
For the last fucking time, bro, no one said winning does not fucking matter. Why the fuck y'all keep responding as if I said that?
Because you keep bringing up shit.
Hey, hold on. I gotta shut this one down. Hey, Johnny got the 6 o'clock slot. My bad, y'all. My bad, y'all. They calling for it in the chat, man. Time flew by, man. But yeah, that's tomorrow's show, y'all. Tomorrow's show. Is Hakeem Olajuwon top 10 without the championships, man. We got to dive into that.
Are we doing this again? Are we doing this again?
Yeah, we go. I want to identify all the players.
We got to nip this in the bud for real.
How is that slander, Olo? How is that slander?
No, it's just
once again, you're oversimplifying what this man did.
Hold on. All right. You got it, Lamar. You got it.
You enlighten us. You can crack the top 10 without a championship. Hakeem is the first person ever in NBA history to do it. And we got to dive into that, man. We got to dive into that.
I didn't use no hypotheticals, bro. Since when I got to this bitch, I was just saying nothing but straight facts. And I noticed once again, you didn't put in that correction in ChatGPT. You'll do it later. I know you'll do it now.
Hold on. The hypothetical was that Hakeem would still be in your top 10 without championships.
Yes, that's a hypothetical. That did not happen. So why the
fuck? But you agree. But you just said if his production was the same and he loses in the first round in 94-95, then Hakeem is still.
The reason I answered that hypothetical question, I want to get past that shit, bro. But why are we spending time on hypotheticals?
No, but the reason careers? Because the reason why I said that and the reason why that hypothetical matters, Sturdy, is because it shows that you credit Hakeem with the winning. Because if he doesn't have those championships, he's not in your top 10.
What else did I say, Lauren, about King?
If he doesn't have those championships, truly and honestly, no trolling, nothing. Truly and honestly, if he loses in the first round in 94-95, but he still has the same production. He's still great. We could even throw in a defensive player of the year one of those years, something like that. If he doesn't have those two championships in 94-95, first round exits, but he's still statistically great. Is he still top 10 all time?
Say that again, my bad.
If let's 94-95, let's say Hakeem in 94-95 averaged 30 points a game. He was balling. Let's say he got DPOY one of those years, but his team still lost in the first round both of those years. Is he still top 10 all time? That's my whole point, Tyson. Winning matters. As much as we try to get around it.
Don't matter.
No. You got to answer his question first. You got to answer his question.
What is wrong with y'all?
Ace 30, you got to answer his question first.
This is retarded, bro. What's his question again, bro? What's your question?
He said that if Hakeem is averaging 30 and like 15, and he's winning DPOY, and he doesn't win those two championships, is he still being put in the top 10 discussion?
Solo, how many times do I have to answer this hypothetical question, bro?
I'm just asking you the question that he asked. I'm just repeating the question that he asked.
I said no because earlier you said you answered it just to move along. I said no trolling, just to get a real answer out of you. If we remove his championships, but he's statistically great, even throwing a DPOY in 94-95, he's still averaging, let's say, 30 and 12. But they lose in the first round both of those years, and he ends his career with no championships. Is he still top 10 for you?
In my opinion, yes, because championships are a team accomplishment. That's not an opinion.
And you know what? I like that. So my next question to you is going to be, my next question is for you is going to be, with Karl Malone being so great scoring wise, got to the NBA Finals multiple times. How come he didn't crack your top 10? How come you?
Because there's because majority. This is the same fucking time. Every single guy in the top 10 played better in the playoffs than that nigga. Even for his standard, he had multiple playoff woes as an individual player. From missing free throws to not being a good passer.
Playoff woes is losing.
All this other shit. No,
that's losing, right?
No. I'm talking about him as a player. See how you keep cutting me the fuck off? I'm saying him as a player. Some of his things that he was consistent with as a player in the playoffs he was not able to be as impactful as he was in the regular season in the playoffs. That's why majority of niggas in top 10, majority of dudes in top 10, they sustain their impact in the regular season and in the playoffs.
Can you make that same case?
Hold on. Karl Malone averaged 25 and 10 in the playoffs.
Oh, we're going to stats now.
Well, that's his impact. The stats are your impact.
Oh, now we're going to stats. But
that's your impact.
Stats was an impact for King. Stats was an impact for
King.
Now we're going to stats.
Yeah. No, but hold on. Olo, what did he just tell us? He said Karl Malone's impact in the playoffs didn't translate to what?
To the playoffs. Or the regular season.
The only reason why we would say it didn't translate is if he didn't win. The only reason because you know what?
Take what I said.
People don't kill Kobe.
He was talking about his individual play though, Lamont.
Thank you.
No, what I'm saying is this. When you talk about his individual play in the playoffs, well, he averaged 25 and 10 in the playoffs. So more times than not, he didn't perform too crazy. So the only way you would judge him in the playoffs, if he's if you tell me that a guy's averaging 25 and 10 for his entire playoff career, well, that's damn good to me. But how do we judge the impact of that 25 and 10 in the playoffs versus the winning and the losing? Because his playoff runs led to a lot of letdowns, first round exits, losses in the finals because they didn't have the impact. That's winning. No matter how you get around it, when you killed Karl Malone because playoffs. You said his numbers went down.
I didn't say that.
His averages ain't looking. Averages is looking pretty good.
I didn't mention a single fucking number, Lamont.
Okay, so what went down? So what are you talking about then?
I said he did not maintain his impact in the regular season as he did in the playoffs.
Maintain what impact?
I'm about to finish because in a lot of series he had a problem making his free throws. A lot of series he had a problem being consistent passing out the post. In a lot of series, even for his standard, he was inconsistent.
Hold on. You know the funniest thing about this, Olo, is I can literally say that there are some playoff series where I could say the same thing about Shaq, but his team won. Like, see, the difference between how we look at these players is the winning and the losing. For example, Kobe with the versus the Pacers that year they went to the finals. Kobe don't get torn down before that year, even though he played like garbage. But against the Pistons, when they lost, they do hold that against Kobe, right? Against the Suns, when he had a meltdown in that game 7 and they lost the 3-1 lead, they do hold that against Kobe. Right, when against the Mavericks in 2011, when Kobe didn't show up, they do hold it. They only hold it against you when you lose and take the L. I've never seen a player get indicted when they win the series or win the chip. Who run around getting indicted when they win?
Well, so they don't hold it. They don't hold it against Kobe for his pace performance because he got injured by Jalen Rose. That's why. Every other time you said he was healthy.
No, you get indicted just like with James. You get indicted. For example, James Harden lost to the Golden State Warriors. We all knew that to beat that Warrior team, he was already facing insurmountable odds. But when he lost, no matter how you lose, no matter Chris Paul injured or not, everybody still runs around and says he chokes. Nobody cares about the context or the dynamics of how he lost or what his circumstances were. Y'all just judge James Harden by the fact, did you win or lose? And he's labeled as a choker because he hasn't been able to get the job done.
Well,
that's how these players get defined. Because with James, to be honest, if you don't consider winning, if you don't factor in winning, how the fuck is James Harden not a goddamn top 15 player of all time. If you don't factor in winning.
Because despite his team not winning championship month, even for him, he's inconsistent in the playoffs, especially during his prime. What you want to say?
You only call it inconsistent because they lost.
No, I don't. For the last
time. Give me a. Hold on, watch this. Sturdy. Give me an inconsistent player, an inconsistent all-time great player that's in your top 20 that won a lot.
What you mean won a lot? You keep doing all this extra shit, bro. Like, what you mean won a lot?
Because the things they don't.
Oscar Robertson. From your standard of winning, Oscar Robertson did not, quote unquote, win a lot for a multitude of reasons. His team was not going to deep playoffs run for majority of his career. He literally did not win until he got to the fucking Bucks. Period, bro.
He's not in my top 10. But he's not in my top 10.
20. You said top 20. Oscar Robertson is everybody top 20.
No. When you talk about dominance. Hold on. Now, when you talk about dominance, how was he dominant? How did he have a cultural impact on the game? Did he change the game to any degree? Did he do anything like that?
Well, because his lawsuit, the NBA has a union, so that's a big point.
Okay, so when you talk about Oscar Robertson being the first player to average a triple-double, did that not have any statistical or cultural impact on the game?
Of course it did.
Okay. So when you talk about Oscar Robertson, nobody, when he goes down to NBA, his name is etched in NBA history. When his name is talked about because he was the first player to average a triple-double. Nobody talks about, so we all know his woes. And that's one of the things that stifled him and made it hard for him to crack the top 10 for most people because the lack of winning. That one championship came when he was 15. A second, third option, right?
And yeah, he's in the top 15.
For who? For you?
No, even you did a video on this shit, bro. Stop that shit, man. Like, what are you talking about? Oscar Robertson was literally in the top 15, but in 2016, even you showed us this like years ago, bro. What are you talking about, bro? Oscar, I literally when you did.
I'm not saying.
Kobe,
hold on. Listen to what I listen.
Of ESPN having him.
Listen to what. Listen to what I'm talking about with regards to dominance. Okay. For example, with Wilt 2-4 in the finals, probably could have won a lot more. Probably had more letdowns. Wilt is also another guy you could look at it. Probably didn't perform in the playoffs the way he should. When I look at Wilt, when you are historically dominant to such a degree, there are certain things that can usurp the letdowns or even the losses. When you look at a guy who scored 100 points in a game, averaged 50 points for a season, and who was a statistical anomaly that we will never see again, that is something that kind of transforms your dominance, and it kind of turns us away from the winning because you impacted the game overall. So when we look at Oscar Robertson averaging a triple-double. When we look at Oscar Robertson is more so known for averaging a triple-double as opposed to winning a championship. He's known for his statistical dominance, right? Not necessarily his winning dominance. Did it always translate? No. But when you look, and it did, especially early on in his career. Did it start to translate maybe a little bit later on when he was not a first option? You can say, yeah, he was still averaging 20 and like 8 or something like that, like 24 and 8, something like that. But it ultimately translated into one championship. But his dominance is not going to be embedded in that. Hakeem, we all know, if you remove his two, you can remove Oscar Robertson's one championship, he's still top 20. You cannot remove Hakeem's 2 championships and keep him in the top 10. Impossible.
You know,
impossible.
Just like Lamont, just how you want.
Impossible.
I'm about to say it. Just
that's a fact, though. But hold on, Sturdy. I got to shut this down. I got to let Go James Kingdom get this one. It's Go James Kingdom time, man. We could pick it back up tomorrow. It's past 6 o'clock. 30 minutes past the time, man.
My bad for yelling at anybody I insulted. I'm pretty sure I insulted nobody, but
No, nobody cares, man.
Lamont be doing this extra shit. Lamont be doing this.
I didn't do nothing. I just know I came in top 10 without.
This is what we do. This is what we do.
I just want the
gotta shut it down. I gotta shut it down.
Real quick. Hold on.
No, the record's going to show that Akeem Olajuwon is top 10 without the championship.
I want to say this. I want the record.
According to Ace 30.
No. Last stream.
Sturdy. Now you said that.
Hold on. Last stream, I used ChatGPT to prove to Lamont how rigged that the Mavericks getting number 1 seed was, and now I corrected ChatGPT on the competition between the King and Steph Curry. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I am sturdy. Stay 30, my friends. That's it.
Boy, that's an ultimate deflection. Run away from a king.
I know you ain't talking about deflection. I know
Take
you
your
right, bro.
Just make sure you come for the next stream, though, Ace 30. We ain't
Okay,
finished.
y'all. Hey, everybody in here. Hakeem Olajuwon is top 10 without the championships.
And once
That's
again,
all.
Lamont, no one. All right, bro. That's crazy. All right,
I
bro.
mean, I learned something today that I never knew before.
No. I said a bunch of things.
I learned.
You kept doing that bullshit.
Olo. Am I wrong? Olo. Am I finessing or lying or adding on to that, or am I right? Is that the takeaway? Olo.
That's the takeaway.
Hey,
that's what you
Everything
said.
I said. That's the takeaway.
That's what you said.
I said. All right, bro. All right, Lamont. That's wild. That's wild.
I'm finna ride with Mon on this one.
All right, bro.
All right, salute Olo. Salute Ace 30.
All
right, man. I'm gonna catch y'all on the next one, man. Man, oh man. Hakeem Olajuwon, man, is a top 10 player without the championships, man. Who would have thought, man? All right, y'all, man. Look, it's FYF Sports, man. Another great podcast episode. My apologies to Go James Kingdom, man. We went over 30 minutes. I'm cutting into his time, man. We're gonna shut this one down. Hopefully, I can get his show added to the stream. I didn't see it up. I was trying to get it up and going, but my apologies, y'all. But it's FYF Sports, y'all, man. Another great podcast episode, y'all. We're gonna be back with more sports news. Until then, man, it's FYF Sports. And we out.